The 2026 congressional election is actually an existential threat to Donald Trump. If the Democrats take control of Congress, then one can only imagine the volume of investigations that will then ensue. We all know that this is the most corrupt administration in history. There's a whole swathe of corrupt acts that the government is engaged in almost a daily basis. Trump and his family are making billions and billions of dollars from this administration, from crypto schemes to private members clubs to privileged access for certain people to receiving gifts worth hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign entities and governments. This government is basically for sale, and things that are going on that have never ever happened in American history before. So the amount of investigations, the sheer volume of investigations that will ensue will almost certainly be an existential threat to Donald Trump. Now, this is the kind of thing that happens frequently to authoritarian rulers. They wade so deeply into the muddy swamp of corruption that they reach a point of no return where they have no choice but to remain in office, because the minute they even consider leaving office, they know that what's going to happen is eventually going to result in their jailing. They're eventually going to get prosecuted for their crimes and eventually get jailed, which is why they have to retain themselves in office. They have to keep hold of power just to stay out of jail. That's exactly the case, for example, with Putin. If he was ever to be removed from office, or if he ever stood down from office, his successors will eventually have to put him into jail, because the crimes would come to light. There wouldn't be so much sort of suppression of the information that there is at the moment, and then he'd eventually, find his way in a gulag. So it's the same basically with Trump now. They've got to that stage where they have to prevent democracy from taking place now in order just to stay free. So in this video, I'm going to talk about how Trump is actually...
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like when you come in. And I always forget to say this. Feel free to comment if you catch the show after the live broadcast. Comments are always welcome, even negative comments. I disagree with that first point. As long as Trump is acting within the purview of the presidency, he doesn't have to worry about being jailed. So that's strike one. I think everything else is pretty on target, though.
Actually planning now to subvert democracy in the 2026 congressional election. And the key parts of this are emerging before our eyes. So I'm going to go through that in some detail in this video. Now, the plan of how Trump plans to subvert democracy in the 2026 congressional election is actually materializing before our eyes. See, none of this is being done very much in secret. It's being done out in the open, and there's a reason for that too, which I'll explain. So all the different key components to this plan is now before us. And so we can go through them one by one. Altogether, there's 4 components to this plan. It's a 4-part plan leading to the way in which he's eventually going to do this. Now, the first thing he's doing is very clear. He's trying to stack up Republican seats across the country. So he's overtly and openly told Texas, you need to redistrict your different seats in Congress in a way that ensures you get another 5 or 6 extra Republican seats. Now, that's never happened historically. See, historically, people talk about redistricting in order to account for demographic changes. I mean, that's sort of a euphemism, because we know that underneath it, the party in charge is trying to redistrict in a way that it works to their advantage. But they've never done it so nakedly. And anyway, this isn't a time to redistrict. It happens once every few years. This isn't due yet. But Trump has said openly, listen, I just need you to get me a few more seats from Texas. He told that openly, in the same way that he told the Georgia Attorney General that, look, after the 2020 election, I just need you to get me another sort of few thousand votes. And he told them the exact number that he needed to win. And he's told the same thing to Texas. So, and instead of Texas responding like Georgia did and saying, I'm sorry, Mr. President, this isn't constitutional. We can't just go ahead and create more seats for you. They didn't. Went ahead and slavishly followed orders. So now their sort of a representative body has gone ahead and passed legislation to hand the Republicans a few extra seats. And the governor is now signing that into law. So he's nakedly, openly stacking Congress with extra Republican seats by completely contravening the rules and essentially just creating more seats. So he's going ahead and doing that, and he's doing that openly in front of everybody. The other thing he's doing is something that apparently he was advised to do by Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin, of all people. He said openly that this is something that Vladimir said to me, and when we were chatting together in the Beast. So in that one-on-one time that Putin had with Trump, he started feeding him information about how to subvert democracy. Because we know that Putin isn't somebody who cares about democratic rules and norms. He's totally run roughshod over them and destroyed them in his own country. International monitors have consistently said that for decades now, Russia has not had free and fair elections. They rig things completely to make sure Putin wins. And so Putin is not giving him advice about how to improve American democracy. He's giving him advice about how to destroy it. And the advice he gave is don't accept mail-in ballots. Putin apparently told him, you're the only country that takes mail-in ballots. This is a stupid way to run democracy. You shouldn't do it. This is, of course, a complete lie. There are 32 countries that use mail-in ballots. Many long-standing democratic countries, including throughout Europe, use mail-in ballots. It is not an aberration. It is not something that leads to widespread voter fraud at all. But Trump, nevertheless, is determined to abolish them. What's the real reason? Well, he sees an advantage in that.
And watch how people who mail in their ballots tend to vote. Historically, not that big a split, but the pandemic election in 2020, a seismic shift in how Democrats versus Republicans voted. That difference shrank in 2024, but it's possible this only reinforces Trump's belief that the surge in mail-in voting hurt him in 2020, that maybe the decrease in mail-in voting helped him in 2024.
So it is clearly Trump's belief that because more Democrats vote on a mail-in basis than Republicans, he will again stack the cards in his favor even more. So first of all, he's eking out more Republican seats, and secondly, he's trying to minimize the possibility of Democrats voting. Now, while Trump is saying that he's going to issue executive orders that ban mail-in voting, the truth is that he doesn't actually have that power. The president is not able to ban mail-in voting. That's something that the states decide. And each state has their own policy and way of doing it. But Trump is going out of his way to say that that's something he's going to do. What this essentially is a presidential power grab. He's trying to gain himself the power to do that, or at least the perception of having the power to do that. This way, one of two things happens. Either the Supreme Court accepts it in the end because it will be challenged, and then he's extended his power, or even if the Supreme Court doesn't accept it, all Republican states will follow suit. So, in other words, his writ, his executive order, will have been followed by a big chunk of the whole of the US. So that way he's shown that at the very least, his executive order has teeth amongst a big chunk of the country. So he's going to challenge the actual existing order in terms of who has the power to do these things. So at the very least, he's going to demonstrate that he has the power to push this out amongst most of the country. What he needs is the perception of power. The power itself is one thing, is that's dictated by the Constitution, but he needs the perception of having this power so that he's then able to use that perception. And remember, perception of power is sort of 3/5 of power itself. So he's then able to use that power at a future moment in order to actually control the result. Because what he wants to eventually do is to make a declaration about the result. When 2026 comes, he wants to be able to say, well, this state was corrupt, this result must be nullified. He wants to be able to pick and choose who comes through in the end. And so he's trying to give himself that power, that perception of power. So he's building up that authority right now. And as it stands, with regards to this particular ploy, the notion that he can personally determine that mail-in ballots are outlawed, he'll probably get his way amongst a big chunk of the country, if not all of it. And so that way he can start to build up that sense of power that he will then eventually use to make a declaration about the result itself, which is what he will do. Be no doubt about that, 2026. He's not going to say, oh yes, we lost fair and square, the Democrats have a majority, we're going to have to work together across the aisle. He won't say any of those things. You know it. Because he's never admitted defeat in any election. And this election actually has more at stake than almost any in the past, because it's a real existential threat to him and his own liberty. He may not be prosecutable right now, but eventually, he may be, because not all of these things he's done are in the purview of the presidency and about the actions he's taken in his role as president, which is why they may fall into the remit of prosecutable. And certainly all the people around him would fall into that remit too. So, in order to avoid the calamity that might follow, he's having to take all these steps. And a key one among them is being able to declare the result of the 2026 election. Now, there is a reason that Washington, D.C. and other blue states are now being targeted for deployment by National Guard and ICE. So he's basically getting a sort of coalescence of military personnel to start to roam the streets of blue states and Washington, D.C. It started in D.C., started before that actually in L.A., now it's in D.C., and he's also talked about Chicago and he's talking about other cities in blue states. The reason he's ultimately doing that is because there will be a backlash on the streets in 2026 when he starts to declare the result himself. When he's gerrymandered as much as possible, when he suppressed the Democratic vote as much as possible, and if it still doesn't work, which it probably still won't, he will then try and put himself in a position where he declares the results. And what will then happen is that there will be a desire of ordinary, freedom-loving people across America, of which the majority are, to come out onto the streets and protest against that. But by that point, there will have been a large volume of military personnel on the streets that he's building up in order to quell that uprising. Now, as I often say in these videos, he's not doing these things strategically. He's not playing like a game of chess, trying to sort of plan ahead, 3 steps ahead. He does these things instinctively. He is an authoritarian to every cell of his body, so he kind of knows what to do without necessarily thinking forward. He's moving sort of pieces around, and those pieces happen to fall into place because this is exactly how his psyche works. He ends up creating a situation where he can dominate others ruthlessly and without any concern or empathy for other people's position. So what he's doing now is creating a scenario where there will be troops across a whole range of states, the exact states that are going to come out and protest against his attempt to subvert the 2026 elections. And interestingly, lots of people have noticed it, including Bill Maher. Now, Bill Maher has had a sort of love-hate relationship with Trump. We can't always take him seriously because he started saying about things that he admired about Trump recently after a White House visit. However, he's coming back into line now and he's made a pretty decent observation here.
First, create a masked police force. Get people used to looking at that. Normalize snatching people off the street. Get them used to that. Normalize seeing the National Guard and the military on the street. Then start talking about crime in the capital, which is basically, has always been a fairly crime-ridden city. This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad, have other states start sending their troops, not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize. So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the capital a sort of permanent police presence. So when an election dispute might come up, just hypothetically, I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the duration that the Democrats do have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election. I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one.
So overall, there's a few things that Trump is doing, a few discrete steps he's doing right now. He's trying to build up the Republican vote by asking different Republican states, started with Texas, is going to Ohio and other places, to gerrymander and squeeze out as many Republican wins as possible. And he's saying that openly and on purpose in order to demonstrate his power and in order to stack the cards up in his favor. He's also trying to take away cards from the Democrats by cancelling mail-in voting. He believes that the effect of that will ultimately be to reduce the Democrat vote and reduce the number of seats that they win. And even if none of that works, and it's quite possible none of that will actually work, because there's likely to be a big overwhelming tide against him and against Republicans in the 2026 election. Even if none of that works, he wants to get himself into a position where his executive orders are taken more and more seriously, and with the help from Republican governors in states across the country, they can give the increasing impression that his executive orders, even if they are contravening the Constitution, still need to be taken as writ, as law. And so he wants to get to a stage where even if the other ploys don't work, he can declare a result, or he can nullify some results and say that he only accepts this Congress. And then what he'll have is a whole swathe of military on the streets in the exact places where people will come out and protest against that, ready to quell and quash them straight away. So the plan is hidden in plain sight. The trajectory is clear. The destination, the desire, the objective is certain. This is where we are headed. And 2026 will not be an ordinary series of elections. We are heading to a confluence, to a junction in the history of America. To be forewarned is to be prepared. And that's what we need to do right now.
Well, that is one of the most sedate political analyses I've ever seen. A couple things that I disagree with, but mostly he's right. I don't think there's a possibility Donald Trump gets convicted for anything. That's pretty much been taken care of by the Supreme Court. And, you know, asking someone to do something, that's not, unfortunately, it's not unconstitutional. But again, states control all that. He's not going to be able to ban mail-in votes. And I can tell you right now, Republicans use mail-in voting, if not more, at least as much as Democrats do. Getting rid of mail-in ballots is literally not a smart move on the president's part. Is that right? Well, I'd be interested to know why he thinks 16-year-olds will vote Labor. He must be offering them something special, Kelvin. Good morning, by the way. Good morning, Uncle Fatty. Good morning, Riaz. Lots of news articles, because I didn't really do much news yesterday, so some of these are hangers-on from yesterday. I thought this was actually interesting. You know, I basically said, and by the way, not all National Guard troops are going to be armed. I don't know which are going to be and which aren't, but this actually doesn't surprise me. National Guard troops deployed in D.C. add sanitation and landscaping duties. That's going to be making these people real happy to be deployed. I imagine it's mostly the people that came from places like Tennessee and Mississippi that are going to be doing the landscaping.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. Currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers. Seriously? Please continue.
To National Guard troops deployed in D.C. add sanitation, landscaping duties, a news story written by Tara Kopp and read by an AI-generated voice. The August air was crisp Tuesday as members of D.C.'s National Guard, a key component of President Donald Trump's federal takeover of the district, scooped, spread, and smoothed mounds of mulch around the city's treasured tidal basin cherry trees. As they raked, Specks of dirt and mulch floated upward into early morning sunbeams, an idyllic image starkly at odds with the president's portrayal of Washington as a violent, lawless dystopia. The assignment was atypical for these troops, who more often are called on to respond to emergencies or deploy overseas, and it left some questioning if landscaping should be a military mission at all. "I think it's nice as a DC resident," said one Guard member, "but there are different things we could be doing." More than 2,200 troops, some from as far away as Mississippi and Louisiana, have been deployed in D.C. since Trump's declaration of a crime emergency here. Ostensibly, they were mobilized to support federal law enforcement and local police, but in recent days, those orders have expanded to encompass beautification tasks such as trash removal and groundskeeping around the National Mall and other federal property. Service members may work on removing graffiti too. Typically, custodial work like this falls to the National Park Service, which was already facing staffing shortfalls when the Trump administration this spring directed additional cuts as it gutted the federal workforce. The service used to have 200 people assigned to maintain thousands of acres of trees and gardens in D.C., and now there are 20, a Park Service official told the Post. "It's everybody, the masons, the maintenance workers, the groundskeepers, the plumbers. Every shop is short," said the official, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity, citing a fear of reprisal. So the National Guard is picking up the slack. But that is raising concerns among some troops and critics of the Trump administration's moves in D.C. who worry that employing them this way will come at a cost. The Guard's new duties in D.C. appear at odds with Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's laser focus on preparing the military to fight and win wars. Late last year, as he sought to win the Senate's support for his nomination, Hegseth, a former National Guard officer and Fox News personality, spoke forcefully about his desire to recenter the Pentagon's attention on lethality, lethality, lethality. "Everything else is gone," he told reporters in December. "Everything else that distracts from that shouldn't be happening." Representatives for Hegseth did not address questions about the new beautification assignment, or whether it was in line with the Secretary's lethality push. In a brief statement, the Pentagon's chief spokesman, Sean Parnell, said the Defense Department is incredibly proud of our D.C. National Guardsmen and their work to make D.C. safe and beautiful again. Joint Task Force D.C., which has overseen the Guard's activities in Washington since Trump declared the crime emergency August 11th, said that service members will be working on more than 40 beautification projects throughout the city that were identified with input from local and federal agencies. Though the Pentagon has authorized those participating in the deployment to carry weapons, for now, troops on cleanup duty will not be armed, an official with the task force said. National Guard troops frequently get called in to support communities after major disasters, and on occasion, they do perform sanitation work. For example, during the coronavirus pandemic, Guard troops supported waste collection efforts to help slow the deadly virus's spread. "It's also not unusual for troops to be assigned cleanup duties on their bases," said Army veteran Chris Goldsmith. A video posted to Instagram by the D.C. National Guard, which shows troops rounding up trash, is the most accurate recruiting video I've ever seen, he said. New 18-year-old soldiers spend a lot of time walking across fields and parking lots, ordered to pick up butts of cigarettes they did not smoke because it builds discipline, Goldsmith said. But for older career Guard members, such assignments are not worth taxpayer dollars, he said. In the last 2 decades, the National Guard has fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, braved wildfires, and plucked civilians from raging floodwaters. The repeat use of the force both domestically and abroad has raised concerns that it has been deployed too frequently as the easy option when it should be the option of last resort. For years, this country has not invested in its infrastructure or its social safety net, but it has invested in the military, said Chris Purdy, an Iraq War veteran who served for 8 years in the National Guard. It becomes very easy for policymakers on both sides to say, "Oh, the Guard will fix it." As the Trump administration considers expanding these domestic deployments to other major cities, Purdy, who now runs the Chamberlain Network, a pro-democracy veterans organization, said officials should be mindful of the implications for unit readiness. Pulling Guard members, civilians often with full-time jobs who report for duty once a month and then for 2 weeks a year, for such missions comes with a trade-off. The time they would have spent focusing on training in their military specialty or participating in battle drills may be spent on groundskeeping or urban foot patrols instead. Master Sergeant David Bowden has been part of both efforts. When he and other members of the D.C. National Guard were first activated about 2 weeks ago, Bowden was on a foot patrol along Constitution Avenue when he and other soldiers saw a D.C. police officer be assaulted by a driver she had stopped. It looked like a routine traffic stop, Bowden said. Then the suspect got out of the vehicle and took her down in front of us, throwing her to the ground. Bowden and 3 other Guard members chased the suspect on foot until they caught him, and one of the members, a military police officer, handcuffed him. The deployment has been quiet since then, he said. Bowden said he and the other Guard members who participated in Tuesday's mulching assignment were glad to help with the tidal basin cleanup. But still, it's raising concerns about how to maintain the unit's readiness. It's a question, Bowden said, that I and a lot of other higher enlisted are asking.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about.
Oh,
but
boy.
we know you'll find...
We need to clean up these ads from the Washington Post. And by the way, I looked into, upgrading the subscription to avoid these commercials, but they don't offer that kind of plan, or I surely would. I pay for YouTube Premium because I hate commercials. So sorry about that. So next story, kind of related. The most illegal search. Judges push back against D.C. criminal charges. And I figured this would happen. Veteran defense lawyers and law enforcement experts have been warning about the potential for overreach since the federal government muscled its way into policing decisions in the nation's capital nearly 3 weeks ago. Inside the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. on Monday, those tensions broke into open court. A federal judge dismissed a weapons case against a man in the D.C. jail for a week, concluding he was subject to an unlawful search. It is without a doubt the most illegal search I've ever seen in my life, U.S. Magistrate Judge Zia Faruqi said from the bench. I'm absolutely flabbergasted at what has happened. A high school student would know this was an illegal search. So one of your 16-year-olds, Calvin, would have known better. The judge said Torres Riley appeared to have been singled out because he is a black man who carried a backpack that looked very heavy. Law enforcement officers said in court papers they found 2 weapons in Riley's crossbody bag after he had previously been convicted on a weapons charge. The arrest and the decision to abandon the federal case came at a time of heightened scrutiny on police and prosecutors in the District of Columbia. Profiling is still illegal, folks. And I'm actually kind of surprised how they proved that. So somebody must have admitted to it. This is not surprising. And I actually had a video that I probably should find from that I watched overnight. Basically talking about how most of these National Guard troops are not trained in policing. Apparently the Metro DC Police Academy is like 4 months long. And then there's some extra training, so it winds up being like 4 to 6 months of training. And then they have a year of supervised probation, probationary period. So we will see. It's probably safer just to have them spreading mulch. And this doesn't surprise me either. President Trump, through Attorney General Bondi, sued every federal judge in Maryland, basically as a group. And judge tosses Trump administration's lawsuit against Maryland's 15 federal judges, calling it a constitutional free-for-all. Oh, that is hilarious. A free-for-all, a hootenanny. Federal judge on Tuesday threw out an aggressive, unusual lawsuit the Trump administration brought earlier this year against all 15 federal judges in Maryland, rejecting a bid by the Justice Department to limit court power in fast-moving immigration cases. The opinion on Tuesday framed the lawsuit as a major constitutional standoff, with Judge Thomas Cullen writing the police department couldn't pursue the Justice Department, same thing these days, police, justice, couldn't pursue a constitutional free-for-all. Cullen, who was appointed by President Donald Trump, also wrote a scathing rebuke of the Trump administration, saying it is intentionally trying to smear the justice system. Over the past several months, principal officers of the executive and their spokespersons have described federal district judges across the country as left-wing liberal activists, radical, politically minded, rogue, unhinged, outrageous, overzealous, and unconstitutional, crooked, and worse, Cullen wrote. Although some tension between the coordinate branches of government is a hallmark of our constitutional system, checks and balances, this concerted effort by the executive to smear and impugn individual judges who rule against it is both unprecedented and unfortunate. So, Justice Department, of course, has appealed Cullen's ruling to the Fourth U.S. Circuit of Appeals, which is based in Richmond, Virginia. I tell you right now, these judges aren't going to take too kindly to, their tribe being attacked for no apparent reason. So, it is true that district judges are not provided for in the Constitution, but it will take an act of Congress to do anything, and they'd be stupid. The whole reason we have district judges is the circuit courts got overwhelmed. So, I guess I can't blame them for trying. So I want to share a video that the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, he commented on CNN last night. Should have had it queued up. My bad.
That the president responded to this way today.
Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime, because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole.
My lead source tonight is the Democratic governor of Maryland that you just heard the president mention there, Wes Moore. And Governor, thank you for being here tonight. I think just first off, what is your response to the president calling Baltimore, as he put it there, a hellhole?
Well, the president seems to be obsessed with me. Today he called me a beauty, and when I first met him, he just talked about how I was a good-looking guy. And now he just continues to make statements that are just flat out false about our state's largest city. The reality is that when I first became the governor, Baltimore in 2022 had about a homicide a day. Now, in the past 2.5 years, Baltimore and the state of Maryland have had amongst the fastest drops in violent crime anywhere in the United States. The last time the homicide rate was this low in Baltimore City, I was not born yet. And we have done it by making historic investments in law enforcement, by making historic investments in predictive technologies. And we've done it by actually working with the mayor, working with the state's attorney, working with community violence intervention groups, and working with the community to be able to ensure that people can feel safer in their neighborhoods. And the thing is that we know we have more work to do, but we're not going to be performative or cynical about the way we are doing it, and not taking the approach that the president of the United States seems to be taking about making people safe in communities.
What are you going to do if he sends in the National Guard to Baltimore, though? I mean, we've seen other governors try to fight it, like in California, Governor Newsom, and, they lost that battle in court.
Well, I'm very clear. I am the commander-in-chief.
I don't think they lost
of the Maryland National Guard,
lost the battle.
And the Constitution authorizes that.
I think
and
it's
so
still being
the
adjudicated.
Maryland National Guard moves on the authority of the commander-in-chief, and I will not authorize the Maryland National Guard to be activated for something that is either not mission critical or mission aligned. And I think what the President of the United States is doing is not sustainable, it is not scalable, and it's also not constitutional. That it is a direct violation of the 10th Amendment. And even if he wants to talk about other things he can do to try to activate, the reality is that he still needs states to be able to invite the federal government to come on board to be able to do that. And the thing that gets me most about this is how deeply disrespectful this is to members of the National Guard who signed up for this job, as I did when I deployed overseas and I led paratroopers in combat, where we signed up with the expectation that the commander-in-chief and the people who was declaring our orders was actually taking it seriously. And the problem is we are seeing a lack of seriousness from the President of the United States to a very serious situation. And that's why I invited him to come to Baltimore, to come be educated, to come learn, so he doesn't have to spout nonsense from the Oval Office and things that are just blatantly not true about what is actually happening and the work that's happening in coordination to make people feel safer in their neighborhoods.
Yeah, I'm going to stop it right there. We pretty much get the gist. If anybody wants the full link, let me know. I'll drop it. Because I don't think I put it in the show notes. But anyway, the 10th Amendment, what's not either disallowed or specifically assigned to the federal government by the Constitution, the states, those powers are delegated to the, I'm not even sure it's delegated. They are states. It's basically states' rights. And, the way the National Guard works, what Trump did in Los Angeles, it's kind of up in the air, but the final decision hasn't been made whether he can do it or not. He declares an emergency and claims that he's protecting federal property, but, Westmore is right. This is a very short-term plan. It's not something that is, something that can last forever. What happens when, these troops go home and the federal agents have their own, mission? And by the way, DC is short like hundreds of cops. Chicago, for instance, Trump with these budget cuts literally took like $1 billion or so. Money, there's money that goes to police, local police from the federal government. All that got cut. So, it's kind of weird. This is a very short-term solution. It's really a flash in the pan. And I honestly don't know what Trump's end game is. Things are going to revert to normal at some point. So the one good thing that's happened this week is the founder of Sinaloa cartel pleads guilty to drug trafficking. That's a win. Good for them.
Founder of Sinaloa cartel pleads guilty to drug trafficking. This article is by Santul Nurkar and read by an automated voice.
Good morning, Lupin. Good morning,
Ismael
Napstar.
Zambada Garcia, a Sinaloa cartel founder who for decades evaded Mexican and U.S. authorities before a covert capture straight out of a narco thriller, pleaded guilty on Monday to drug trafficking. Mr. Zambada Garcia, also known as El Mayo, helped start the cartel decades ago with Joaquin Guzman Loera,
El Mayo?
also known as El Chapo. He built a sophisticated criminal network that trafficked cocaine, heroin, and other illegal drugs across the border into the United States, wielding power through mass murder and political corruption to protect and expand the business. He will be sentenced to life in prison on January 13th. Appearing before Judge Brian M. Cogan in Federal District Court in Brooklyn on Monday, Mr. Zambada Garcia, 75, swiveled slightly in his chair as he listened to proceedings through a Spanish interpreter. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of taking part in a continuing criminal enterprise and 1 count of racketeering conspiracy. I started getting involved with illegal drugs in 1969, when I was 19 years old, Mr. Zambada Garcia said in a prepared statement in court, and I planted marijuana for the first time. I recognize the great harm that illegal drugs have done to the people of the United States and Mexico and elsewhere, he said. The plea means the cartel's two most influential founders will be behind bars for life. Mr. Guzman Loera was sentenced to life in prison in the same courthouse in 2019 after being found guilty of running a criminal enterprise that funneled billions of dollars worth of drugs into the United States. Mr. Zambada Garcia's plea was a symbol of the continuing threat to the cartel's power. Sustained crackdowns by the U.S. and Mexican governments, along with a bloody civil war, have fractured their operations and depleted their ranks. Pam Bondi, the U.S. Attorney General, celebrated Monday's outcome as evidence of the success of President Trump's fight against violent drug cartels, though Mr. Zambada Garcia was captured during the administration of former President Joseph R. Biden Jr. In a news conference, she called the plea a landmark victory for the Justice Department. Mr. Zambada Garcia was arrested in July 2024 by federal agents in Texas after arriving in the United States under extraordinary circumstances. He had been kidnapped by the son of Mr. Guzman Loera, his one-time partner, who lured him onto a Beechcraft King airplane under the pretense of looking at real estate. The son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez, and Mr. Zambada Garcia landed at a small airport outside El Paso. The kidnapping turned Sinaloa into a war zone as conflict broke out between the cartel's rival factions, those loyal to Mr. Zambada Garcia, known as Los Mayos, and those aligned with Mr. Guzman Loera's sons, known as Los Chapitos. The state's economy ground to a halt, and under pressure from President Trump, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum sent thousands of troops to Sinaloa to curtail the violence. Frank Perez, a lawyer for Mr. Zambada Garcia, said his client accepted full responsibility for what he did wrong. He called on the people of Sinaloa to stay peaceful and exercise restraint. Nothing is gained by bloodshed. It only deepens wounds and prolongs suffering, Mr. Perez said. While he was running the cartel, Mr. Guzman Loera was a showman who dabbled in the limelight, including by taking part in an interview with the actor Sean Penn. He escaped Mexican custody twice, once slipping out of prison in a laundry cart, and later fleeing through a tunnel underneath his cell. Mr. Zambada Garcia, by contrast, lived a quieter life in a compound in Sinaloa. Until his 2024 abduction, he had never been captured by Mexican authorities and was often aided by the same military and government officials responsible for bringing him to justice. His kidnapping by Mr. Guzman Loera's son was carried out in such a way that corrupt officials could not alert him. Mr. Zambada Garcia is not required to cooperate with the authorities under the terms of his plea agreement, and he will not face the death penalty. Ordinarily, foreign defendants do not face capital punishment as a result of extradition treaties. But Mr. Zambada Garcia's capture fell outside diplomatic negotiation. On Monday afternoon, Mr. Zambada Garcia seemed far from his one-time perch atop an enterprise that amassed hundreds of millions of dollars each year. With white hair and beard, wearing a dark blue, prison-issued t-shirt over an orange long-sleeve shirt, he walked gingerly into the courthouse. He pulled out a pair of glasses to read his statement in Spanish, in which he admitted to overseeing cartel members who transported cocaine from Colombia to Mexico and then across the border into the United States. He calmly described directing Sinaloa soldiers to kill members of rival cartels and bribing high-ranking officials. Many innocent people also died, Mr. Zambada Garcia said. Alan Foyer contributed reporting.
Well, that's good. I don't know what more to say about it. Cities move away from strategies to make drug use safer. This is kind of interesting and kind of a long article, but it reads San Francisco, Philadelphia, and others are retreating from harm reduction strategies that have helped reduce deaths, but which critics, including Trump, say have contributed to pervasive public drug use. Um, okay. I don't know. I think that these cities are scared. I think like San Francisco, for instance, they Trump has been effective in his threats to between L.A. and D.C. People believe he will at least attempt to do it. So so we go. And I responded to Uncle Fatty. Uncle Fatty, let's see, said, remember when Bush and Bush Jr. took out the cartels so they could take over the crack distribution networks? What is any difference here? Well, I actually think that the evangelicals have a lot more influence. I'm actually surprised that Donald Trump is considering lowering the or rescheduling marijuana to a lower status. And I don't know that much about how they classify marijuana, but it would be less severe, and I assume possessing it would have less of a penalty. But I'm not gonna go through the pain of having to listen to this on a with the AI reader. But I personally thought, and maybe I'll have to rethink it now, that basically there were two factions of MAGA, the tech right and the populist right. Steve Bannon versus Elon Musk, and Donald Trump is kind of like the referee. But apparently someone else thinks, and this is Natalie Allison thinks there are actually 6 factions of MAGA. So the two that I thought, MAGA populists, and you can see the likenesses of Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and J.D. Vance. And I am not a fan of populism. I think that there is a right populism, there is a left populism. I'm a true believer in horseshoe politics. And the problem with populism, they tend to be a bit more extreme on the spectrum. And to actually get what either the MAGA populists or the folks on the left like DSA, because ultimately DSA wants a revolution, whatever that means, and you're gonna have to force people to do what a Steve Bannon or even Mamdani, a Mamdani-like figure. You're going to have to force people to do things. So I find populism to be a little bit too extreme for my tastes anyway. And then, let's see, what's the second faction? Traditional Republicans, which I'm somewhat more aligned with, but not much. The list here is Youngkin, Glenn Youngkin, Lindsey Graham, who I think he's just despicable. Brian Kemp and John Thune. I'm probably like Brian Kemp. I actually like. He's the governor of my state, Georgia. I don't have too big a problem with him. Thune, I don't know that much about. Youngkin, I don't know that much about, but these people tend to be a little bit more in line with believing the Constitution means something and voting, whoever wins an election matters. I think it was it Thune who had that first immigration bill that Trump told Congress, nope, don't do it because I need a campaign issue. I think it was Thune. Next faction, third faction, small government conservatives and fiscal hawks. Cruz, DeSantis, Rand Paul. I don't even need to talk about these guys. Jesus, thank God, none of them will ever be president. Religious right, same thing. very little. I don't have use for the evangelical right. Tech right, don't have any use for them either. They need to stay out of politics. And now this is the crazy bunch. I hope 12th Man is here. Tulsi Gabbard is an absolute dingbat. She is Cruella de Vil light, and she's not as smart as Cruella de Vil. And I don't even need to talk about Robert Kennedy. That dude, his voice says it all. And by the way, we heard some of what he had to say yesterday in Trump's cabinet meeting. But if anybody wants this link, it might be useful to anyone who kind of likes politics. I'll be happy to drop it. And whilst I'm thinking about it, please everybody make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Share it out. It is sometimes dry, but I try to be at least informative. And it is Wednesday. Consider supporting the host. I'm coming up with ideas for Saturday, so I will need contributions. Motivate me, folks. And also make sure that you support. I need to add Portia to this crawl. She actually still contributes to this show. This new icon thing here, you notice there's a little bit of an upgrade. I love this way better than the old one. This is Portia's work, so she's still in our lives. She's just kind of busy. So anyway, oh, and by the way, I need to give credit to Tough. I ran into him on T's show last night, and I really forgot to ask him. He needs to hit the link because the opening theme and the closing theme that I'm using right now were written by him. They're his compositions, and I have been crediting him in the show notes. I need to figure out how he wants to be credited. He was kind enough months ago, probably a year ago, to say, hey, Stanley, here are a couple pieces of music, you can have and use, in the show. And, after the great rift, I wanted to kind of change things up a little bit. So his two compositions actually came in awfully handy. So shout out to Tough Guy. And I'll catch it. Actually, I do have his email. I guess I need to tell him to hop up here so I can give him more credit. So anyway, I actually do things sometimes to make the show, a little bit better. Apparently, it's incremental like a typical liberal does. We like incremental change. So the Great Rift. You like that one, huh? So anyway, well, let's move on. But please make sure you support the host. You support the show when you support the host. I do have subscriptions and stuff, like this Ground News. This was Uncle Fatty who brought Ground News to my attention, and I have made great use of it. So this kind of surprised me. As part of this China trade negotiation deal, Trump says U.S. will accept 600,000 Chinese students as part of a trade deal. Trade deal. Okay, this surprised me. So you're gonna bring more than 500,000 Chinese students in? That seems to go against something or another that's been happening in the last 6-8 months. On August 25, 2025, President Donald Trump announced that the United States will permit 600,000 Chinese students to pursue education at American higher education institutions, a move made during ongoing trade negotiations. I've said that China is the only country on earth. Well, Russia for other reasons, I guess, but China, yeah, they're not just gonna, they're gonna get some stuff like sending 600,000 Chinese students to American institutions. They're gonna get what they want to get within reason, and Donald Trump is going to do it. The plan provoked backlash from MAGA supporters, including Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and far-right influencer Laura Loomer, who criticized the number and alleged Chinese loyalty to the CCP. So they're accusing Trump of being loyal to the Chinese Communist Party. Interesting accusation. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick defended the policy on Fox News, stating without these students, the bottom 15% of American universities would go out of business. Interesting. So it's a business decision? The decision signals a potential thaw in U.S.-China relations, but raises debate on balancing economic interests and security concerns related to foreign student admissions. Yeah, this kind of came out of the blue, in my mind anyway. So let's see, we will stay in trade and tariffs. Trump's 50% tariffs on India for buying Russian oil take effect. On Wednesday, today, the U.S. imposed 50% tariffs on many Indian products in retaliation for India's increased imports of Russian oil, doubling prior duties. India shifted to importing nearly 36% of its crude oil from Russia in 2024 as traditional suppliers diverted fuel to Europe following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The tariffs mainly target steel, aluminum, textiles, seafood, and jewelry, while exempting pharmaceuticals and electronic goods after failed trade talks and rising trade tensions. Senior Asia Society Vice President Wendy Cutler said India now faces among the highest U.S. tariffs, eroding trust and risking losses to exporters worth $87 billion. Prime Minister Modi vowed not to yield to U.S. pressure and plans domestic reforms and export diversification, but analysts warn tariffs could cause job losses and slower growth. One of the things that I know, and this is maybe a week or two ago, Modi, I'm not sure how Modi's initial response was he is always going to side with Indian farmers. So I don't know whether that petroleum could, because India has a lot of refining capacity, at least compared to the United States. He could be, pesticides might be a thing that that he's looking at doing, or the petroleum is being used for. And then, by the way, my earbuds just died. By the way, it's possible that there's a U.S. India expert that a friend of mine knows. He's actually kind of a big deal, and he's looking to actually set up an interview with this guy. So, India questions will definitely be, something if I can land the interview. But this dude is big time. Now, my friend asked me this morning to send the link to my channel. Guys like that want to kind of, know what they're going to get themselves into. And I just pray he picks the right episodes. No actual reputable expert. There are parts of the show that, they're fuckery-free parts of the show, which I hope he concentrates on. I hope he doesn't hear some of the Saturday shows or the Sunday shows. Surely he will not want to be associated with it. So let's cross our fingers. But this could be a big-time interview. So wish me luck, folks. So Corporate America's newest activist investor. This is interesting. This is talking about Trump's penchant for all of a sudden wanting to take like 10% stakes in some U.S. corporations that are kind of teetering on the edge, like Intel and U.S. Steel. And then there's an opinion piece afterwards that talks about the same thing. So let's listen to this, and then probably won't listen to all of it, and then we probably will listen to the opinion piece that talks about the U.S. government getting involved in business, investing in business.
Corporate America's newest activist investor, Donald Trump. This article is by Lauren Hirsch and Maureen Farrell, and read by an automated voice. Corporate America has built up defenses against the likes of Carl Icahn, Nelson Peltz, and other corporate raiders who have rattled the cages of chief executives, pushing for higher stock prices. Now companies have a new investor to worry about, the President of the United States. President Trump has inserted the government into U.S. companies in extraordinary ways, including taking a stake in U.S. Steel and pushing for a cut of NVIDIA's and Advanced Micro Devices revenue from China. Last month, the Pentagon said it was taking a 15% stake in MP Materials, a large American miner of rare earths. And on Friday, Intel agreed to allow the U.S. government to take a 10% stake in its business, worth $8.9 billion. These developments could herald a shift from America's vaunted free market system to one that resembles, at least in some corners, a form of state-managed capitalism more frequently seen in Europe, and, to a different degree, China and Russia, say lawyers, bankers, and academics, steeped in the history of hostile takeovers and international business. And the actions are sending Wall Street's bankers and lawyers scrambling to help companies come up with a playbook to defend against, or at least find ways to mollify Mr. Trump. Virtually every company I've talked to, which is a regular recipient of subsidies or grants from the government, is concerned about this right now. Kai Likafet, co-chairman of the corporate defense practice at the law firm Sidley Austin, said in an interview, "The Trump administration is casting a wide net, scouring other companies that it thinks could be ripe for some form of government involvement." 3 people briefed on these discussions said, "The U.S. government has inserted itself in corporate America before. The Obama administration took stakes in banks and auto companies after the 2008 financial crisis, and both the Obama and Biden administrations used government subsidies to promote green technology. But experts say Mr. Trump's push is different from and more aggressive than what the United States had seen before. The companies he is targeting are not on the cusp of collapse, nor would their demise, as in the case of the banks during the financial crisis, set off a chain of events that could lead to global economic ruin. America has always been wary about the line between public and private enterprise," said Jonathan Levy, a historian and professor at Sciences Po in Paris and author of Ages of American Capitalism, A History of the United States. "The one time it's been suspended," he added, "is in the context of war or national security interest. The White House insists that national security is indeed driving its investments, and disputed the notion that taking these stakes in critically important companies is undermining free markets." Intel was awarded a roughly $11 billion grant as part of the CHIPS Act, a bipartisan law passed during the Biden administration and aimed at making the United States less reliant on Asia for semiconductor manufacturing. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has argued that by taking an equity stake, U.S. taxpayers will get the upside of any boost afforded to Intel. "This is not a pots and pans company," a White House official said. "This amounts to something so critical to national security that it warrants this action." But some of Mr. Trump's recent moves appear to be a strong break with historical precedent. In the cases of NVIDIA and AMD, the Trump administration has proposed dictating the global market that these chip makers can have access to. The two companies have promised to give 15% of their revenue from China to the U.S. government in order to have the right to sell chips in that country and bypass any future U.S. restrictions. David Cecilia, an associate professor of history emeritus at the University of Maryland, said he had never seen a time when the United States had changed its trade policy to target one or more specific companies. The least generous interpretation is that it's extortion for success, he said. When discussing the Intel deal on Friday, Mr. Trump said the company's chief executive had walked in wanting to keep his job, and he ended up giving us $10 billion for the United States. Activist investors like Mr. Icahn and Mr. Peltz typically take stakes in companies struggling in the public market and then push them to make changes that will lift their share price, like selling off a division or replacing a chief executive. But unlike a traditional corporate activist, Mr. Trump has not always clearly tied his calls for corporate action, whether it be ousting a chief executive or eating the cost of tariffs to a company's returns. For now, Intel shareholders have reacted favorably to the government's deepening involvement. Shares of Intel closed up more than 5% on Friday as Mr. Trump announced that the government was taking the stake. Shares of competitors like AMD have fallen since news of the potential deal became public last week, a decline that analysts partly attribute to the expectation that the government will support Intel over other chip companies. If you are focused on the short term, then these sorts of deals may be beneficial, because you're going to get squeezed anyway, said Sarah Bauerl-Dansman, a political scientist and an associate professor of international studies at the Hamilton Lugar School of Global and International Studies at Indiana University. But, she cautioned, once the government gets involved in strategic decision-making, those strategic choices are no longer driven by market considerations. The president's growing entanglement with private enterprise also raises broader questions about a loss of protections for ordinary shareholders. We're used to controlling shareholders saying, "I want to get private benefits of control. I'm also the CEO. I want to get a $56 billion compensation package." We have ways of handling that, said Edward Rock, a professor of corporate governance at New York University. But if the government encouraged a company to shut down its offshoring plans, for example, we don't have doctrines in corporate law that allow us to analyze that situation. Rebuffing Mr. Trump's demands will not be easy. Suing the government is not likely a productive path, said Mr. Lakefet, the Sidley Austin lawyer. While the CHIPS Act does not expressly authorize the government to take equity stakes in companies receiving grants, it does have language that could be interpreted as giving the government broader authority, he said. The current playbook for companies to avoid the threat of a government stake or other extraordinary demands, corporate advisors say, is to continue what they are already doing to stay out of Mr. Trump's crosshairs. Scrubbing public websites of diversity, equity, and inclusion language, and making more visits to the president in Washington. Goldman Sachs's chief executive, David Solomon, for example, has visited Mr. Trump 4 times since he took office in January, according to 2 people with knowledge of these visits. That is an unusually high number for the bank's chief executive. Policy experts say they worry that this type of business climate is eroding the level playing field, that they believe is crucial to the country's long-term success. Who will want to invest in companies the administration is not backing? Asked Dan Ikenson, an economist and a trade expert. What will happen to promising firms that don't kiss Trump's ring? Anna Swanson contributed, reporting.
Yeah, this is concerning. And this is a little bit of a backtrack, but it is kind of related. Basically, having a 10% stake in AMD or in Intel gives the U.S. Well, I wonder if it's not a double dip. Anything that Intel does with China, the U.S. is going to make revenue off of. And the U.S. is going to make revenue off of tariffs. I wonder if maybe having a stake somehow or another, absolves Intel or AMD of tariffs. Not sure how that works, but this kind of leads into this story. Donald Trump gives update on tariff rebate checks for Americans. And I missed this part of it, part of the cabinet meeting yesterday. So I guess I was talking or something over it, but let's hear this.
President Donald Trump said Tuesday that there is a concept of a tariff rebate check for Americans. When asked by a reporter during his cabinet meeting for an update about the prospects for tariff rebate checks, the president said, "We have a lot of money coming in. It's coming in tremendous numbers. There's a concept of making a dividend to the people of this country who have paid a lot of taxes and got nothing for it. There's a possibility. Primarily, we want to pay down debt, but there's a possibility that we take a piece of it and make a dividend to the people. Why it matters." Shortly into his second term in the White House, Trump announced that he would increase levies on international goods being brought into the U.S. to usher in a golden age of America and correct trade imbalances. These tariffs are largely paid by U.S. companies and their consumers that bring goods into the country from abroad. Consumer confidence in the United States fell in August after a weaker-than-expected jobs report and amid Trump's new tariffs. The Consumer Confidence Index declined 1.3 points to 97.4 in August, the Conference Board said. Inflation has crept higher in recent months, though it is down from a peak of 9.1% 3 years ago. Tariffs have not spurred inflation as much as some economists worried, but are starting to lift the prices of heavily imported goods such as furniture, toys, and shoes. Consumer prices rose 2.7% in July from a year ago, above the Fed's target of 2%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core prices rose 3.1%. What to know? Customs duties collected under President Trump's tariff policies have surged in 2025, generating historic revenue for the U.S. Treasury. As of late July, collections totaled a record $150 billion for the year, including a July haul of nearly $28 billion, a monthly high for 2025. Fiscal year-to-date customs duty revenue has reached $108 billion, marking a nearly 95% increase compared to the same period in 2024. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said customs duty revenues could exceed $500 billion annually and approach $1 trillion as collections continue to climb. Trump told reporters last month that the country has so much money coming in that the administration is thinking about a little rebate, but the big thing we want to do is pay down debt. The president, who was preparing to depart for Scotland, noted, "But we're thinking about a rebate," later adding, "A little rebate for people of a certain income level might be very nice." Meanwhile, Senator Josh Hawley, Republican from Missouri, has proposed using the revenue from tariffs to provide direct payments to millions of Americans. According to Hawley, so far in 2025, tariffs have generated more than $100 billion for the U.S. In late July, Hawley introduced the American Worker Rebate Act, a proposal that would channel revenue from tariffs into direct payments for Americans. Under the plan, workers and families would receive a rebate check, modeled on the direct payments issued by Congress in 2020 during the pandemic. According to Hawley's office, the minimum payment would be $600 for each adult and dependent, so $2,400 for a family of four, with the potential for larger sums if tariff revenues grow. Americans deserve a tax rebate after 4 years of Biden policies that have devastated families' savings and livelihoods, Hawley said in a news release on July 28th. Like President Trump proposed, my legislation would allow hardworking Americans to benefit from the wealth that Trump's tariffs are returning to this country. Lawmakers have weighed in on the proposal, with some Republicans saying the national debt, currently sitting at more than $37 trillion, makes the idea a no-go. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky said last month that given the size of the debt, such an idea was ridiculous. "We're gonna basically borrow money to send it to the American people? There is no rebate if there's no money," Paul said. "I mean, it's the dumbest idea I've ever heard." Describing the idea as insane, Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio cited the debt and said the move would be extraordinarily inflationary. What happens next? Trump has not specified who would be eligible or the amount of the rebate. Update, August 26, 25, 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. This article was updated with new information and remarks. Update, August 26, 6:21 p.m. Eastern Time. This article was updated with new information and remarks. Related articles. California secessionists respond to
Let me stop
redistricting
that
war
here.
with Donald Trump.
Yeah, sounds like a bribe to me. $600, really? So this next, this is an opinion piece by Brett Stevens. He is a New York Times conservative columnist, in the ilk of, say, a George Will. And every now and again he writes something. Excuse me. Every now and again he writes something that's worth me playing here. And his commentaries on Donald Trump's assault on capitalism.
Donald Trump's assault on capitalism. This article is by Brett Stevens and read by an automated voice. Ask an American conservative what makes America great, and at least until about a week ago, he might have said that, among other virtues, it's a country in which the government stays out of the business of getting in business. Yes, there are exceptions. Fannie Mae and Amtrak come to mind, but their record of mismanagement and mediocrity would prove the conservatives' point. Other democratic countries have government-controlled champion enterprises, and some of them, like the Airbus consortium in Europe, sometimes do well. Yet the heavy hand of the state tends to lead to problems over time, including corruption, inefficiency, and a reluctance to let bad companies fail. But American conservatism under President Trump is changing into something unrecognizable. At least to those of us, silly us, who thought the movement had guiding principles beyond getting, wielding, and abusing power. Umpteenth case in point, the federal government becoming an equity shareholder in Intel. This month, Trump called for the resignation of Lip-Bu Tan, Intel's new chief executive, based on vague allegations that he had invested in Chinese technology companies that U.S. officials say have links to China's military. Tan is an American citizen who was born in Malaysia and raised in Singapore. Trump also decided to convert nearly $9 billion in government funding promised to Intel under the 2022 CHIPS Act, a piece of industrial policy intended to boost the U.S. semiconductor manufacturers, into an equity stake. You know what? I think the United States should be given 10% of Intel, Trump says he told Tan in a White House meeting on Friday. Tan speedily agreed. On Monday, Trump boasted on social media that he would make deals like that for our country all day long. If a Democratic president did this to Tan or any other American chief executive, Republicans would call it a political shakedown, an assault on capitalism, a loser for taxpayers. They'd be right. Intel, which had a $500 billion market cap at the turn of the century, is now at $107 billion. What's to keep it from going lower and taking taxpayers down with it? As for other arguments for investing in Intel, that it's systemically important to the U.S. economy, as the banks were in the 2008 financial crisis, that it's vital for national security, as the critical minerals industry is today, that it's a symbol of American industrial might, as, arguably, Boeing is, none of them hold water. The ecosystem of American chip makers, from NVIDIA to Micron to Qualcomm, is thriving. With about 110,000 workers worldwide at the end of last year, Intel pales in comparison with the largest U.S. companies. If Intel were to fail or stagger along for years to come, it would simply join the long gray line of America's corporate has-beens, from Sears to Chrysler to IBM to General Electric. Instead, Intel is about to become something much worse, a precedent. In a news release, the company insisted that the government's stake will be passive ownership, with no board representation or other governance or information rights. That's like letting a tiger into your house on the solemn promise that it won't raid the fridge or eat your children. Intel will now join the stable of other cowed and compliant corporations, universities and law firms, living in fear of the next Truth Social post, funding revocation or regulatory obstruction. And that's to say nothing of the FBI searches that could await those unlucky enough to have once served Trump with insufficient servility. Republicans now cheering Trump for his daily big dog performance should at least wonder what the consequences for America's economic freedom and competitiveness will be once he makes America statist again. Trump's personalized control of ever broader swaths of the economy based on ever thinner pretexts is the beginning of a long trend, with neither a political check nor a limiting principle. Especially since ever greater government control of private enterprise is usually a progressive goal, not a conservative one. A current of neo-socialism now runs through parts of MAGA land, particularly among those who confuse Catholic social teachings with economic reality. This crew should remember that in democratic politics, two can play the game. What the Trump administration did to 60 Minutes could be done by a left-wing administration to Fox News or Newsmax. And what Trump is doing with Intel could soon become a template for dozens, if not hundreds of U.S. companies, in which Uncle Sam demands a golden share. Last year I said that Republicans would regret a second Trump term, and that principled conservatives should not imagine he's on their side. To them, one can only say, it's going to get worse.
Yep. And I like that Brett Stevens understands that there will be another Democratic president, even if it's not in 2028. So this is a little bit of a backtrack because I just got this particular story. But the U.S. Transportation Department plans to take over D.C.'s Union Station. So I don't know what they're up to. Are they is this leading up to a revocation of home rule? So let's hear this. This, like I said, this just came out.
You're listening to U.S. Transportation Department plans to take over D.C.'s Union Station. A news story written by Rachel Weiner and read by an AI-generated voice. The Transportation Department is planning to take over management of D.C.'s Union Station, Secretary Sean P. Duffy announced Wednesday, in another example of the White House exerting power over the district as National Guard soldiers and federal law enforcement officers continue to patrol the city. It's not clear how dramatic the change will be for the transit hub, which connects regional trains and buses to the metro system. Duffy said it will involve a cooperative agreement with the nonprofit Union Station Redevelopment Corp., which controls the station, and Amtrak, which leases space from the USRC. Instead of being a point of pride, Washington's Union Station has fallen into disrepair, Duffy said in a statement. By reclaiming station management, we will help make this city safe and beautiful at a fraction of the cost. Troops have been posted in and around the station since President Donald Trump's August 11 takeover of city policing. White House officials held a news conference there last week that was repeatedly drowned out by protesters. Duffy said better security will be coming, along with new elevators and lighting and a roof replacement. The announcement comes hours before Duffy is set to join an inaugural ride on one of the Acela trains going into service this week between D.C. and Boston. His agency also has taken control of renovations at New York's Penn Station, putting Amtrak and former subway executive Andy Byford in charge. The Federal Railroad Administration, FRA, an agency within the Transportation Department, has owned the Union Station complex for 44 years, while the USRC manages the property. Until last year, a private real estate company controlled the retail inside the station. During the pandemic, as travel plummeted and crime spiked, Union Station, already suffering from declining retail and decaying infrastructure, suffered. Riders said incidents involving people in mental health crisis made them reluctant to spend time there. For years, Union Station's column and facade also was the backdrop for one of the city's biggest homeless encampments, frequently referred to by advocates as a stop of last resort for some of the district's most vulnerable residents. The National Park Service cleared the encampment in 2022, displacing dozens of unhoused adults, citing mounting concerns over public health and safety. Since then, the government has enforced a no-camping zone. The station's fortunes have improved. Amtrak seized control of the retail side of the building through eminent domain last year. New businesses have opened, and it is again crowded with commuters, tour groups, and shoppers. A new train platform was added this month, and a Wolfgang Puck restaurant is set to take over space on the upper level. The USRC has been working on a $10 billion expansion of the station under the leadership of Doug Carr, who managed the redevelopment of New York's Moynihan Train Hall. But occasional incidents continue. There was a fatal shooting in the station's parking garage in February, not long before Duffy's wife passed through. Marissa J. Lang contributed to this report. This is a developing story that will be updated.
Oh, goody. Well, it just so happens that the early bird catches the worm. I happened to see this short this morning, and I probably like the presenter more so than the topic. But what the hell? You can't have everything. Let's see here. Can I make it bigger? There we go.
Behind me, all of the military, and I want people to know exactly what Union Station is as to why this is ridiculous. Union Station in Washington, D.C. is literally a transportation hub. As you can see, where it is that I'm standing, these are people that are potentially going to eat, but everything that you can do in Union Station is catch the train. That includes the local Metro train, Amtrak, and the MARC train. Downstairs, you will find a food court with multiple places for people to sit, people to eat, people to wait, people to go to the bathroom. And if you see the escalators on both sides, these are people coming from and going to the bus. Are those buses for active duty, Imani B? No. It's the Greyhound, the Peter Pan, and whatever other national bus that exists that people are catching. This up here is the schedule for people to see their trains leaving and going. So why the hell would they deploy the military at Union Station, a travel hub? It's because unhoused people find some semblance of humanity here. They might be able to go to the bathroom, get some food, find shelter from the weather or other conditions versus having to have their encampments thrown away. So as opposed to providing people with the basic essentials that they need for living, they criminalize them and send the military with our tax dollars to go and stand guard of a transportation hub. So I am in.
Well, I was looking at her more than her message. I guess the takeaway is Union Station doesn't look like it's that dilapidated. It has literally been decades since I've been there, so I can't vouch personally. But did he really, Lupin? Oh shit! Now see, god damn it! Now see, that's a disappointment. Everybody, Lupin says Brian Kemp just sent troops to DC. It's fucking ridiculous. Why? I wonder if he's thinking about throwing his hat into the ring for 2028. I'll have to find that story, but thank you, Lupin, for letting me know. And by the way, many people do, toss, oh, hey, this just happened. I don't always follow up immediately, but this is, the type of audience we are. I talked, as a matter of fact, I talked up Governor Kemp today. I'm sorely disappointed. Kiss the boots of dear leader. Yeah, but I thought Brian Kemp, was kind of his own man, but I assessed him incorrectly. There is no reason to send more National Guard to DC at this point, unless they need more, like maybe Trump needs some concrete poured to cover up the rest of the lawn. He's gonna pave the White House. he's gonna turn Paradise into a parking lot, probably. Just turn the White House into Versailles, and he just needs more concrete layers. All right, so let's move on. I'm sorry to hear that, Lupin. Damn it. This is slip sliding away. America is changing, and we need a check and balance. We need to Democrats need to take the House, if for only to provide a bigger roadblock, because the courts can't seem to do it. So France summons U.S. Ambassador Kushner over unacceptable letter about rising anti-Semitism. And yesterday I actually had Kushner's bio. Charles Kushner is Jared Kushner's father. He spent a couple years in federal prison over some fraud bullshit. So he is a felon still, I think. He wound up receiving a pardon, but I don't think a pardon will absolve you, like clean the record. So the felony sticks. And maybe if Juan or somebody's in the audience, they can let me know. But pardoning you does not mean, hey, you're no longer a felon. But anyway, obviously, Charles Kushner was destined to be ambassador to France. We want a felon. We got a felon as president. We have a felon as ambassador to France. Okay. On Sunday, France summoned U.S. Ambassador Charles Kushner after his August 25 letter accused France of insufficient action against anti-Semitism, noting the 81st anniversary of the Allied liberation in Paris. Is he still trying to litigate the Dreyfus affair? What the fuck is he talking about? Officials note the rise has occurred since October 7, 2023, with French Interior Ministry data showing anti-Semitic acts rose from 436 in 2022 to 1,676 in 2023, then dipped to 1,570 last year. In his open letter, U.S. Ambassador Charles Kushner wrote, public statements haranguing Israel and gestures toward recognition of a Palestinian state embolden extremists, fuel violence, and endanger Jewish life in France. In today's world, anti-Zionism is oh my God, he really said that? In today's world, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, plain and simple. Well, no fucking wonder they summoned him. So no free speech for France. Paris responded that the allegations were unacceptable, and the U.S. State Department publicly stood by Kushner's comments, while Karen Enstrom, U.S. charge d'affaires in Paris, appeared Monday instead of Kushner, widening the rift. Amid wider Franco-U.S. tensions over trade and security, and not to mention, what's her name? Accusing the French First Lady of being a man. What? God damn it. I'm forgetting names all the time, but this was literally the black female version of Austin Powers. She's a man! Anyway, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accused French President Emmanuel Macron last month of fueling anti-Semitism by planning Palestinian state recognition, raising stakes for France's Jewish population of about 500,000. Bottom line is France wasn't the only country to do it. And anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism is the same thing as anti-Semitism? Oh my Lord. How inflammatory can a felon be on the world stage? Let's see here. What are you saying? Holy fuck, Dave. You do know that shoving gays back in the closet doesn't make the country less gay. It only makes it feel like it is. What did Dave say? America is a lot less gay. Short-term memory. Didn't they put National Guard troops? What does any of this have to do? See, let me go ahead and, since Dave has provided me the opportunity, didn't Republicans storm a Capitol in 2020? Okay, this whataboutism is old. Okay, Trump is 8 months in to his fifth year as president. Reverting back to what about Biden is not working. Stop it. Don't make me trash you, Dave. Ugh, America is less gay. Really? So, if I have a dozen eggs on the counter that I took from the chicken in the backyard, or the chickens in the backyard, and put them inside a styrofoam container and close the container, does the kitchen become less eggy? Do we have fewer eggs because they're not laying on the counter and you can see them? Or if you put them in a container, do the eggs still exist? Come on, Dave. You can do better than this. Don't make me put a Stanley W in the chat. So speaking of ambassadors who are offending the countries that they are representing the United States in, Denmark summons U.S. envoy after report of Americans carrying out influence operations in Greenland. And I suspect Ryan was one of these secret agents. Denmark's foreign minister had the top U.S. diplomat in the country summoned for talks after the main national broadcaster reported Wednesday that at least 3 people with connections to President Donald Trump, and I bet one of them was Ryan, have been carrying out covert influence operations in Greenland. Ryan was there a few months ago on vacation, supposedly. Trump has repeatedly said he seeks U.S. jurisdiction over Greenland, a vast semi-autonomous territory of Denmark. He's not ruled out military force to take control of the mineral-rich, strategically located Arctic island. Denmark, a NATO ally of the U.S. in Greenland, have said the island is not for sale and condemned reports of the U.S. gathering intelligence there. Danish broadcaster DR, Danish radio maybe, reported Wednesday that government and security sources, which it didn't name, as well as unidentified sources in Greenland in the U.S., believe that at least 3 Americans with connections to Trump have been carrying out covert influence operations in the territory. So, you know what? Next time Ryan appears in this chat, we are literally going to have a talk. I thought he was having fun over there. It's almost like a Hogan's Heroes sort of thing. Let's see. Didn't Dems set the country on fire in the name of St. Floyd? January 6th doesn't compare. Old news, old litigation, going back in the past. And whataboutism, Dave? You're not winning this argument. Stay down. You've already been counted out. So let's see. Oops, damn it. What about yeah, I don't. Why do people constantly come into this chat wanting to bring up Biden? I'm literally lost. See, it works on a like a black conservative channel. They don't quite know what to do with me, I suspect. I don't buy the bullshit or the easy, second rate, third tier intelligence whataboutism point. Who cares about Biden? With all due respect, he is not president. Donald Trump is. But they're following their dear leader who wants to constantly talk about Biden. It's almost, in a way, it's almost insulting the intelligence of Americans like myself. We know that Trump is president now. You can't fool us. So let's see what else we got here. Oh, this is Abrego Garcia. They have taken him back into custody as we knew they would. And a judge has specifically said he cannot be deported for now. The man has been accused of no crime. He was here legally they made a mistake, and this is really just a face-saving exercise. Dude, this is literally not a good look.
Simon, thank you for being here. Obviously, it's been a very busy day for you. Talk to me first about your client. What is he doing now? Have you been able to have any contact with him? What's his state of mind?
So Mr. Abrego Garcia was, separated from his family for about half a year. Finally, on Friday afternoon, he was released from the jail in Tennessee. He made his way up to Maryland, arrived around 3 a.m. at Saturday morning. His whole family was there to meet him. He spent the whole weekend getting, together with his family and friends and reuniting. We knew all along that detention was a very real possibility at this ICE check-in this morning. It's really unfortunate that they chose to do that. There was no need. He was already on electronic monitoring, practically house arrest. But in any event, they did choose to take him into detention this morning.
And how did his family respond to that? Even though they were prepared to see him potentially detained once again, it seemed like a pretty emotional scene there in the courtroom.
Yeah, it's a real yo-yo of emotions. I mean, to go from not even knowing if he's dead or alive when he was being held incommunicado in El Salvador to having him back in the United States, but behind bars, several states away, then having him back in the house, and now again in yet another detention center. It's been quite the roller coaster for them. But remember, this is someone who understood that he was out of the woods from an immigration perspective. He won his case in 2019. He thought he was fine. And now it's been all of this.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about what comes next. As Gary pointed out, there's an evidentiary hearing before he can be deported, which is something that you fought for and won. Are you confident the Trump administration is going to abide by the court orders and not deport your client to Uganda before this evidentiary hearing takes place?
Yes, and the judge made very clear to get the Department of Justice attorney on the record as sort of repeating back her instructions, as it were, at the hearing, the telephonic hearing this afternoon, and confirmed that they will not remove him pending this evidentiary hearing. It's really crazy that I have to file a federal lawsuit to sort of, establish the position that someone can't be put on a plane and deported while they're waiting for the hearing to determine whether or not they can be deported, right? Like, that ought to be obvious, but here we are.
I mean, is that happening even more than we realize to potential clients who don't have the same high profile or notoriety that Abrego Garcia has?
It really is. I mean, I must have gotten, since the Abrego Garcia case blew up, I must have gotten about 15 emails from different immigration lawyers saying, yeah, my client was also erroneously deported, even though he had a stay of removal. What do I do? And this whole business with third country removals is really brand new. It's just something that started. We thought that Abrego Garcia was, sort of a one-of-a-kind case, but it turned out really to just be the tip of the spear.
And so you filed a lawsuit today, which you hope will prevent him from being deported. What's the status of that lawsuit, and what are the next steps?
So he's got the right to essentially, fight out a case as to any particular country that they want to designate that he deems his, would be inappropriate, that his safety would be at risk in that country, or more critically, that hasn't given him assurances that they're not going to just turn around and redeport him to El Salvador, right? So Uganda, even if they were to name Spain as the country, unless they've got guarantees that he can stay in that country, all it is really just a way station on the way right back to El Salvador, where it's already been established that he can't go.
Yeah.
And that's what we have from Costa Rica right now. Assurances of refugee status, assurances that they will not redeport him.
So is it your expectation here that it's not a matter of if he'll be deported, but when he is deported and where he's deported to?
Yeah, look, I mean, if the government really wanted to remove him from this country as quickly as possible, we could work that out tomorrow. Right? I mean, Costa Rica is a perfectly reasonable option.
And how long do you think it's going to take for this whole process to play itself out?
I don't know. And part of the issue is, why do they have the right to detain him, keep him behind bars, to send him to Uganda, which is basically, it seems like, chosen at random by throwing darts at a map on the wall, when there's a perfectly reasonable country that's already offered him refugee status.
So the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, talked about your client today earlier in the Oval Office. I want to play a little bit of that for you.
We've got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country. He's currently charged with human smuggling, including children. The guy needs to be in prison.
He's not charged with it.
He doesn't need to be on the
Those
streets like all
charges
these
were
liberals
dropped.
want him to be.
So what's your reaction and the characterization that she has of your client?
I mean, 5 courts have looked at this case, from the original immigration judge in 2019 all the way up through the U.S. Supreme Court, now the 2 judges in Tennessee, the magistrate judge and the district judge, and not one of them has agreed with that characterization once they actually have evidence filed in court.
But do you feel like you need to or will fight these accusations against him here in the United States, or are you more focused on the deportation end of this?
Yeah, I'm really focused on making sure that they don't have, excessively prolonged detention in terrible conditions in an ICE detention center for no reason when there's a reasonable possibility that's already on the table.
Okay. All right, Simon, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here, and please keep us up to date with the latest on your client.
Good to be back.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, John. Good to see you. Don't care. I talked about a story earlier. Charges were dropped. It's a weird quirk of the U.S. legal system. If something is obtained illegally, the charges get dropped. So I don't know about the dashboard camera, but what I'm talking about is a kid who wound up in D.C. being detained, and he had weapons. I assume they were pistols or something in his backpack, or assault rifles or something. But whatever they were, he was detained, and he went to court, and charges were dropped because he was profiled and illegal search and seizure. So what if he was caught on camera? The camera doesn't matter. Five judicial entities, 5 courts, including the Supreme Court, have not charged him with anything. Currently, he has no charges against him. No criminal charges. He's never been convicted of criminal charges. Doesn't matter what's on camera. So that's that. And to Deacon Dave's point that America is better off, is it? Okay, if they can do this with someone who is legally here, who has an American citizen wife and 2 American citizen children, if they can deport him without criminal charges, is America better off? Because I can tell you right now, this is a slippery slope. And y'all may think I'm sounding the alarm, but all of a sudden these things, these guardrails, are being either pushed aside, demolished, or just kind of we're pretending they're not there. You've got a businessman buying stakes into companies supposedly for the benefit of the U.S. So we're no longer a free market economy. The government wants to get a cut of corporations. So instead of charging, instead of taxing the companies, we just become, as a country, a member of the board or 10% stakeholder. Change it through legislation, change it through debate, not by a fucking very sick, physically sick old man with like a terminal case of megalomania. Okay, Trump is literally unwell, and the bad thing is he doesn't live forever. No one else can do what he's doing. It's all going to come crashing down. And 2026, for all of what Trump is trying to do, and there's stories out there. Now these are at the state level, but there's a Democrat who won a state Senate seat in a Republican district. And there's another, and I can't remember which state, but Trump is going to be Trump through the rest of his term, be it end, however it ends. But the bottom line is that you're already starting to see changes. Iowa, the Republicans had a super majority in the Senate, and all of a sudden they don't. In Iowa, there's an ebb and a flow, or, the pendulum swings back and forth. And Donald Trump gave that pendulum such a shove. The dude is not subtle. He's not smart. And you know what? He's got a grand ballroom. He's got a grand ballroom to build. Where does he get the time to do more stupid stuff? So, Justice Department backs. Oh, speaking of Abrego Garcia, Justice Department backs lawsuit seeking to end grants for Hispanic serving colleges. There's mission creep. This racist, this white supremacy is on mission creep. Now it's Hispanic serving colleges, calling them unconstitutional. I don't even know how that could be a thing, but the Trump administration said Friday it will not defend a decades-old grant program for colleges with large numbers of Hispanic students that is being challenged in court, declaring the government believes the funding is unconstitutional. Probably something about race. In a memo sent to Congress, the Justice Department said it agrees with the lawsuit attempting to strike down grants that are reserved for colleges and universities where at least a quarter of the undergraduates are Hispanic. Congress created the program in 1998 after finding Latino students were attending college and graduating at far lower rates than white students. Justice Department officials argued the program provides an unconstitutional advantage based on race or ethnicity. The state of Tennessee and the Anti-Affirmative Action Organization sued the U.S. Education Department in June, asking a judge to halt the Hispanic Serving Institution program. Tennessee argued all of its public universities serve Hispanic students, but none meet the arbitrary ethnic threshold to be eligible for the grants. So it's really about money. We're not getting the money, so no one can get the money. These schools miss out on tens of millions of dollars because of discriminatory requirements, the lawsuit said. See, don't modify the program, just scrap it. If we can't have it, nobody's going to have it. We don't want to share. Fucking Tennessee. FEMA workers put on leave after letter criticizing Trump administration, Washington Post reports. These FEMA workers ought to be grateful that President Trump is employing them at all. On Tuesday, FEMA placed several employees on paid administrative leave after they signed a letter criticizing recent agency policies and leadership. On Monday, a letter was sent to Congress and the FEMA Review Council by agency employees, cautioning that the Trump administration's extensive reorganization might undermine disaster response efforts. Well, of course it might. They criticized, since everybody wants to talk about Joe Biden, they criticized Joe Biden for slow FEMA responses and all this stuff. So what does Trump do? He doesn't make it a better organization. He just trashes it and then suspends, about 140 employees. There was no flood in Texas, according to this decision. We don't need those 140 employees. The response in Texas was good enough. This is fucking sad. Yeah, and you know what? This is, well, Uncle Fatty, you know it as well as I do. Memphis is a black city. And I don't know if their mayor is black, but that's how Republican states decide that, oh, hey, you know what? It's a black problem. We racialize the crime. Stevie Ray is rolling in his grave. We racialize the crime. This is literally be brave level intelligence running the show right now. And then Marsha Blackburn is going to run for governor. That's going to be an improvement. Define a woman. You remember Marsha Blackburn? Good looking woman. Oh, it gets even better. Now, this makes no sense to me at all. Trump floats changing Defense Department to Department of War. There was a reason that it was changed to the Department of Defense. Now, why is a no new wars president wanting to change the Defense Department to the Department of War? Someone has to help me with this one. President Trump on Monday floated returning the Department of Defense to its prior name, the Department of War, arguing the name it has held since the 1940s is it's too defensive? I remember this comment now. We want to be defensive, but we want to be offensive too. Well, sir, mission accomplished. If we have to be, the president told reporters during a Monday afternoon. This is like the most boneheaded fucking excuse I've heard. Let me read this again. We want to be defensive, but we want to be offensive too if we have to be, the president told reporters during a Monday afternoon Oval Office event. I'm not going to even bother reading this. This is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard. We want to be offensive. Well, you didn't need to change the department name to be offensive there, President Trump. It's de facto. All right, video. Army veteran detained outside White House after burning American flag. Well, if you haven't heard, Donald Trump is attempting to subvert First Amendment rights by, trying to impose penalties on people who burn the flag. Now, burning a flag actually, in the right circumstances, is an approved method of disposing of an old flag or any flag. But this is a 22-year Army veteran who is offended, and he says, hey, you know what? I'm protesting for the First Amendment. So let's watch this.
A man burning an American flag in protest arrested just hours after President Trump signed a number of executive orders leaning into D.C. crime and law and order nationwide. One of those executive orders attempting to ban burning American flags. Let's get to Stephanie Ramirez. She's outside the White House this morning with more for us. Steph?
Good morning, Steve. That incident happening in Lafayette Park, just outside of the White House behind us here, sometime around 6:30 yesterday evening. Now, it's not clear if this man is going to be charged under the new executive.
I do think he was charged, but a judge will drop the charges, I hope. But here's the deal. The reason this man had room to burn is because Donald Trump got rid of all the homeless and other protesters that were out there. So he had plenty of room, to burn the flag. He wasn't in danger of burning anybody else.
Executive order. Park police tell us he was taken into custody for the violation of prohibited fire. We don't know the man's name either. What we are being told is that he is an Army combat veteran who purposefully lit this flag on fire in protest of the president's actions. Those actions coming down Monday. This is President Donald Trump issuing a number of executive orders leaning into the D.C. crime, the federal takeover, and the administration's focus on law and order. Now, these new executive orders, they not only seek to have anyone who burns or desecrates an American flag be prosecuted and spend a year in jail, but it also issues directives like requiring the Secretary of Defense to begin training and creating a specialized unit with the D.C. National Guard that can be deputized to enforce federal law. The president also wants the country's National Guards trained and ready to respond to civil disturbances. Another big one targeting D.C., the executive order to get rid of cashless bond, something D.C. leaders argue goes against crime data. The D.C. ACLU arguing, quote, the president is furthering his dangerous performative abuse of power in D.C. and that it can actually have a negative effect on public safety by separating people from their support networks, jobs, and housing. Now, I do want to note the D.C. Council did change the law to hold more people pre-trial in recent years, and it's something council members say have contributed to D.C.'s lowering crime rates before the federal surge began. Here's the president.
Somebody kills somebody, they go in, don't worry about it, no cash, come back in a couple of months, we'll give you a trial. You never see the person again.
Now, as residents of D.C. have been protesting and recording arrests to serve as witnesses under the federal surge, there is also a new investigation into the alleged D.C. police manipulation of crime data. Monday, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said that there were accusations that homicides were being reported as accidents instead of murders. The House Oversight Committee now investigating allegations, confirming they received credible information. D.C. police have not responded to a colleague's request on this, but when I asked the mayor about this last week, she said they would cooperate and answer all questions. Guys?
All right, well, my beloved public broadcast cuts hit rural areas, revealing a political shift. Well, no doubt there has been one of those. So we will always yield for public radio and hear what they have to say. This article is a bit longish, so probably won't have the patience to hear all of it, but the pictures alone are beautiful.
Public broadcast cuts hit rural areas, revealing a political shift. This article is by Megan Monero and read by an automated voice. As senators gathered at the Capitol last month to debate legislation to allow President Trump to zero out funding for public broadcasting, a siren and public service message rang out more than 4,000 miles away in this small town in the Aleutian Islands. Attention! A tsunami warning has been issued for this area, the message said. Move to high ground immediately. Tune to your local radio station for details. Residents of Unalaska, Alaska, hopped into their cars and tuned to KUCB, the only local station on the island, to listen for live updates as they drove uphill and away from danger. The next day, the Senate passed the bill, acceding to Mr. Trump's demand to cancel funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which provides money for KUCB and stations like it all over the country that serve listeners in remote areas, many in Alaska reachable only by plane, boat, or, in the winter, ice bridge. That has left 245 public broadcasting grantees in rural communities, including 27 stations in Alaska, at risk of going off the air. It has also pointed to a profound shift in Congress, where for decades lawmakers would regularly wheel and deal on major legislation, going up against their own president if necessary, to protect their constituents. That was the case this summer for Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican of Alaska, who defied Mr. Trump and tried unsuccessfully to salvage the public broadcasting funding, and then when she failed, broke with her party to vote against the bill. But in a Senate remade by Mr. Trump's threats of political retribution, Ms. Murkowski found herself in a lonely fight, with her fellow Republicans declining to join her in moving to protect funding for stations that serve as a lifeline of communication for many rural Americans. In an interview, Ms. Murkowski said Republicans, fear of the president's wrath apparently overrode their concern for their own constituents, prompting them to oppose her efforts. And she agreed with Alaskans who said the public broadcasting fight had prompted them to wonder whether Congress could even work at all. They're right, she said. It has also raised questions about whether someone like Ms. Murkowski can still be effective in Donald Trump's Senate. You had, I think, a blind allegiance to the president's desires when it came to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, she said. Ms. Murkowski said she was not averse to scaling back federal spending, but, quote, what I do object to is when we, as the authorizers and the appropriators, do our job, and then we have the White House come around and say, we don't care what you did. We want you to do this. Now public radio stations across the country are cutting staff and scaling back services to keep from going dark. Many Alaska stations depended on the grants for more than 50% of their annual budget. At KUCB, which lost a more than $289,000 federal grant it was expecting this year, the station manager, Lauren Adams, has scaled back the number of reporters in the newsroom and is examining, quote, every nickel and dime on that budget sheet, even considering eliminating her own position after more than 2 decades with the station. But to report local news or go live on air during an emergency requires in-person staff. With KUCB down to just 1 reporter on the island full-time, Ms. Adams said she did not know how the station would continue doing so in the event of a possible tsunami, flood, or even volcanic ashfall. I worry about what will happen when we have an emergency alert situation, Ms. Adams said. When the president went to war with public broadcasting, he accused the Public Broadcasting Service and National Public Radio of liberal bias and said taxpayers should not be forced to fund them. Any Republican that votes to allow this monstrosity to continue broadcasting will not have my support or endorsement, Mr. Trump wrote on social media in July. But the Corporation for Public Broadcasting spent a majority of its budget on grants for local stations, many of which have little in common with the larger ones that have drawn the ire of Mr. Trump and Republicans. We are not NPR, Ms. Adams said. We are an independent nonprofit that's providing a super localized service to a very small community, very, very, very far away from Washington. Unalaska, where eagles nest in the hillsides, is home to about 200 year-round residents, but the town also boasts the largest fishing port in the United States by volume, and its population swells with seasonal workers in the high season. Even in the age of cell phones and Wi-Fi, residents said radios here were constantly tuned to KUCB, which brings them local news and emergency alerts, as well as city council meetings, high school basketball games, and public health programs on topics ranging from the seasonal flu to suicide prevention. None of that is political or trying to hurt Republicans, said Greg Walter, a nurse practitioner at the only medical facility on the island. It's a necessary resource for a small, isolated community. Mr. Walter said he relied on KUCB having him on the air to share medical advice to prevent conditions that are hard to treat on the island. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Sierra Tucker was pregnant with her first child. With no obstetrician in Unalaska, she had to travel to the mainland for care. She closely tracked travel restrictions, case counts, and changes to quarantine rules. And you only got that through KUCB, she said. Ben Knowles, the director of Fire and Emergency Medical Services in Unalaska, depends on KUCB for his emergency response plans. In my line of work, redundancy is something that is one of the top 3 things that we talk about when it comes to preparedness, Mr. Knowles said. So the more channels that you can have to get a message out, whether that be a lockdown, whether that be a hazardous materials release in the area, or an evacuation notice, the more you're going to capture. Theo Greenlee, who reports for KUCB and partner stations in Sandpoint and St. Paul, said KUCB's newsroom was the only one in the Aleutian and Pribilof region, with reporters on the ground to cover not only natural disasters, but also the major regional fisheries and international shipping corridor. You're not just giving up stories about a school bake sale, he said, we're necessary. Several station managers across Alaska said they worried their station would end up with nothing more than an antenna to rebroadcast content created in Juneau, Anchorage, or elsewhere in the country. That robust coverage that you need in the event of an emergency, that won't be there, said Kristen Hall, the station manager at KYUK in Bethel, Alaska, which broadcasts in both English and Yupik, an indigenous language commonly spoken in the region. Raising donations to keep stations on the air in rural Alaska, where some households still collect human waste in quote-quote honey buckets, is not realistic, she added. Margaret Sutherland, a reporter at KDLG in Dillingham, Alaska, said the radio was a basic mode of communication for some residents in the area who did not have cell phones or reliable service. But with only 2 people on staff, the station is as bare bones as we can be without shuddering, Ms. Sutherland said. Ms. Murkowski was not the only Republican to express concern about the public broadcasting cuts. Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota also warned that the reductions would negatively affect emergency alerts for rural regions, including among Native Americans in his home state. But he ultimately voted against Ms. Murkowski's bid to protect public broadcasting money for local stations and in favor of the bill. Mr. Rounds said he did so after securing a pledge from the White House to redirect $9.4 million in unspent climate funds to tribal radio stations. Alaska's other Republican Senator Dan Sullivan.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and stop it here. We're starting to talk about the bean counting. And let's see here. Got a couple international stories here. Australia accuses Iran of anti-Semitic arson attacks, expels the ambassador. Oh, that's some serious stuff.
You're listening to Australia accuses Iran of anti-Semitic arson attacks, expels ambassador, a news story written by Grace Moon and Mohammed El Chama, and read by an AI-generated voice. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese accused the Iranian government on Tuesday of orchestrating 2 anti-Semitic arson attacks in the country in the past year, announcing diplomatic retaliation that includes the expulsion of Iran's ambassador. The Australian Security Intelligence Organization has gathered enough credible intelligence to reach a deeply disturbing conclusion that the Iranian government directed at least 2 of these attacks, Albanese said at a news briefing in Canberra, following an investigation into anti-Semitic incidents in Australia. One of the incidents assessed by intelligence officials was an arson attack in October on Lewis's Continental Kitchen, a kosher cafe in Sydney's eastern suburb. 2 months later, a synagogue in Melbourne sustained extensive damage after it was set on fire. One congregant was injured in the second attack, local media reported. These were extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression orchestrated by a foreign nation on Australian soil, said Albanese, accusing Iran of directing both attacks. In a statement Tuesday, Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Bakayai said Tehran rejected any accusation of anti-Semitism and was weighing its response, according to Iran's semi-official Mehr news agency. Iran's foreign ministry did not respond to a request for further comment by email Tuesday. Albanese's news conference came as an Iranian delegation was scheduled to meet Tuesday in Geneva for nuclear talks with British, French, and German officials who have threatened to reimpose UN sanctions if Iran does not limit enrichment and restore cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. The determination of Iran's involvement came after security agencies investigated dozens of incidents targeting Jewish communities in Australia, said Mike Burgess, Australia's intelligence chief at the news conference. Our painstaking investigation uncovered and unpicked the links between the alleged crimes and the commanders in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, said Burgess, adding that the IRGC attempted to hide its involvement through a web of proxy actors. Intelligence officials concluded that it was also likely Iran directed additional attacks. Since the October 7, 2023, Hamas-led attack on Israel and Israel's resulting war in Gaza, attacks targeting Australia's Jewish community have prompted authorities to set up a counter-terrorism task force and increase patrols. Albanese said the government also would legislate to designate the IRGC as a terrorist organization, joining the United States in doing so. In response to the intelligence determination, Australian officials will expel 3 Iranian diplomats alongside Iranian Ambassador Ahmad Sadeghi, Albanese said. In addition, Australia has suspended operations at its embassy in Tehran and relocated its diplomats to a safe third country, he said. Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong said it marked the first time since World War II that Australia had expelled an ambassador. These extraordinary and dangerous acts of aggression orchestrated by a foreign nation on Australian soil have crossed a line, she said. Australia is among a number of Western nations to step up its monitoring of Iranian networks in recent months. In June, as Israel and Iran traded missile strikes for almost 2 weeks, The Washington Post reported that the FBI and its counterparts in Europe and the Middle East had stepped up their scrutiny of cells and networks with suspected Iranian links, according to officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity, citing the secrecy around such operations. In Germany and France, local media reported that officials had also increased security around synagogues and other Jewish sites. In a statement Tuesday, the president of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, Daniel Agian, said the attacks amounted to an affront against our nation and our sovereignty. He added, "These were attacks that deliberately targeted Jewish Australians, destroyed a sacred house of worship, caused millions of dollars of damage, and terrified our community." Australia is home to about 120,000 Jews and includes the largest per capita share of Holocaust survivors outside of Israel, according to the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany. The expulsions were announced the same day as an Iranian delegation was scheduled to meet in Geneva for nuclear talks with British, French, and German officials, who have threatened to reimpose UN sanctions if Iran does not limit enrichment and restore cooperation with the IAEA. Iran halted inspections by the nuclear watchdog after a war with Israel in June.
Very interesting. Thought I heard France basically proving that that Rabbi Charles Kushner is wrong. These guys, God damn it, dude, these people. Let's see. Lupin, to be honest, I'm not the greatest economic/business person. I would be looking to get rid of the government out of my boardroom or out of my shareholder base ASAP. So, if Intel actually winds up thriving to the extent that they can buy out the government, and I haven't read details, maybe there is, what would it be? Would it be something like a golden parachute where, if you hit this level of profitability, we will accept this amount of money to sell, that 10% share back to the company directly? I wouldn't put that 10% on the market. I would want to buy those stocks back and hold them, privately or within the company. So, but you and Brian, I'm not in your league. So you tell me. But I don't think the government is guaranteed to let that company thrive. Shit, if you go out and you buy a computer, you don't even see made with Intel anymore. So honestly, I don't know. I'm not that good with economics and business. I'm, as a matter of fact, there's a reason, I don't own my own company. I can barely run this YouTube channel. I really should be working on how to get this thing monetized and a business plan and all that. But all that sort of shit bores me. So anybody who wants to volunteer to be my business advisor, my email address is in that crawl at the bottom. Feel free to contact me. But anyway, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button while you're here. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. My business plan is to be monetized in maybe 7.5 years now. It could happen. And outrage after Israel kills 5 journalists. So, this is actually kind of an old news story. I think it happened over the weekend. And I meant to deal with it yesterday, but, I got sidetracked. This supposedly happened over a mounted camera on a hospital building, and the solution was to bomb it. I just what brainiac over a camera that could possibly have been tracking IDF movement? Why not just climb the stairs and rappel down the wall, the outside wall if you need to, and just dismantle the camera? Why do you need to be this destructive? You'll never be able to convince me there wasn't a better way. These guys, and this is me having been in the Navy, I kind of know how people will take, military people and naval people will take the easy way out. Hey, why send 10 guys to risk their life when we can just drop a bomb? It is so easy to take the easy way out, and it's obviously not always the right decision. I'm kind of sorry. I heard a radio report or, a voice report. Maybe it was a YouTube clip, but when I heard it was just over a camera, I'm just like, you know what? I'm out. That is just the most cruel, boneheaded, lazy thing I can think of. And it was on a hospital. So let's move into a couple science stories here. This kind of excited me. DNA sequencing of ancient remains by Colombian scientists reveals unknown human lineage. And I'm guessing it's probably one of those American Aboriginals that a lot of what did this dude call himself last night? An indigenous, was it? I forget the word he used, but basically it's one of these notions that Black Americans were actually, our origins are Aboriginal even before, what we know as Native Americans. There were native or pre-Native Americans who had African origins. And if you ever ask them about timelines, they pretty much never match. But anyway, scientists in Colombia discovered a previously unknown human lineage by fully sequencing ancient remains near Bogota, adding complete genomes from 6 Chekwa group individuals to the project. I hope I pronounced that right. Chekwa, named for Nimicon municipality, consists of partial remains from some 30 people and one mostly intact skull belonging to a population about 6,000 years old. Anatomical analysis shows the Chekwa skull is more elongated than others and exhibits abscesses on the right front upper jaw, indicating tooth loss to infection. Dr. Jose Vicente Rodriguez noted. Researchers say the group may have been a nomadic hunter-gatherer community with no known descendants. Oh, wow. Dr. Andrea Casas said, "We work with the remains that are available. Other remains excavated between 1987 and 2003 shared genetics with Panama, indicating migration from the Bering Strait 20,000 years ago." While Dr. Andrea Casas said, "We found individuals from the pre-ceramic period here have a lineage that hasn't been reported." So 20,000 years is when they talk about migration from across the Bering Strait into North America. The earliest known recorded attempt at Africans heading west from the west coast of Africa was nowhere near 20,000 years ago. That's literally like 20 millennia ago. Don't know where some of these folks are getting their stuff from. So I want to look at this report from Tennessee, and then we will go into this one long history video from Gerald Horn that I want to look at. And I'm not sure, it's 9:31. This may not be that long a broadcast. I have like 5 or 6 hours worth of videos that I've just been putting off showing because they're all long. And that might be the Saturday or Friday show because I really want to get through them, mainly because I haven't seen them. But let's see. This is WSMV4 investigates in Hartsville, Tennessee, I think. So let's have a look.
It reveals the stunning number of innocent people wrongfully arrested by THP.
Court records shows that troopers have arrested 15 people for DUI whose blood work later came back showing they were completely sober.
It's the latest findings in Chief Investigative Reporter Jeremy Finley's sobering problem investigations. Jeremy, just to reiterate here, these are 15 people who were charged with a crime in which they were completely innocent.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. And it's important to say these are only cases that we have discovered through attorney sources or the drivers themselves contacting us. The latest driver to tell his story is Carl Binkley, whose arrest, as you're about to see, left him in tears.
Trooper Thompson, I went patrol, ready for the stop. Y'all over the road, man. You almost hit that semi.
Just 2 minutes and 24 seconds into being pulled over on July 17th of last year.
Anything drink tonight? What's that?
Carl Binkley explains the personal reason he's not drunk.
6 years clean and sober. I got addicted to pain pills. But me wearing my recovery on my sleeve and to be proud of how far I've came, it was pretty bad.
It's why he did not hesitate when asked this question.
If I was asked you to perform standardized field sobriety, you got any problem doing that? I don't.
I felt like I did pretty good on it. They disagreed.
You're putting place on your wrist and take you out. Are you kidding me? You want to talk to my sponsee that I just... Oh, no, man, listen to me, okay? It's based on my experience and my training. I'm telling you, man to man, I don't do drugs, I don't drink.
And his blood work would later confirm it. No alcohol, no drugs in his system.
I was upset from day one. When they put the handcuffs on me, I was upset. I lost all my respect for THP that night.
Binkley is now the 15th Tennessean, according to court records, to be completely sober and arrested for DUI by a state trooper.
It's a problem. I've been watching the stories. It's a problem.
And our Sobering Problems investigations reveal it isn't just troopers arresting innocent people in one part of the state. Binkley was arrested in Coffee County, Stephanie Fair in Davidson County, Candace Slate, Wilson County, Labrisha Beatty, Giles County, Reed Hawley, Sevier County, Nate Collins, Marion County, Thomas Maness, Monroe County, Henry Esslinger, Haywood County. And these 7 people were arrested in Williamson County by the same trooper.
They certainly need to do a better job of training.
Attorney Eric Larson has represented 3 sober drivers arrested by a state trooper for DUI.
I think this is a product of a systematic failure from the top down.
You're putting a lot of trust in the people.
At the top of the THP is Colonel Matt Perry. For months, WSMV4 Investigates has been asking for an interview with Perry. Once again, the THP told us they had no one available to do an interview. We wrote back and said we pushed back our deadline to offer more time, but no one responded. So last week, WSMV4 Investigates came to a THP press conference. But after he was done speaking, Perry took no questions and immediately got into a car with a driver. Colonel, this is Jeremy Finley with Channel 4. And drove away. We were unable to ask him about drivers like Binkley.
I've had to start taking mental health meds, anxiety and depression meds.
And what happened when innocent drivers charged with DUI get that call from their attorneys telling them their blood work showed they were sober.
I literally pulled over on the side of the interstate and I cried.
Oh, God.
Now, I do want to add that the trooper who arrested Carl Binkley did find pills in a Ziploc bag in his car. But Binkley says those pills turned out to be prescription medication for heartburn, as well as Tylenol. Because the THP isn't answering my questions, I've now filed a series of open records requests, seeking emails and other documentation to learn more about their DUI training. We'll report back with those findings.
Wow. So, I know, I just found that actually disturbing. That's a lot of people. You know, there are jobs involved. There are companies that will fire your ass, you know, for stuff like that. I know when I was in the military, by the time, you know, you get the lawyer and, you know, they clear you, you might be gone from the military. They started cracking down on that sort of thing back in the early 1990s. So, yeah, that's a big deal. So anyway, we're going to look at this. This is, I think I mentioned this earlier. It's Gerald Horne, my favorite male historian. He's written a new book, or maybe it's out next year, called The Capital of Slavery. Basically, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865. Washington was actually fairly interesting when it came to slavery. There are a lot of period pieces that kind of cover it. There was a PBS period piece that was like it wasn't exactly a mini drama. It was one of these things where they do like 5 episodes over a couple years, but it was pretty good, and it covers DC during the Civil War. And during the Civil War, DC had slavery, and the Emancipation Proclamation, I honestly can't remember. It must have covered DC. But in any case, this is Gerald Horne, the vaunted Gerald Horne, one of the, oddly enough, principal architects of the 1619 Project. He was just one of the consultants. But there are more and more. I have a podcast I need to listen to. There are more and more people that are starting to be of the mind that the fear of the loss of slavery played a bigger part in why the American Revolution happened than we give it credit for, even if it wasn't a principal cause, especially in the South. If you know anything about the Constitutional Convention, and actually during the Declaration of Independence, Georgia and South Carolina were basically slavery shall not be messed with. And Georgia, if I recall, Georgia and South Carolina were the last two colonies to agree to be states, because it was basically England allowing for the freedom of escaped slaves that convinced Georgia and South Carolina to even agree to it. Just that fact alone gives some credence to the idea that, hey, Georgia, South Carolina were like, hey, what the fuck? You know, England's letting our slaves go if our slaves escape and make it behind English lines. And then that's backed up with the fact that George Washington and other negotiators demanded that former slaves / property be returned as a part of the peace negotiations, and Britain just said, nope, we made a promise. It's also partially a reason for the War of 1812, if I recall. Could be wrong about that, but probably not. So anyway, Gerald Horne, everybody.
Welcome to Coming from Left Field, where we have conversations about politics, books, and current events with your host, Greg Goddles and Pat Cummings.
This is the station I hope to be one day, complete with banjo.
This week, President Trump proclaimed on his social media account that museums all over the country are the last remaining vestiges of woke. He was troubled explicitly that, quotes, the Smithsonian is out of control, where everything discussed is how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, close quotes. So, add to Trump's call for the return of the Confederate insignia and statues honoring Robert E. Lee, the censoring of museums referencing that slavery was bad. Yes, this is really happening. Let's discuss. Well, warm greetings. We're here with Dr. Gerald Horne today, discussing his new book, capital slavery, Washington, D.C., 1800 to 1865. And as we were talking before we started taping, oh my goodness, you did a nice job with this book. And it is so timely with all the things going on with the Trump administration and the Smithsonian and problems we're having with American history being suppressed. So tell us about what brought you to this book. You've written many books about slavery and revolutions before. Tell us about this book.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. Second of all, let me put this work in a historiographical context. It has not received sufficient attention, in my estimation, but there is fundamentally a schism in the historiography with regard to the early republic and the roots of the early republic. You see this in the book by perhaps the most garlanded Black historian of his generation, the late Tyler Stovall of UC Berkeley, his book, White Freedom. You see this in the work of the paramount Black intellectual, speaking of Ishmael Reed, now approaching 90, headquartered in the San Francisco Bay Area, his spoof of the Disney come Broadway extravaganza by Lin-Manuel Miranda, speaking of Hamilton. You see this in the documentary by perhaps the leading Pan-African filmmaker of this generation, speaking of the former Minister of Culture of Haiti, Raoul Peck, Exterminate All the Brutes, which is a sweeping castigation of settler colonialism. A word, interesting, or a term, interestingly enough, in progressive circles in the United States, more likely to be applied to historic Palestine than North America for whatever reason. You see this in the work of Howard University's Nicole Hannah-Jones, the 1619 Project, which created a firestorm, including a rebuke from the White House, not to mention establishment historians, when she had the audacity to suggest that the revolt against British rule, spearheaded by slave owners like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, James Madison et al., might have had something to do with slavery. You see this in the work by the late Jamaican philosopher Charles Mills, The Racial Contract. You see this in Native American historiography in terms of Ned Blackhawk of Yale, his book, The Rediscovery of America. As a matter of fact, you may want to invite him on to this particular program.
Okay.
And so the sum and substance is that many of the Native Americans stress that a trigger for 1776 was land. That is to say, the proclamation line of 1762, 1763, where London expressed displeasure at continuing to move west, expending blood and treasure so that the settlers could profit. As a matter of fact, you might have noticed in the book at hand, my book, I stumbled across the will of George Washington. And undoubtedly, he was one of the leading landowners on planet Earth.
About the time, yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised that you stumbled across that. All of the founding fathers.
Yeah,
had,
that is amazing.
Problems. With
I
their
heard
motivation.
As a matter of fact, I heard Gerald Horne say that about 2 months ago on another program, and I was stunned. Washington was indeed a well, he actually was a land speculator. That's like immensely rich. One of the biggest landowners on earth, the Ted Turner of the colonial period.
Nations and their ownership of slaves, and that was well established.
So Ned Blackhawk stresses that as a trigger, and of course, many of the aforementioned Black historians, and I should say that they are all Black for whatever reason, stress the question of slavery. For example, some of the
for whatever reason
embedded in the text at hand, in the sense that I talk about how during the War of 1812, that when the Redcoats invaded Washington, and that in August 1814, many of the enslaved Africans joined them in torching the White House, sending James Madison, the president, and his garrulous spouse Dolly fleeing to the streets one step ahead of the posse. And from a theoretical point of view, the point I'd like to put forward is that increasingly, and you see this too reflected in the historiography, I would recommend this book too, by David McNally, Slavery and Capitalism, A New Marxist History, that increasingly the enslaved population, in my articulation, is viewed as the unpaid sector of the working class. And by dint of their objective conditions, they were compelled to engage in class struggle. That is to say, being unpaid is no holiday. And it leads to malingering, it leads to resistance of all sorts, up to and including attacks on the state, which we saw in August 1814. Whereas the aforementioned settler colonialism oftentimes involves class collaboration. If you go back, as I did in my book on the 16th century, when England tried to establish its first settlement in what they called North Carolina, it was a project sponsored by the 1% in London with a heterogeneous mixture of Europeans crossing the Atlantic with the mutual goal of uprooting the indigenous, and with a little bit of luck and a lot of pluck, getting Africans dragged kicking and screaming across the Atlantic. And I think as well that this venture into history has obvious contemporary repercussions, because as we speak, we need an understanding on all fronts, not least theoretical, but also historical, of why it is that so many are talking about we're on the verge of fascism, particularly in light of this so-called experiment in Washington, D.C., where the residents are now being treated like guinea pigs, with that president about to be exported, we're told, to Chicago and elsewhere. And for those who take an opposing view, a view opposed to the historiography I just articulated, I think, as the lawyers might say, the burden of proof has shifted. They need to explain if the United States, the creation of which was such a great leap forward for humanity, where did it go off the rails? Where did we go from being a great leap forward for humanity?
By the way, I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but Gerald Horne is kind of weirdly unique. Princeton undergraduate, law degree from Berkeley, PhD in history from Columbia University. He actually did practice law, I think in private practice. So he's actually kind of one of the better educated historians out there. Annette Gordon-Reed has a similar background. She's the one who wrote the Hemmingses of Monticello. She's a lawyer and wound up doing, well, she teaches both in Harvard, she's at Harvard. She teaches both in the law school and the history department. As far as I know, Gerald Horne just does history, but he's also written like 40 books. So just from personal experience, he's kind of hard to read. In my opinion, he doesn't necessarily write for like a general audience. He uses a lot of big words. However, if you like history, you get used to it. But Gerald Horne has my respect for several reasons. The only thing, I've never just liked taking a Marxist view of slavery in America. If you've read Du Bois's Black Reconstruction, he tries to frame slavery as unpaid workers. And I find that actually just not to my liking. They were slaves. They weren't considered workers. Workers aren't considered property. So that framing I've always had problems with.
To being on the verge of fascism. Was it during the reign of Andrew Jackson? I mean, we need an explanation. And if you don't need an explanation, you need to go back to the drawing board.
Here's one explanation that might help. I'm sure you're aware of this. I'll show you The chart is from the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it's the number of Confederate monuments and statues that were built from 1870 to 1890. And as you can see, it was escalated during 1900 to 1920, during the lynchings and the Lost Cause and the KKK. Then it dropped, and then it also upticked again around Brown versus Board of Education. And you said in one of your previous podcast, why are there not controversies about statues of Mussolini? We're still arguing about statues of Robert E. Lee and whether or not Trump wants to bring these statues back and so forth. So there's something in our history with this kind of unresolved issues with our slavery and our founding, and that's the foundation of your book. You talk about, rather than being the central of democracy, Washington, D.C. is the hub of slavery. It is it's the hub of our racial violence and of Black resistance, to that. With a lot more opposition than I think I was aware of. I don't know. Chat about that. Did I get that relatively close?
Sure. And as the book suggests, you had enslaved Africans being sold in the shadow of the Capitol. That is to say, you had the spectacle of these legislators prattling and prating about freedom and liberty in the halls of Congress. And within a stone's throw, you had Africans being sold, not to mention being sold across the river in Alexandria, Virginia, which at one time, of course, was part of the District of Columbia. I should also mention that in terms of resistance, after the War of 1812 was settled, circa 1815, the early Republic elite decided that the free population, particularly of Baltimore, which had the largest, most substantial free Black population in the early Republic, they were scapegoated. They were blamed for what the enslaved did in August 1814. It was also thought that the free Negroes set a bad example for the enslaved because they were a living and walking model that you could be Black and not necessarily be enslaved. And so they came up with this idea by dint of the American Colonization Society of shipping the free Negroes across the Atlantic and establishing the state of Liberia, established approximately 200 years ago. And as I said, the Republican elite were in charge of the American Colonization Society. And then after the Nat Turner Revolt in neighboring Virginia in August 1831, the idea was to free a number of the enslaved and ship them across the Atlantic to Liberia. And I think that in terms of the contribution to the literature, which is what you're supposed to do, as opposed to just repeating what has already been said, Liberia has a very intriguing history. On the one hand, understandably, the leaders have been excoriated for their conflicts with the indigenous, pre-existing indigenous population, particularly the Kru, K-R-U, in that part of Africa. But if you look at the Liberian Declaration of Independence in the 1840s, they were furious with the United States of America. They were angry with the United States of America with good reason. And so therefore they tried to use global levers to put pressure on Washington. In the 1840s, as is the case today, Washington was festooned with foreign legations. And that is part of the missing link of the resistance in Washington today. That is to say, as we speak, Venezuela is under the gun. A flotilla has been sent to the shores of the northern coast of South America. Secretary of State Rubio has sought to penalize countries that accept Cuban medics. And of course, the missing link is for those who are seeking to resist neo-fascism in Washington, and by implication nationally, should obviously be knocking on the door of the Cuban interest section, for example. So I could go on in this vein, but perhaps I should pass the mic.
Let's pass the mic to Greg. He always has good comments. What's your thoughts, Greg?
Yeah, I was struck. Professor Horn's comments reminded me very much of a book by Eric Hobsbawm, the celebration of the anniversary of the French Revolution. And he spoke about bourgeois revolutions, and he said, it's an interesting fact that countries around the world sought to emulate the French Revolution in terms of their flags and the colors on their flags and their notions. But they didn't quite put the U.S. Revolution in the same category. And he was puzzled, by that. He just let it go. He didn't go into it. But the French Revolution was celebratory. Everyone wanted to emulate it. It meant something. But I think that has something to do with the fact that it's tarnished. The American Revolution is a tarnished revolution. And it's a complex, very complex. And I think historiography kind of reflects the moment more than, like, for example, in the 30s, when Du Bois, people like Herbert Aptheker, was trying to bring down the way people thought about slavery. It reflected that moment. And so history has to correct these things. And I think I go back to what you said about settler colonialism and how it hasn't really caught on so much with the left in this country as it does with Palestine. People are very, very receptive to say that's a settler colonial country, but they're a little bit reluctant because there's the celebratory aspect that we've all been trained with from our civics lessons and our American history courses. And so the corrective that's out there is a very important corrective, and it's necessary for the moment. So I appreciate that.
Well, I would add, of course, a few details. One, that despite protestations to the contrary, at the end of the 18th century, post-1776, there were thousands of enslaved Africans on the verge of the U.S. Civil War. There were millions. Mm-hmm. And, of course, many argue that the seeds of abolitionism were planted in 1776. I would hate to think, to conjure up a picture of a republic where the seeds of anti-abolition were planted with this exponential growth from the thousands to the millions, and that's anti-slavery, supposedly. I guess if it were pro-slavery, it would be from the thousands to the billions, which would be mathematically impossible. And I think as well that we need to think about post-1865, which I seek to do a bit in this text at hand. That is to say, with the abolition of slavery in what is now Haiti, and of course, Haiti is now a very important aspect of this renewed historiography, for example, because the Haitians abolished slavery, showing that it was possible. A footnote with regard to the French Revolution in the 1790s, post-July 1789, with the attack on the Bastille, you had a temporary abolition of slavery in other French colonies, such as in the Americas. But with the rise of Napoleon, of course, there was an attempt to restore enslavement, including in Haiti. And this is where things get even more complicated, because Napoleon sought to emancipate the Jewish population. And that's why it's difficult to make these assumptions, which I think are even made today. That is to say, because these so-called bourgeois revolutions, they might move in a progressive direction with regard to anti-Semitism. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to move in a progressive direction across the board, not to mention with regard to an investment in human property, for example, which brings me to the expropriation of the enslaved in Haiti, which leads to reparations paid to the French enslavers at gunpoint, which has crippled the Haitian economy ever since. When Britain abolished slavery in the 1830s, it led to compensation to the enslavers, which gave them a leg up in terms of a rising of British capitalism bleeding into imperialism. Interestingly, slavery was abolished in the district in 1862. Before the Emancipation Proclamation of January 1863, the enslavers were compensated, of course, not the enslaved. But post 1865, with the abolition of enslavement throughout Dixie, the enslavers were not compensated. And I suggest that that contributes to the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, contributes to the rise of lynching, it contributes to the ferocity of white supremacy. And I think it also contributes to anti-communism, because when the Socialist Project, which of course was ongoing, but then takes a great leap forward in 1917, many thought that socialism meant the uncompensated expropriation of private property, which of course harkens back to what happens in Dixie post 1865. And I think that that helps to explain not only the ferocity of white supremacy, it helps to explain why some of the leading lights of the anti-communist movement happen to be of African descent, be it Paul Robeson, be it W.E.B. Du Bois, be it Ben Davis, William Patterson, Claudia Jones, et al. And so this is part of the history that I'm trying to recount in this text.
Let me draw kind of an obtuse connection between this. In 1947, there was Eisenhower was having modern art at the Smithsonian, and people were freaking out because it was modern art. Here's a quote from George Dondero, Republican of Michigan. Modern art is communistic because it is distorted and ugly, because it does not glorify our beautiful country and smiling people and our material progress. Art that does not glorify our country in plain, simple terms breeds dissatisfaction. Here is a tweet from, or a social media post from Donald Trump just a couple of days ago. Museums throughout Washington, but all over the country, are essentially the last remaining segments of woke. And then he says the Smithsonian is out of control, and he wants to purge it of all references to slavery and, well, to slavery being so bad, I guess, is part of it. So you have the communist red threat back in the 40s going after the museums because of modern art. You've got Trump right now going after them because they're too woke. And this reminds me of an article that Greg wrote recently in ML Today about Gramsci, that culture is downstream of politics. They're trying to redefine what is important through their political distortion of what really occurred in the past. What do you think about that?
Oh, sure. And on an optimistic note, I think it's going to be difficult to uproot and extirpate all of the progressive trends that have been unleashed in recent decades. I mean, I think about this a lot because, as you may know, I've been interviewing scholars for a few years now, every week, twice a week, scholars being interviewed on kpfk.org in Pacific Station in Los Angeles. And so they're seated throughout the academy, not only in the United States, but last week I interviewed a scholar in France who just wrote a book that's of relevance to our struggle. So it won't be impossible, but it's going to be very difficult for Mr. Trump and his minions to turn the tide. And that's at least what I would like to think.
I appreciate so much that you're bringing political economy back into, as a decisive factor in understanding these things, back into the picture. It's not just a cultural phenomenon at all, but it's based upon the profitability of slavery, for example, and how that shaped and reshaped. It's the point that Charles Beard made. And of course, that fell out of favor among historians at a certain point. It just sort of fell out of favor. It's like, oh, that was all wrong. But of course, it wasn't all wrong. It had to do with the fact that there is a material base for our revolution. And when you examine it, it's polluted. It's polluted with the wealth and with the racism, with and the benefits that slavery would bring in the minds of these wealthy people to this country. It's interesting to me, maybe you could comment on that, how the transition to the cotton economy became such a major factor, not only in the United States, but globally, which in turn made it essential to the economy, the political economy of the US, and shaped the way our political world was developed at that time?
Well, it ties in to the reality that has been well known for some time, that on the verge of the U.S. Civil War, the most important investment in the Republic was that in the bodies of enslaved Africans, which gives you an idea of the ferocity of the reaction when the investor class had their property nullified and negated without compensation. I think as well that it also gives an idea of the fierce resistance. For example, the book at hand starts with the attack on Harper's Ferry in what was then Virginia, now Virginia, October 1859, spearheaded by the late, great John Brown, joined by his comrades. Osborne Anderson, one of the Negroes in his band, had gotten the drop on Washington, a lateral descendant of the founder of the Republic, who started crying like a baby because he thought that he was about to meet his maker. I should also mention another relevant fact, which is that the John Brown plot was basically devised in Canada, in Southern Ontario, which of course not only ties into the War of 1812 aforementioned and the attempt to seize Canada. And then we go back a few decades, and as many of our scholars who apparently lack curiosity as to why it was that only 13 colonies revolted, the New York Times had a piece just a day or two ago that talked about Quebec City and said that 2% of the population in Quebec City speak English. There's a lot of dissatisfaction historically in Quebec. One of the reasons why there was a lot of anti-London sentiment. As a matter of fact, after living in Canada for most of 2025, I walked away with the nostrum, once repeated, not so much today, that workers speak French, bosses speak English. So you need to ask, well, why didn't Quebec revolt, for example? And of course, to answer that question, you then have to do an x-ray of the Protestant sect, or at least what was once called a sect, and the anti-Catholicism, which was once a signal aspect of the history of North America. In fact, it's going to figure heavily in the book that I am researching, which I worked on in Canada, comparative settler colonialism. That is to say, British Columbia versus what is now Washington State and Oregon. Because interestingly enough, when the indigenous in those two territories revolted in the 1840s and the 1850s, amongst those scapegoated were not only the Hudson Bay Company, chartered in 1670, going bankrupt in 2025, interestingly bought by a Chinese billionaire. And of course, Canadian colonialism was heavily extractive colonialism. Furs, timber, for example, which then led to various sorts of alliances with the indigenous population, which is one of the reasons why their survival rate has been more significant than the settler colonialism on this side of the border, which presupposed virtually the liquidation of the indigenous population. And it also feeds into other aspects of the law that I'm afraid to say have not been sufficiently explored. For example, this phenomenon in the United States of anti-miscegenation laws. In the 1850s, in Washington Territory, Governor Stevens declared martial law and sought to detain many of his fellow leaders who were married to Native American women because they were thought to be a security risk because they would leak plans to Native American men. Whereas in Canada, you of course have the Métis, M-E-T-I-S, which is a mixture of oftentimes the French and the indigenous. Now, when I talk about this in Canada, they don't necessarily like it because they think I'm letting Canada off the hook, which I understand. But at the same time, we need an understanding of not only why we're moving towards neo-fascism south of the border, but also why the Tangerine Tyrant has talked about annexing Canada, making the 51st state, which I think is going to have enormous consequences for U.S. foreign policy that have not been contemplated as of yet, because Canada is scrambling right now to effectuate alliances with countries near and far. I'll just leave it at that.
I have a question. Again, you are a stimulus. I mean, you really stimulate thinking, and I know you have argued that our revolution, the U.S. revolution, was really part of what motivated it was the fact that the British were moving in a direction towards abolishing slavery or abolishing slavery. And then we look at the fact that country also was one of the founders of colonial suppression in India and other places, Egypt, all around the world. They were no good guys, even though they may have been moving in that direction. What's difficult for me to understand is, at the time of the Civil War, how is it they didn't join with the South? I mean, what is the decisive factor that kept them? They had every interest. I mean, the cotton industry was critical for what they were doing. They had to shift their acquisition of cotton back to India, to Egypt, and other places. And yet they held out. I mean, it was, I think, touch and go. But what was it about this empire, which was never kind to any of its subjugated people, that kept them from siding once again with the bad guys?
Well, it's interesting. As you know, in 2025, there are many who I respect who suggest that in high-stakes elections, we cast our ballot for the Democratic Party, even though it's fair to say that at the top, it's a party that spearheaded the war in Vietnam, spearheaded the war in Korea under Truman, the escapade in Ukraine under Biden, et cetera. Because oftentimes history does not necessarily present neat proposals and solutions. And the fact of the matter is that Britain, as my former colleague Richard Blackett suggested, as was once said by some far-sighted folks in Europe pre-1989, they said that they liked Germany so much that they wanted two of them, East and West Germany. And so there were those in London who said, well, we would like to see two republics in North America. And of course, that would blunt the rise of this rising competitor. But having said that, there was not diplomatic recognition extended formally to the so-called Confederate States of America, which then allows me to introduce a separate point, which I'll be expanding upon in my comparative settler colonial book, which is that Russia sent fleets to the Atlantic and the Pacific coast to bolster the Lincoln government. Russia, as we now know, sold its claims to Washington, its claims to Alaska to Washington, 1867, in part to thwart London, and in part to keep London from seizing Alaska so that it could then have a pincers movement against British Columbia from Washington in the south and Alaska to the north. And one of my criticisms that I've been making of the Douglas leadership spearheaded by Frederick Douglass, the great abolitionist, is that even though Douglass, as he should have, spent as much time in London pre-1861, rallying abolitionists who, it turns out, played a pivotal role in keeping Her Majesty from extending diplomatic recognition to the Confederates, I don't think the Douglas leadership paid sufficient attention to Russia, for example, and other parts of the world. Now, this was corrected, of course, by the Du Bois leadership, the Robeson leadership of the 20th century. But with their demise, of course, we still have a gaping hole in terms of our political approaches, because history has shown that given the correlation of forces domestically, in order to overcome enslavement, it involved global alliances with British abolitionists, Haitian revolutionaries. In this book, I talk about, of course, the progressive sentiments in Liberia, progressive sentiments in France, for example. Just like with regard to the retreat of Jim Crow in the 20th century, it involved the rise of a socialist camp putting pressure on U.S. imperialism, which was seeking hearts and minds in Africa and the Caribbean and elsewhere, and found it difficult as long as Jim Crow stained their escutcheon. And as I said, that's the missing link today. And of course, it has a lot to do with the fact that many of our liberal, quote, friends, unquote, went all in with regard to the Red Scare. And now, of course, they're scrambling because the New York Times reported that the ultimate goal of Mr. Trump with this impaneling a grand jury in South Florida to investigate the so-called Russiagate scandal is to jail Barack Obama, for example.
Oh, God, that'd be better than Bolton. Yeah.
Well, let me make another point. And I think it's been a classic. In other words, the liberals collaborated with the right wing in terms of squashing or attempting to squash those to their left in the 1950s. And now that those to their left have been sufficiently weakened, the right wing are now coming after the liberals. I mean, it was utterly predictable. And it's a shame and a sin that it's not better recognized.
Yeah, we had that fellow Blue Collar on that was talking about the in Central and South America, how it was the labor unions that were using to suppress,
Well, you put the spotlight on Washington D.C. And I think that's important. And now the spotlight's on Washington D.C. again, and some people are suggesting, and I think there's merit to this, that Trump is going after D.C. because, in many ways, it was a black city. And then I'm reading Black Agenda Report, Margaret Kimberly, Counterpunch. I didn't realize how deeply, profoundly Washington, D.C. has been gentrified. I think in 1970, the population was over 70% African American. Today, it's down to a little over 40%, which is another process that's been occurring to take this city away and take the city in a different direction. And so it isn't really the city it was in the past. So why did he pick DC? And in keeping with your book, why was the spotlight on DC as opposed to maybe Chicago or another city?
Well, Washington, D.C. is a soft target if you want to have a neo-fascist experiment. Unlike Illinois, where Governor Pritzker has suggested that the National Guard being deployed in that town is something that's utterly undesirable. And of course, he has presidential aspirations. Unlike Los Angeles and California, where Governor Newsom has stood up against the deployment of National Guard in the City of the Angels. And of course, he has presidential aspirations as well. You are correct to suggest that, coincidentally enough, many of the cities that have been targeted, Baltimore with a black mayor and of course a black governor, Wes Moore, who too has presidential aspirations, Chicago with Mayor Johnson, Los Angeles with Mayor Bass, Oakland with Barbara Lee. Now, of course, Mr. Trump or many of his defenders would say, well, he just issued a broadside against San Francisco, which does not have a black mayor. So what are you doing? Playing the race card from the bottom of the deck.
Yeah.
But I think that Washington, D.C., it does not have a governor. It does not have senators. The sole congressional representative has circumscribed voting rights, speaking of the enfeebled 80-plus Congresswoman Holmes Norton. Washington, D.C. is one of the most heavily surveilled cities on planet Earth. There are 17 intelligence agencies headquartered there, not to mention all manner of police in addition to the Metropolitan Police Department. There's park police and other forms of police. The FBI under Kash Patel has been sent to the streets to walk the beat. They're headquartered in Washington, D.C. So Washington, D.C. is a soft target. And of course, gentrification is another arrow in the quiver of those who would like to transform the capital city, which, as I try to point out, having this substantial black population is a direct legacy of slavery, a direct legacy of Jim Crow, a direct legacy of the fact that the unpaid sector of the working class helped to build the White House itself, and also, I should say, were in pivotal and instrumental positions when there were invaders, like the Redcoats in the War of 1812. So, fast forwarding to today, I think I might have mentioned it. If not, let me mention it again because it bears repeating. That when Attorney General Pam Bondi, or Scam Blondie, as she's sometimes known as, wanted to impanel a grand jury to investigate the Russiagate so-called scandal. It was impaneled in South Florida because grand jurors who were Black are not necessarily seen as being politically reliable. I go into that in some detail in my previous book on Washington, Revolting Capital, Racism, Radicalism in Washington, D.C. Part of the contradiction of the post-Jim Crow trajectory was this reality of Black jurors trying the miscreants coming out of the White House, coming out of Congress, et cetera. And that has led to a movement to move federal agencies outside of the district, either to Virginia or Maryland, as has been debated about the FBI, or to Colorado, to Huntsville, Alabama, for example, in order to do an end run around what used to be called Chocolate City.
You know, one thing in your book, you talk about DC being the hub of slavery and a lot of violence, but you also talk about it being a great point of resistance. And that was, I think, really important with the War of 1812 and Nat Turner. And even though this resistance might not have been as effective, they were real, and it created this overreaction and fear, just as your book on Haiti. I remember reading that little event in Haiti had waves and waves of influence on politics. To this day, it still has influence on politics. Talk about that, about how, as the picture from behind me, for those who are watching, I have a slave revolt behind my green screen here. Tell me about the importance of the resistance and how powerful that was in shaping our politics.
Well, a concept that I try to expand upon is this concept of the enslaved proletariat, for example. The late historian Robert Starobin, and of course you may recognize that surname, he wrote an entire book on industrial slavery. And I think it's fair to say that from a materialist point of view, there is good reason for the enslaved industrial proletariat to have developed a certain kind of consciousness leading to a certain kind of resistance. In fact, I mentioned the new book by Dave McNally, who I suggested that you bring onto your program. He suggests that there was a similar sort of consciousness even amongst plantation enslaved. Now, plantation enslaved and industrial slave were on the border across the river in Virginia. Washington, D.C. mostly had an unpaid sector of the working class involved in services, for example, or involved in being butlers in the White House, which, of course, you still have that to a certain degree. Although I haven't seen any newspaper stories of Mr. Trump trying to purge the Black butlers from the White House, but it would not surprise me if that were taking place. And what's interesting about Washington is that you not only had the aforementioned August 1814 the Nat Turner uprising, the John Brown episode, but then you had in the 1840s these mass attempts at flight, which can, when you see that in Du Bois's book Black Reconstruction, he puts that in the context of a kind of general strike, when you have workers fleeing their posts in mass. And you had quite a bit of that as well in the District of Columbia. And I think it's fair to say as well that that kind of consciousness of resistance helps to explain why it is that you still have in the Black community a demographic that votes most heavily against the right wing. Now, of course, there have been many stories about defections to the Republicans, but if the population or the electorate as a whole voted like the Black population, that is to say, at least 7-3, sometimes 8-2, sometimes 9-1 amongst Black women, Mr. Trump would be in an orange jumpsuit as opposed to carousing in the streets of Washington and elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Let's do a little compare and contrast between the issue of the immigration, the Black oppression that you're talking about with slavery, but now we have this, if you would substitute in our immigration demonization. You got the Fugitive Slave Act, and you've got the ICE raids. You have, these slaves are viewed as lazy, and the immigrants are viewed as taking our jobs. It just is a new demon, a new problem that we have to use as an excuse to control the population, to control our politics. Is that too far a stretch, or is there a lot of parallels?
No, not at all.
Parallels.
I mean, I think of separation of families, for example.
Yes.
That is an emblem of the Trump immigration policy. And there's a scene from Roots, you might recall Roots, the multi-part docudrama from the 1970s, based on the book by Alex Haley. You can probably find on YouTube the scene of the splitting up of a Black family, for example. It's quite heartrending, even though it's drama and it's meant to pluck the heartstrings. But certainly you can draw a parallel between taking babies from the bosoms of their mothers in the 19th century and in the 21st century. And likewise, I think that with regard to deportation or self-deportation of the free Negro population was encouraged in the 19th century. Self-deportation of the undocumented sector of the working class is encouraged. But it's more than that. In my book on the 16th century, I point out the parallels between the persecution visited upon the Jewish minority in Europe and how some of those forms of persecution were then exported across the Atlantic and applied to the indigenous and the African population. And at the same time, when historians have tried to tell us that a la the aforementioned Napoleon, there was a kind of emancipation of the Jewish population once they crossed the Atlantic, I point out episodes to the contrary, although, of course, we do know that the so-called brains of the Confederacy, Judah P. Benjamin, happened to be of Jewish background. But in any case, with regard to this connection between anti-Jewish fervor and anti-Black racism, there were suggestions with regard to the former in Europe that they had a certain kind of odor, for example, oftentimes applied to the Black population, that they had tails. In fact, in the military, in World War II, when you had some of the first intimate encounters between Black and non-Black populations, the stories are rife with regard to non-Black soldiers looking behind the Negroes to see where the tail is. So what we should take away from these parallels is the necessity for unity, the necessity for anti-bigotry, and to the point, I think, of your question, the necessity to rise to the defense of the undocumented sector of the working class speaking of a population of heavily Mexican ancestry, but not exclusively Mexican ancestry, many of whom already have been deported to South Sudan after a stay in Djibouti in East Africa, many of whom are on the way to being sent to Uganda. Believe it or not. Of course, the number of beds for detainees is expanding exponentially as we speak, fattening the bottom line of core civic and other essential members of the U.S. prison industrial complex. We know that Mr. Trump has spoken derisively of what he calls the homegrowns. That's people like myself, since I was born here, presumably yourselves as well, who he thinks should be next in terms of being sent to prisons in El Salvador. So even if you do not have a humanitarian impulse, you may have an impulse towards self-preservation that causes you to leap to the defense of the undocumented sector of the working class.
I think it's so important. I think your emphasis on viewing slaves as a part of the working class, as a major part of the working class in the era of slavery, and viewing that as unpaid workers. They're unpaid workers. I think that's important for the working class to understand. I think that's an important contribution to our moving forward in terms of uniting people in the working class. And I'm sure you agree that racism and anti-communism have been the major factors in disuniting and breaking up into unity in the working class. What prospects do you see for our overcoming as a nation, overcoming those barriers to the unity that we need to go forward to really transcend this stage we're in today, this era we're in contemporarily? What are the prospects and how will that be done?
Well, just first of all, a couple footnotes. I wrote a book on John Howard Lawson, the late Hollywood communist screenwriter who did a lot of history writing. I recommend highly his book, The Hidden Heritage.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, he points out in that book that part of the intensity that attaches to anti-Blackness comes from this of being property and then expropriated property without compensation, which is something that I've stressed. On the other hand, in the book I published last year on Los Angeles, I think we talked about this on this program. I pointed out the criticism of some of our scientists of society who oftentimes spoke of the working class and the Negro people, as if the Negro people overwhelmingly were not part of the working class. And I think that even though it may sound simplistic, I think that becomes a launching pad for certain kinds of misguided analyses. With regard to today, despite what I've said to this point, I remain optimistic. I think that what we need, of course, is what we've needed for a while, which is mass organizing drives by our unions, for example, which is obviously going to be difficult today, but it was difficult in the 1930s. I mean, for example, that obviously is a priority. And certainly what I've already made reference to is a resuscitation and a revival of internationalism. That is to say, the way we've been able to countervail an often negative correlation of forces and balance of forces domestically is by lengthening the battlefield, for example, which in turn, I should say, has been done to a certain degree. I mean, for example, you're probably familiar with the killing of Black teenager Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, about a decade or so ago. His parents and their attorneys mounted a case at the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, for example. I've mentioned more than once, when I've had a microphone before me, that our friends in Washington, D.C. are cheek by jowl with the Organization of American States, for example. In a few weeks, you have an important international gathering in Ethiopia, a face-to-face meeting between leaders of the African Union and leaders of the Caribbean community, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. There'll be a delegation, sizable, from Black America. And I dare say that on the sidelines of this important face-to-face meeting, that there will be an opportunity to buttonhole our friends who are there from Cuba, from Russia, from China, et cetera. That's going to unfold in a few weeks. And I'm going to be very interested to see if the corporate media covers that, because I think it's potentially quite transformative, this sort of internationalism. And of course, one of the reasons why the African Union headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and the Caribbean community are having this first face-to-face meeting is because of reparations. That is to say, put it another way, redistributing the wealth from the global north to the global south, so to speak, not least because of the uncompensated labor of enslaved Africans, not least in the Americas, and denuding Africa simultaneously. So those sorts of trends I find very hopeful.
Oh, I see.
Well, I just hope the cruelty stops, but I'm with Stephen Miller and as our president. I don't know if that's going to stop anytime soon. Tell me what's next. You're going to do something about Washington State. Is it true that people were pretty mean to indigenous people in Washington State? Is that a theme of your new book?
Well, it is in part. Particularly the Cayuse, C-A-Y-U-S-E, the Walla Walla. Of course, there's a city in the state of Washington that carries their name. As noted, liquidationism was the trend of settler colonialism south of the border, for example. And I'll be exploring that in length. But actually, next on the agenda, that'll be published in early 2026, is the counter-revolution of 1893, the Hawaii coup and the roots of U.S. imperialism in the Asia-Pacific basin. That is to say, Hawaii was a sophisticated regime. It had diplomatic legations all over the world. And the so-called Republicans, and interestingly enough, these people in the United States, they have so many unkind words to say about socialism. Okay, fair enough. But what about republicanism? I mean, the cudgel used to overthrow the Hawaiian monarchy was republicanism. And of course, it was racially coded republicanism. That is to say, there were the Hollies, as they were called in indigenous Hawaiian language. The Euro-Americans were in the forefront of overthrowing the regime and setting up apartheid state. Their mistake was, of course, that they also tried to impose apartheid on the Asians, particularly rising Japan and their nationals that were in the archipelago. That didn't work out very well, as December 7th, 1941 tended to suggest. So this book will also deal a lot with China. And I'm working on a book on U.S.-China relations as we speak, because somebody is going to have to explain how and why it is we may be entering a China-centric century.
Right.
After all of this hullabaloo about the sole remaining superpower and blah, blah, blah. And that'll take a few more years. But the Hawaii book is ready to be served to an audience.
I have Hawaiian sisters live on one side of me and the other side of me. I just love them dearly. And if you just want to get them riled up, just talk about all the tech billionaires coming in and buying up the land in Hawaii. I mean, that it reminds me of the T-shirt that I just have. If you just eat one billionaire, the rest will fall in line. They would just love to, it's just horrible how they're coming in and screwing things up. It's just, but there you go.
They own everything, so they can do what they like. It's property.
Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's such a
Andreessen. The libertarians are the worst. I mean, Musk and Andreessen and that crowd.
Okay, well, Hey, this has been fun. I strongly recommend people pick up your book. I consider myself a historian and very knowledgeable, and I just every time I read your books, I just realize I don't know squat, and I learn a lot from you, and that's a very reinforcing thing for me. So I hope other people will do that too. And my goodness, thanks for spending time with us. It was just always wonderful to chat with you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Great pleasure.
All right. Bye
Thanks.
Dave, I figure if these old people can learn stuff, so can an old person like you. So we're gonna watch Luba for a little bit. I think this is Luba. I'm at some point while this is playing, it's a 24/7 live stream. I don't know, these don't go on forever, but it's lucky it's going because at some point in the next few minutes, I'm going to run out and grab some beer and come back. So I'll watch it till I don't. Oh, and by the way, when I do come back, I've got another couple history / politics videos, so it will go back to boring. But got to get through it. And it's all for Luba and none for Dave. All right, let's have a look at it. Uncle Fatty has something he wants us to watch here. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm sorry, what? All right, remember we have one goal in this class. Who remembers what it is? Gaslight them into feeling like the crazy one. Empathy? Avoid accountability. All right, welcome to How to Argue Like a Narcissist. I'm sorry, what? All right, remember we have one goal in this class. Who remembers what it is? Gaslight them into feeling like the crazy one. Empathy? Avoid accountability. Right. I might be in the wrong class. You are the victim. Never forget that. Why not just take responsibility for the way our words and actions impacted them? Oh, because while our egos are huge, they're also extremely fragile. See, we've built a fantasy world in which we're perfect and entitled to praise and admiration. We can't make a mistake. That would collapse the entire system. Yikes. All right, first question. Someone comes to you vulnerably and says that you did something that hurt their feelings. What do? I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not seek to understand their perspective. Never. Saying nothing I do will ever be good enough for you. Bingo! I would have also accepted you do the same thing to me, or I thought love doesn't keep score. You could also just shame spiral and then they feel bad for bringing it up and end up apologizing to you. Call me crazy, but this sounds like textbook control and manipulation. Finally, you said something right for once. Remember, you are allowed to fake empathy. Fake empathy, that's really good. You are allowed to fake accountability and say that you'll change as long as you just never follow through. But won't that person just catch on? Well, hopefully by now you've formed a trauma bond with this person, so the intermittent love bombing paired with gaslighting should keep them feeling confused that they are actually the problem. All right, next week we're going to talk about how to fake an apology without actually saying the words "I'm sorry."
Well, let me just say that I know Deacon Dave took note of that. That's who I was reminded of. Good one. I want to be brave guy. Leftyism? Yeah, I'm kind of backlogged on her stuff. We'll catch up. Don't worry. Oh, and by the way, she's not a girl. She's actually over 50, believe it or not, Uncle Patty. She's like 51 or 52. If you look at her carefully, you know, she shows her age, but between her makeup and just her genes, she's got good genes. Oh, and by the way, I've been to Utah. They are pretty. They're a good. There's some good looking Mormons out there. So there's something to it. No, I'm afraid not. Ignat. Good to see you, Ignat, but all I have to say is you're the one that wears that pretty yellow dress and the matching bonnet. Ooh, in a Catholic school, was it a nun? All right, Dirty. Well, thanks for telling me. Shooting reported at Catholic school in Minneapolis, governor says. An active shooter opened fire on Wednesday morning at Annunciation Church and Catholic school in Minneapolis, resulting in multiple casualties. The incident followed a violent 24 hours in the city that included several shootings from Tuesday afternoon to early Wednesday. That's interesting. Emergency responders, including the BCA, that's their their investigations division, State Patrol Police, and paramedics arrived quickly to secure the scene at 509 West 54th Street on the south side of Minneapolis. Authorities confirmed at least 10 people were shot, several died, and the suspect's status and specific target remain unclear as officials continue investigation. Tim Waltz said he has been briefed, is praying for the children and teachers, and will provide updates as more details become available. What? I think the shooter was killed, maybe? But I'll keep up with it. What's up, SKC? You should do this more often. White women cooking and things tend to have a calming effect on hardcore pro-blacks. I'm not even sure. Obviously, it attracted you like a moth to a flame there, SKC. I just put it on a few minutes ago, and all of a sudden you show up. Interesting. Are you pro-black by any chance? You seem calm now. Oh, I see. Well, to be honest, it's really up to her to have black fever. Not black fever. It's up to her to be pro-black. It doesn't matter if I'm pro-black or anybody's pro-black. She needs to be pro-black. Not this woman. I'm talking about the girl, the woman from Utah, that blonde that I've shown a few times. She's 51. And this woman's probably in her upper 30s. She's not that young. You look at her hands, and if you take a careful look at her face, she's probably, if she's not at 40, she's damn close to it. Look at her knees also. Of course, those harsh winters, I imagine they have harsh winters in Ukraine. So, it could just be that life is kind of hard in those temperatures. Ooh, the way she cracks those eggs with the knife, I would not be doing that. What is she making? Pancakes? Oh, waffles. It's a whole hell of a lot of eggs. Oh, waffles and dumplings? Wow. Crab cakes. Maybe some sort of biscuit, but that's a lot of eggs for a biscuit. Some sort of griddle cake? Yeah, like a pancake, maybe? Or maybe she is actually making biscuits. She didn't use butter, and usually when you make biscuits, the dough has to be cold. So it is some sort of dumpling, I guess. I've just never seen a dumpling with that much eggs. Or that many eggs. Of course, it's not like I make a whole lot of dumplings, I guess. Maybe that's like Ukrainian scallops. We don't actually have seafood. We just have to use dough. Land scallops? Field scallops. You know what? I might actually try those. But it's not horribly hard to make. All right, folks, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to let this run through. When I come back, we'll take a look again at the Minnesota school shooting. I see that there's some live reports that are video. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right, folks, I'm back. Ooh, down to 2 people. No, not a 10K. Yeah, I think this woman's she's probably in her 40s looking at those knees. But pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to interrupt this this exercise in lust to look at some live reports from Minneapolis. Sorry, Kelvin. Let's see here. So this is live coverage of that school shooting in Minneapolis.
For the press conference coming up in just a couple minutes. You're looking at the microphone. Multiple outlets are saying at least 2 dead plus the shooter. Multiple outlets are saying around 20 victims, but maybe we'll get something more firm. CBS News Minnesota reported 10 in critical condition. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. We should be getting that back. We will have footage. We will have footage of the hold on. We will have footage. I have 2 different cameras for the press conference. Hang on a moment here. So now the city of Minneapolis site, the city says that the press conference is coming up in 3 minutes. The city is not live either. So we will have footage of it. I'm just waiting for that camera shot to come back. Here we go. The camera's back. Here's the live camera right there. But you can see it has not started yet. I have not heard anything about who the shooter is.
Yeah, we're here at the corner of Grand Avenue and West Diamond Lake Road, and this is where police are going to be giving us an update in just a couple minutes here. We're expecting it at 6:30. Dozens of squad cars are here behind us on the other side. There are dozens more police cars. Over here, I parked in the lane side of the school when I got to people here to meet up with our photographer who's shooting this right now, and I saw just dozens of families, meeting up with their kids. A lot of parents, obviously panicking. A lot of people that have obviously been crying all morning. A lot of emotions walking over here, and I'm sure there was relief from a lot of these parents finally getting to meet up with their kids. And so we're hoping to get some information, some more updated information from police in just a few minutes. I did see a squad pull up here that might be them, but it's any minute now, so we're going to keep here at the scene and get you whatever updates we can.
Again, we're waiting any time now. We're going to get the update from police, and you're looking at the microphone right in front of you. The press conference is supposed to start now, which is 11:30 Eastern, 10:30 Central. So, multiple local outlets saying at least 2 dead, around 20 injured. We'll see if those numbers end up being what they say in the press conference, if they give numbers. And right in the back there is the church with the school in it.
What?
That is it. It's a pre-K through 8th grade school.
We're not starting until about 10:40, by the way.
Oh, wow.
She just said they'll start about 10:40, which is in 9 minutes. We just heard somebody say. Again, multiple outlets say the shooter is dead. And did the shooter know there was an all-school mass? I mean, apparently this happened at the start of the school day. There was an all-school mass that was scheduled for 8:15 a.m. One witness said the shooter shot into the school from outside. Is this somebody with a connection to the school? Is the person from the area? We just don't know.
Well, I guess talking to say
hang on,
nothing
the
is
live
better
will
than
come
no
back.
talking at all.
Give it a second there. We're waiting for the live to come back. But they said that the press conference is going to start in about 8 minutes. That's what they said. So we're waiting for that. Hang on one sec here. One witness said he heard dozens of shots, perhaps as many as 50 shots, over as long as 4 minutes. So again, we're waiting. We will have live video of the press conference. Amy Klobuchar, who is a senator with Minnesota, in Minnesota, U.S. Senator, told MSNBC that she talked to a parent who said that her daughter at the school watched friends being shot in the back and neck. This was during an all-school mass. So again, the live cam will come back, and we're waiting to get the.
But you're traumatizing kids for life.
Oh, there might be a hospital news conference too. Apparently, there's a hospital that's supposed to give a news conference in about a half an hour. So again, the press conference hasn't started yet. The school is located at the church. This was at an all-school mass. Let me just show you where the church is while I have a second here. Hang on a moment. See, that's not what I wanted to do. Hang on a moment here. So this is, if I can show this here, you can see it says Annunciation Church. So I'm trying to position this correctly. Annunciation Church, that's where the school is. Oh, you know what? This says there's this, maybe that's the school. Now, I guess, so is all one complex? Is that what it is? It says Annunciation Church and Annunciation Catholic School. Okay, so I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was two buildings. It seems like it's two buildings. See, it says Annunciation Church and Annunciation Catholic School. But the mass, the all-school mass was at the church. I don't know if this all counts as the church. I mean, looks like is it attached? I mean, you can see from above, it looks like there's a walkway that goes between one and the other. So it's like a complex, it looks like. Sorry. Catholic school and church. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize that there were two different buildings. I had seen some reporting saying it was at the church and there was a school at the church. But I guess, I mean, as you can see, it looks like a complex there. All right, again, we're waiting for the press conference. We'll be bringing you live coverage of the press conference. As soon as I get the live shot back, I'll put it up on the screen again. There was a break in the AP live shot, so we'll bring you that again when I get that.
Yes,
again.
you did.
We will have live coverage of the press conference for you. It has not
What's up,
started
CK?
yet. Again, multiple outlets say the shooter is dead. NBC News says the shooter took his own life.
This is CK. This is a school shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. They're about to do a press conference.
CBS News Minnesota says 2 dead, up to 20 victims.
I guess this is
KARE
actually
Minnesota says 3 dead, including
one
shooting.
valuable thing I can do on this show. You know, when live news comes up in the morning, we can cover it, and some of this credit goes to Uncle Fatty.
Yeah, we will have live coverage of the press conference for you. It is not live yet. We will have it for you. Yeah, give me just one moment here. I just want to make sure of something here as we get ready to show the press conference to you. Hang on. Get this positioned here. Okay, that's fine. While we wait for the press conference, I am just trying to get any more updates I can get for you that I can see here. Not seeing anything at the moment. Let me check a couple different sources here. Again, any moment now we'll have the press conference for you. Six children are being treated at Children's Minnesota Hospital. 6 children are being treated there, according to a statement from them. That's via NBC News.
I don't know, CK. Let me have a look at it.
Hennepin Healthcare says it is caring for patients from the shooting. We got the live shot back. Let me go to the live shot right now. Here is the live shot from the scene. Oh, we'll see it in a second. There it is. There is the microphone. Press conference coming up any moment now.
Check for you.
No, that title
The
of
school
Be Brave
is a-
show was like that this
School
morning,
is
I think.
pre-K through 8th grade. They're showing law enforcement over there. That is the church. The church is next to the building where the school is, and the shooting happened reportedly at the mass at the church. But it was an all-school mass at the church.
And CK, of course, Republic Tea Room and AAE are going to be the two women up on Brave's panel. I just don't know what's wrong with these fucking people. They're just really just mentally disturbed.
At the church right there on the live shot.
Ironically, right.
I parked like way down there.
I'm going to be real edgy here. I honestly think Hood Conservative has a lot
multiple
of
local outlets say at
feminine
least
traits.
two
He
children
just
are
fucking
dead,
whines.
or at least two children are dead.
Stoicism is dead on his channel.
Well, a couple local outlets say at least 2 dead. Minnesota Star Tribune says at least 2 children dead. NBC reports that the ATF has a firearm from the shooter in its possession, which would make sense given that the reporting says that the shooter is dead. Also, NBC News reports that the shooter took his own life. So NBC News is also reporting that the ATF has the firearm in its possession, or a firearm.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, you want to head to this, like, the west side of things, or the southeast side of things? I am not sure.
The press conference was supposed to start at 11:30 Eastern. It is now 11:45 Eastern. It has not started yet. So it's supposed to happen any moment now. CNN says any moment. Fox and MSNBC say press conference soon. Hang on 1 second. Hang on. The city just went live. I have a couple different cameras, so we'll see which works better. I'll have to see, there's two, I have the AP feed and the city feed, so how is the audio on the city feed? Audio sounds better on the AP feed.
Yeah, that's true, CK.
Well, we'll do the best we can. We'll get you the best audio that we can of the two feeds. I'm going to do this because I don't know which one I'm using. But you are looking at the microphone right now. Okay, are they coming over? See, they have dogs there, as you can see. That is the church on the right there. I have still not heard anything about who the shooter is. Again, thank you to all of our moderators who have been moderating. I really appreciate it. Press conference coming up. Fox News is also reporting now that the shooter likely killed himself, likely self-inflicted death. NBC News had reported that the shooter shot himself and killed himself. Well, the city had announced that the press conference was going to be at 11:30 Eastern. It is now 11:49 Eastern, so it's running a little late. Maybe there's some new developments.
No.
Certainly thoughts with that whole community there.
No worries. Blocked off on almost all three.
Oh, Jim Dangle's New Boots mentioned that Hennepin Healthcare is supposed to be giving an update at Hennepin Healthcare, I think, is going to, well, they said they're going to do an update at noon Eastern, but my guess is that maybe Hennepin Healthcare will wait until after the city gives their update. That'd be my guess. Elena Treen of CNN reports that President Trump spoke by phone with Minnesota Governor Walz. It's interesting. It looks like the city feed is ahead of the AP feed. Well, either way, we have two different feeds. If you missed it, this was reportedly at an all-school mass, which was being held at the church, which is there's the Annunciation Church and the Annunciation School right next to it, and the school was having an all-school mass at the church. This was reportedly the third day of school. And
oh wow!
A shooter fired dozens of shots. One witness said the shooter was firing through the stained glass windows into the building.
Hey, SKC, just so you know, I listened to a little bit of...
We do not know who the shooter was.
Listened to a little bit of Be Brave's show. So, Questions to Ponder and Republic Tea Room are up there trashing black women. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? They're on a white supremacist panel trashing black women. I'm going to be honest, they're as bad as John Galt hosting Jason Kessler. These fucking Uncle Toms and Aunt Jemimas want to fucking get up on these white supremacist panels and just fucking trash black people. What is wrong with these people? What made them this way? God damn. I'm so sad. I shouldn't have even listened
Here on an
into the
unrelated
show.
story, NBC News reports that a grand jury has declined to indict the man who threw a sandwich at a
Oh yeah, that's pretty
sandwich
funny.
at a federal officer in Washington.
They dropped the
This
grand
just in
jury
from NBC
refused to
News. They say a
indict the
grand
sandwich
jury has
slinger.
declined to indict the man who threw a sub sandwich at a federal officer in D.C. I don't know the details on that. So, we're still waiting for the press conference. What can I tell you? Any moment now, we will have this for you, and we'll see what they say.
Well, gee, I ought
somebody's
to go
approaching the
pop some
microphone.
popcorn.
30 seconds to 60 seconds, he said. 30 to 60 seconds. Now, I have two cameras, and I don't know how the audio's... What I might need to do when it starts is, if the audio is better on one of them, I'll switch to that one. So basically, I'm watching on two cameras now. I'll get you the best audio.
Giving you about a 30-second to 60-second warning.
That sounded better.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hold on a moment here.
Okay.
All right, here they come. Now, if the audio is not great on this, I'll switch to the AP feed. So let me see how the audio is on this. And if it's better on AP, I'll switch to AP. I don't love the audio on this. I might switch over to AP in a second. I think the audio is on one side.
There are no words that can capture the horror and the evil of this unspeakable act. Children are dead. There are families that have a deceased child. You can...
Here. Here we go.
And the evil of this unspeakable.
All right, hold on.
Children that have a deceased child. Those families are suffering immense pain
Here we go.
right now. The tragedy. Think of this as if it were your own. Of this situation. Every one of us needs to be wrapping our arms around these families, giving them every ounce that we can muster. These were Minneapolis families. These were American families. And the amount of pain that they are suffering right now is extraordinary.
Now, how much you want to
Don't
bet
just say
Donald
this is about
Trump
thoughts and
doesn't
prayers
mention
right now.
this
These
at
kids
all?
were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. Right now is extraordinary. Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. It was the first week of school. They were in a church. These are kids that should be learning with their friends. They should be playing on the playground. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance. These are the sort of basic assurances that every family should have, every step of the day, regardless of where they are in our country. I'm so deeply saddened, and I'm so sorry to the families that I know are suffering right now. My ask is to everyone, stand by them. Love them. These families have forever been changed, and we've all been changed with them. We need to do everything possible to support them through this time. We have a family resource center that has been set up. I'm grateful for all of the law enforcement agencies from a number of different jurisdictions, all the different departmental support that we've received. They're going to be working tirelessly. There's also a family resource center that is being set up as we speak to make sure that we're there for everybody. Again, to the families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information about the
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were. I don't have an exact. The question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did you leave anything behind other than the weapons?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this inside the parking lot.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least two doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Shootings related.
The question was there any explosives?
Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south, east, west?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side. Yeah.
Chief, was this incident related? So at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that.
You mean the east side?
Yeah, the question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the park.
Was this outside or in or both?
By the way, couple months ago, I guess it was July, I went to my old high school, which is an all-boys Catholic military school still, and I didn't recognize the place. It literally looks like a small military base. There is security to get in and off the actual campus. It's fucking amazing. It's like you're not going to get in there easily. And I'm an alumnus, so I don't really have a school ID or anything, but I can get on the campus, and my brother can too. But I was like, holy shit! It was when I was a kid back in the '80s when I went to school there. It was wide the fuck open. Anybody could have walked on that campus. There was literally nothing that would stop someone. So I am so sad to see,
Inside that he was shooting.
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side of the church, inside through the windows.
I bet he is
It
an
appears
incel.
he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Chief, is this shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
Do you know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area, so obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle, or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Holy fuck.
His individual license to conceal and carry didn't have any background.
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot more work that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in the moments to come. Thank you. How can the public help?
That was unbelievable. Wow.
Can
So
the public help stay the fuck out of the
children
way
are
while they
dead,
do the
17
investigation?
people injured, including 14 children. The shooter,
Email communications@minneapolismn.gov.
guys, the shooter shot in from outside. There were multiple doors that had been barricaded. Apparently, the shooter barricaded the doors of the church, some of the doors of the church, before he started shooting in from outside.
Hey folks, one other quick thing. If you want to be absolutely sure to be notified of the next press avail, please send an email again to communications@minneapolismn.gov just to make sure, triple sure you're on all the lists. Okay? Thank you.
Hang on. Hang on one second here.
Yeah, dirty dude. I
Hang on one
just
sec.
don't know. Dude, I sometimes wonder if I shouldn't just fucking, do a Thoreau or a Seymour Glass.
So the
and just
shooter,
fucking
guys,
go into the
shot
middle of the
into the
woods
building, shot into the
in a
church
cabin and just
where the
be
Catholic
left
school
alone.
was holding their mass, and he barricaded multiple doors apparently in the church. He was in his early 20s. He had 3 weapons, and he used all 3 weapons.
This is a prayer for these kids and families. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary. If people want to pray for these survivors, play them that song.
So he had 3 weapons. He used all 3 weapons: a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. And he fired from outside into this church, through the windows, apparently barricaded some of the doors. And it sounded like the police said there was some sort of smoke bomb. I want to replay that. Also, police said that he was in his early 20s and did not have an extensive criminal record. They don't have a motive yet. Again, 14 of the 17 injured are children. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the live shot up, but what I'll do is I'll replay the news conference above the live shot so you can hear it again. I'm going to replay what the police said. Okay? So what I'll do, here's how we're going to do this. We're going to leave the live shot up. And then what I'm going to make this smaller, and then I'm going to replay what the police said so you can hear that again. Unbelievable. Barricaded doors. Just horrific. All right, so here is a replay of what the police had to say moments ago. May have to turn up the volume on this. Hold on, you're not hearing volume.
The families that are suffering, to those that have experienced loss, I'm so deeply sorry. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We love you. This kind of act of evil should never happen, and it happens far too often. The chief will provide additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding.
Hang on a moment. There's a hospital press conference going on now. I don't know that I have video of that, but there is a hospital press conference going on. A hospital says they received a total of 11 patients. 2 of them were adults, 9 pediatric. 4 of them require operating room. After this point in time, there have been no fatalities. So one hospital is saying they had 11 patients and 4 of them required being in the operating room. Again, that is, I believe, HCMC. HCMC Hospital was just speaking right now. And again, they said they got 11 patients, 9 children and 2 adults. And they said that none died and that 4 required the operating room. I'll see if I can pull. I don't believe I have footage of that, but let me just double check and see if I can get you footage of it. But I don't believe I do. Give me 1 second here. Again, they said 4 required the operating room of the people they were taking care of. Yeah, I don't have that. I'm just looking at it right now. He said he believes the children were 6 to 14 at this hospital. This is a update given by a local, by Hennepin Healthcare, I believe. Okay, so that's going on. As I mentioned, the hospital said, hospital says 7 patients under critical condition. I just saw. Hospital says 7 patients under critical condition. That's according to Fox News. I didn't see that part. They said they have gunshot wounds injuries. Let me just confirm that for you. I'll replay the press conference in a moment, but give me a moment. Give me a moment. Oh, the hospital is saying he doesn't know the status of those still in surgery? Again, I'm sorry, I don't have video I can show of the hospital update. The hospital says 11 patients they were treating. Fox said 7 patients under critical condition. Yes, as one of our viewers said, the shooter shot himself in the parking lot of the church. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, again, show you what the police had to say moments ago about this, and I will try to get you more of a firm update from that hospital press conference, which is happening now. But again, they said that they're treating 11 people. All right, let me hit play on this. This was moments ago. This was the police describing what happened, and then I'll get you an update about what the hospital is saying. Okay, so let me get this queued up here so you can hear it from the start of where the police chief started speaking. Here it is right here.
Additional details.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis police chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building. The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people worshiping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you. With that, the investigation is obviously in its preliminary stages, and I will attempt to take some questions to provide further information.
Chief, what can you tell us about the suspect in this case? How old was he? Any kind of motivation? Any notes or any other information you might have left?
So we were looking, the question was, what can be said about the shooter? We believe it is one suspect, a sole shooter. We believe he is deceased. He is in his early 20s, does not have an extensive known criminal history, and we are looking through information left behind to try and determine some type of motive. Yeah.
How many kids at the school?
How many children? There were, I don't have an exact, the question was how many children at the school. There were dozens of children inside the mass at the time. I don't have an exact count. The children have been relocated into the school, which is where their families are reunifying with them.
Other than the weapons, was the shooter a student, former student? Was he a former employee? Do we know that?
The question was, do we know if the shooter was a former school employee or a former student? We don't have that information.
Did he leave anything behind other than the weapons?
There's a vehicle. The question was anything left behind? There's a vehicle that we believe that the suspect used that is being searched, and we will be conducting other searches related to this. Inside the parking lot here.
There was some neighbors who said that the door to the church had been barricaded.
Yep.
Is that correct?
So the question was, neighbors had said that the door to the church had been barricaded. The shooter approached on one side of the church building, and on that side, at least 2 doors, it appears there had been like a 2x4 placed. So not all of the doors around the building, but on the side where the shooter did fire.
And on the outside?
On the outside, yes.
Shootings related. Were there any explosives that were found?
The question was there any explosives? There were reports of that. There were no explosives or improvised devices that we found. I do believe there was one, I guess you would call it a smoke bomb, like not an explosive, but a sort of a firework that would release smoke.
And which side of the building? North, south?
The side that is closest to us, here, on this side, yeah.
Incident related? So at these nearby homes?
I don't have specific information on that I can release.
Gunshot wound, this suspect?
Yeah, the question was, is he dead from a gunshot wound? The answer is yes. We believe he took his own life in the parking lot.
Was this outside or both inside that he was shooting?
The question was he shooting outside and inside? He was absolutely shooting outside of the building on the side.
You go to the live shot here. What's happening here on the live shot? What's happening in the live shot?
A couple of them were crying. Some of them were confused. The younger ones were confused and, looking at all the police cars and stuff. I don't think they've ever seen this many.
Did you talk to
This is a live shot.
No, I didn't feel like invading their space at this time. I can't even imagine those parents and those poor kids.
Yeah, how does it make you feel to be a nanny in this area when something like this happens? Just in terms of
grateful that my kids have been safe and that there's been nothing to happen at their school. But it's definitely it's terrifying. They start school next week. It'll be their first day on, I don't know, after Labor Day. So, I mean, and this is what? It was their third day of school. It's always the beginning of the school year, and it's terrifying.
Go back to the guy with open the trunk. The guy
when you got pulled over. Yeah. So when I
go back a couple. Yeah.
When I pulled up.
So you were driving to work?
Yeah, there was police cars coming from behind me. So I pulled over. There was the two trucks in front of me, and as I'm pulling over, parking, I look over, and there is a police officer in his trunk, opening the case and grabbing out his gun and running up over there. And as that was happening is when the other police officers were pulling up from behind, further down the street, and they were also running up with their guns.
And then other observations then along the way. You can repeat yourself.
The parents coming out of the car and screaming, all of the cops that were showing up, and just there so many. They just kept coming, surrounded my car in. I didn't get out, kept the window shut because I didn't know if it was still out there or what was going on.
It was safe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she called me hysterical, and the first thing she said is, "Mom, I'm safe, but something really bad is happening, and I don't know what it is, but something really bad has happened, and there's police everywhere, Mom, and I don't know what to do." And that's the worst call to get as a parent. I mean, I'm grateful that she's safe, and I can't even imagine what it's like for the other parents and community members who are affected by this.
Were you inside the school?
No, she was just...
Sorry about that, folks.
So they were just talking. You were just hearing for some people in the community there. So let me just play you. I was replaying the press conference from earlier. Let me just finish replaying the press conference. I wanted to show you what the people were saying on the live shot. But let me just replay the end of that press conference, the Q&A for you, and then we'll talk and take some of your comments and summarize here. But this is, we were just watching this, and again, the police were taking questions, so I just want to finish replaying that for you. That is a replay of the press conference right here. Here.
Out of the church inside through the windows. It appears he may have gone inside, but I don't believe we've located any casings inside the building. So I'm not certain if he fired also while inside. It appears, if not all, most of the shooting happened outside the building.
Shooting related to any other shootings that happened in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, Taylor's asking, is this related to any of the other shootings? This does not appear to be related to any other shooting in the city.
You know approximately how many rounds were fired?
The question was how many rounds? I would say it's in the dozens. We don't have an exact count. There's a sidewalk on the outside as well as a grassy area. So obviously we are going through and taking our time to process the scene.
Was he firing just one weapon, like the rifle, or?
The question was he firing one weapon? We believe he had fired all three. He had a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol.
Was there no legitimate license to conceal and carry? Didn't have any background?
Were the weapons, was he lawfully carrying the weapons? I don't have that information. And I don't have any information on any significant criminal history either.
Was he dressed at all in any tactical type of gear or anything?
It appeared he had some black clothing on, his cargo type pants. I guess you could interpret that as, however you like.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for helping us to get the information out today. We have a lot
No more
work
questions?
that needs to be done. We will return back later today to provide more details as they become available, and we'll let you know how you can know about that in a moment to come. Thank you. How can the public help? Great.
Okay, so by the way, the hospital, Hennepin Healthcare, did an update, and they said they had, Hennepin Healthcare said they received 11 patients, including 9 children. 4 of those patients required surgery. Now, multiple outlets were saying 7 children were in critical
Jesus
condition.
Christ. They're a bunch of
Are they still
fucking
saying that? I
morons
thought the
on
hospital
B-Brave's
might have said
panel. God damn.
But now I'm confused. Yes, 7 patients brought into the hospital, Hennepin Healthcare, were in critical condition, and 4 of those required the operating room. So the latest I have heard about, in the press conference, they said 2 children were in critical condition, but in the hospital said 7 people were in, 7 patients were in critical condition.
Fuck?
So that's the latest on the condition. I mean, I don't have an update on that. To repeat, the shooter, Fox says the hospital said no update on the status of the critical condition
I don't know.
patients. So we have a person.
There's something to be said for train
let me show you
wrecks,
what it looks
dirty
like
dude.
there. Here on Google Maps.
It's like hot sauce on your chicken. You just don't want too much.
So there's the church and the school. See, it says Annunciation Catholic School here, and then it's a complex. There's the church here, and the school here, and you can see there's a walkway in between them. So the school had its first week of school this week, and they were having a school mass at the church. And the gunman walked up to the church. I guess he had a vehicle near there, and apparently barricaded at least 2 of the doors and started shooting into the church from outside with 3 different weapons. And then the shooter took his own life. I believe it was said in the parking lot of the school. You can see there's a parking lot behind there. An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old are dead, and 14 children are injured and 3 adults are injured, and the shooter is dead. And we don't have a motive right now. There was a smoke bomb of some sort found, a smoke bomb. Gamer Lover, our viewer, is saying that the shooter maybe knew what time this mass started. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the shooter knew. It certainly seems like this may have been a thing where the shooter knew how, what time they were doing this and planned this in advance. Hold on, I'll go back to the live shot. But we don't know if the shooter, we don't know that for sure. We also don't know if the shooter, if it was connected to the school in some way or the church. Hey, here's the live shot. Hold on a second. Here's the live shot back from AP. That is live. Oops, sorry, it's so loud. By the way, the audio, there have been some audio issues. I can't control the audio. I know the audio is sometimes on one side or the other. It's just the way it's been.
You know what?
So
I actually have to go from one perversion to another.
I'm sorry about that.
I'll
Also,
come
during
back
the
to
press
this,
conference, it
but
was like that
I'm
too.
kind of monitoring Be Brave show. It's like, is there a smart person anywhere in that chat? Fucking Wicked is talking about a true divested woman would tie her tubes. divested black woman. In the fuck?
Brave, let's think about something. Puritan women, the Salem witch trials.
Puritan women?
Women
What the
who
fuck?
shut down superstition.
What the
They made it clear the
fuck
culture
does
will not
Puritan
allow
women have to
superstition.
do with anything?
Puritan women
in
were very
2025?
even apprehensive towards Quaker women. They govern the culture. The culture is the woman. The woman. The child is the woman's culture. We set the culture first and foremost in
The
the
child
third
is
trimester.
the woman's culture?
Questions to ponder. Leaked my
What
my
a
young
fucking moron.
Dearest friend, female. You came in a little too hot a couple of chats ago. Please refrain from that. I'm not even going to say what it was, Leaked. You know what you did, and please don't do it on my chat, Leaked. Come on.
Yo, Brave, what's up, my son? How are you?
How you doing?
Hey, Brave, let me ask you a quick question.
What's that?
Is it possible to
Nothing much. In Minneapolis, 2, an 8, and a 10-year-old.
Black women are not
killed.
wild animals.
17 injured. I think I
No,
heard,
it's not possible to
like
domesticate a wild
10
animal.
of the 17 in critical condition.
No, I wouldn't.
Speaking, right? You could have it in your house. You could feed it. It could be nice.
Yeah,
and it'll kill you the next minute. Yeah.
And then be brave.
Yeah, don't feed it and it'll kill
Leaked.
you. It'll eat you.
Well, Leaked.
It'll kill you, right? So
Leaked and Republic Room are up there just fucking trashing black women. But of course they're not trashing their asses. One's a spinster and the other is just what the fuck. And then of course there's Wicked up there acting like he knows something about humanity or human relationships. And Be Brave is just up there in a weird mask pretending like he literally said if he had a 300-pound black woman, he would turn her into a sweet person. It's like, dude, this is so... Well, I'm a little jealous, to be honest. I got 3 motherfuckers in this chat, and Be Brave has like 40. And it is just like, there are so fewer. Why aren't there more like sane people? I'm just like, damn. I have to make a decision. I really don't want. I guess I'm just gonna have to work through this and be consistent. I just don't want any of those motherfuckers over here. So I guess it is what it is.
does not compare
remotely. And I'll switch back to Minneapolis here, which is much more
right. Look up the numbers when you
that
get a chance.
that proves my point, Wicked. That proves my point that they're humans, because even they adhere to a more natural state in the final analysis.
Who's that?
Meaning, all you got to do is refine that natural state, and you'll get much better. Even yet, you'll get much better out of it even yet.
You're talking about the brothers.
Now, this is a 70-year-old
No, I said
motherfucker
we're
who
talking
couldn't
about
keep
women
his own family
that
together,
do a lot less violence than
giving
brothers.
out
I'm saying
relationship
the
advice.
black women adhere to their natural state more, so they're always
The black
closer to their
women
natural state
adhere
than-
to
than
their
not.
natural state more. This dude is a pure racist.
The violent crime
But
rate
yet black people are over there like
Yes.
acting like he
Yeah,
knows
it's worse
shit.
than white. It's worse than white men.
They commit more violent crime than white men. You know,
Yes.
and you might not believe this one, Brave. This is gonna, because I couldn't believe it when I saw it. It was like 2 years ago now, or 3 maybe. Anak, right? We came across this graph that
They're gonna deport that
if I remember
accent.
correctly, black women were committing more. I forget what crime it was. I want to say murders, possibly, bro. Don't quote me on it. But they were committing
Be brave.
crime at a higher rate.
That's actually a lie. You're lying. He's lying, Be Brave.
Okay, hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he can look at the black femicide rates, and you can see black women are murked like 2 or 3 times more than any other woman is murked by the men of their race. So no, nice try, sir. There are some violent and despicable black women.
hold on. You okay?
But
To
what
be sure
the
what you're
fuck does
disagreeing
that
about,
mean?
quote
White
him and then
women are
give us your
in the
disagreement.
same condition. Don't these people act
Black men are far more violent, and they murk women, the women of their race, more than any other men murk the women of theirs.
Well,
even within pregnancy and also within the first year of them having children.
I don't think he said anything up.
Talking about.
I don't
He's
think
talking about black women and violence, and that they're more violent than. He's saying, well, this is about.
He said they're more
something I
violent.
was trying to-
He said they're doing more murders than white men. White men. He didn't say black men.
Black women are do. Okay, so what about black men?
Oh, they're way off the chart. They're doing them all.
But he's saying again, but with his
Again, see, this is what people can't seem to understand. Supposedly, people who actually understand statistics. White men kill more white women than black men kill white women. It doesn't really matter. They think that rates are the problem, and it can be, but it depends on how you're using the stats and what your argument is. This hurts my brain to hear a bunch of stupid people talking about math that they just can't comprehend. It's so sad to see people who really don't understand how to argue points. Not every stat is useful for every argument. I got to go back to this. Kind of sad. And I guess I'll switch back and forth, but I got to find something better to be an alternative to. Be brave. That shit is just stupid. Huh. Well, I found something interesting. Muriel Bowser
So
is
another
giving a
thing
press
I'm
conference.
seeing claimed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Good.
So this is a AP covered news conference. Muriel Bowser is going to talk about the Department of Transportation taking over Union Station in D.C. And I didn't look at the time it's supposed to start, but it is going to start apparently. Oh, no. Be Brave is much... Well, you know, Kevin Samuels wasn't all bad. Be Brave is all bad. I mean, I don't know. A 70-year-old who has never had a successful relationship and no relationship with his kids and possible grandkids, talking to people as if he knows the black community? Oh, fuck. He doesn't even know he doesn't know shit about relationships, and he has no track record. You know, I'm just glad that I'm just really glad that I'm not stupid, or at least I don't think I am. I might be. So what I'm going to do is monitor the Ooh, this is interesting. I'm going to monitor the Minnesota thing because I think I heard the hospital's supposed to give a press conference. This is a press conference in D.C. The mayor, Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C., is going to be talking about the announcement that Trump and his transportation department is going to take over Union Station. Who knows why? But apparently, I'm expecting home rule to just be revoked, which will be given back to him as soon as Trump is out of the picture. I'm guessing. All the shit he wants to do can be reversed.
Oh, and the reason I'd say this, and this ties into
because the blue cities always got the most red tape. Like this, like the whole point and purpose of why they want to keep these zoning commissions and boards is because they can make money out the back end even higher when it comes to give me 500,000, I'll streamline you in, and I'll process you. Let's go forward.
Bruh, you are so. That's why I brought.
That's why the most corruption's in the big cities, because they're the biggest ones when it comes to all this red tape of development, processing of business, general ease of doing business, or just any kind of commerce and trade.
I had a Democrat city councilman look me in my face and tell me if I wanted to do a deal, it was a lady had some land. He said he'll get the city to run some stuff out there, run the roads and do all the stuff, bring the utilities out there. But I had to pay him.
Of course.
You gotta pay direct.
You said, man, you gonna have to cut me in on it, or you got to pay me, you got to give me at least something, and he said at least $40,000. That's what he told me.
Some kind of equity.
This is why I brought the list up, because it was something you said, Real Deal. That I said, let me show
Take it from somebody that is doing a fix and flip here in Phoenix. Phoenix has less red tape than LA when it comes to building.
So I met this guy who
is Phoenix a
somebody
Democratic city? What the fuck is he talking
and
about?
Said y'all got a lot in common. Y'all should meet up or whatever. And it was a young lady who did that. Turns out he did a lot of business fairs. I don't want to say the basketball player's name, but I'll give, I won't give a hint. I'll just say this. He's not in the Hall of Fame, multiple-time All-Star, played for the Hawks sub when he was an All-Star. So maybe I'll let you.
Joe Johnson?
Anyways, mainly the 90s, has an NBA championship, has his number retired at his college and all. Hell of a player, whatever, right? Was arguably after Jordan and Mitch Richmond and who's the other top? After I would say he was above Sprewell as far as top shooting guards in the 90s. Okay, so that's a small list.
CKJ3 John has a show scheduled for 7:30 tonight doing street interviews.
According to his business manager,
more time away from his kids apparently.
With his money,
why stay with the kids? Why stay with the kids when you can fucking get drunk and do street interviews?
Now their new arena, not when he played for them. He was offered $100,000 for it, and that property is now worth. I'm sorry, that parking lot is now worth for that area. He could have had it for $100,000, and even in the 2000s or the 90s, that was no money. for a guy who has millions back then, and that shit is worth 30 million now. And he did, yeah, I missed big on that. But more specifically, he was back in the, and you'll probably guess it after I say this hint, but I would say this. He was back in a certain big city with a person whose name was on that list, hint there. And that person on the list had said, listen, I need 3 from you and 4 or 5 other basketball players that was at this meeting, and said he wants to build this development. It's going to be for the kids, and it's going to be this, and y'all came up out of these streets, so y'all know how much we need it. So I need at least 2. I prefer 5, but y'all got it. I figure it out to where we get some, write-offs on it. And the person who I'm talking about said, I don't care about him, nah. And he was being guilted in it by the other guys in doing this. And guess what? That wasn't the main reason, but that person who was on the list, this was one of his many mess ups. So what that is to tell you is why does so many corruption kind of get into what you're saying, Real Deal, happen in these cities? And I'm not saying that in the hazard counties of the world, obviously hazard county is a mythical county, that there ain't handshake, good old boy agreements or whatever and all this. I'm not saying that at all. In fact, I'm saying you definitely got to have, you got to know somebody to get into those kind of deals. But why is it always so corrupt on our end, generally speaking? I'll yield the floor.
Well, it's because
did you figure out what I was talking about?
I can't. You said the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, played for the Atlanta Hawks. I gave it to him. He played for the Heat also.
For Sean Leonard?
But John never played. No. And he's an all-star.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Steve Smith. I was thinking Steve Smith.
Michigan State.
Oh, yeah. You guys said it.
Okay. Yeah, the reason why there's so much corruption amongst black people is because there's no diversity of black thought. Everybody is a Marxist. Everybody wants to funnel resources into one entity.
Listen to this motherfucker.
And then they have faith that
There's
entity
no
is going
diversity
to
of black
faithfully
thought?
and honestly
The
distribute those resources amongst the masses.
Everybody's
but that's
at
just not human
Marshalls?
nature. Once you give someone power,
Who the fuck shots at Marshalls?
especially a corrupt person that's already corrupted in their heart, they're just gonna be more corrupt. It's like that old saying, you want to see a character of a man given power. So that's why that there's so much corruption within these black cities. Black
Damn,
areas are just easy to take over because they already, like most black, well, not most, but many, I say a critical mass of black people already have Marxist leanings. To be a Marxist, you have to believe that you're inherently a loser.
Marxist leanings?
I would say yes, but when it comes to my point of the corruption aspect is red tape when it comes to bureaucracy. I'm more or less talking about economical on a standpoint of localized politics, where I understand when it comes to any type of doing business, you got to lobby, of course. But it's the scenario where if it's
like
not easy, where I can take
Flintstone
a tax deed off the rack, get the paperwork, file a quiet title, action lawsuit, declare any cloud title, and put title insurance
Have you
in that
ever
bitch,
talked
and
to
leverage it
someone
to do a building,
and listened to
I would
them
leverage a
and you
general
just
contractor,
knew they
where
had
general
no fucking
contractor
clue what they
usually
were
already
talking
has those
about?
relationships and understand how to be compliant with any kind of local housing authority or zoning permitting situation. That's the main aspect that I was alluding to, because New York City, they will keep the red tape because they can make millions off of the bureaucracy. If they have it like how Texas has it, where Texas has less bureaucracy. I ain't saying that it doesn't have any corruption, but I'm just talking about the red tape of building and generate new construction and develop
Really?
warehousing, industrials.
Remind me what
then
AT
scale to
is.
the
What
third
kind of
level
training?
phase of
I
commercial
forget.
assets
CK.
and apartment buildings. Yeah, it's just a pain in the ass. And and these cities have the most populous people, so that's why I believe that any city that's above 200,000-300,000 people
2019. That's not that
is going to
long
have that
ago.
level of stymieing red tape, because Africa suffers from red tape. And that's really how we fucked up when it comes to
you know what?
generating
It's
any
advanced
kind of
training,
new commerce and new dollars coming in.
So the
Was it for your rate?
yeah, I mean that you said the red tape. There's too much red tape. Red tape and bureaucracy is just the fancy way of gatekeeping, trying
Were
to
you were you
concentrate
in
power and
Sigonella
keep
or
it
at
in a certain
Sigonella?
place. That's really all it is. And in order to buy in, you really have to buy in. It's going to cost you something.
I don't know. Italy,
Whether
I
that's
never
a
was
lot of
stationed
money
there, but
or you do
Italy's
something
not
strange for a piece of
horrible.
change. They're
At
gonna
least the
keep
time
tabs
I
on you,
spent
but
there, and it was very short,
that
like a week or
bureaucracies are
two.
evil. That's bureaucracies is just a way to steal taxpayer money and just oppress taxpayers. That's really all bureaucracy is. That's
And
why when they
Oh
came
my
out with
God,
Project
bureaucracy
2025,
is just to
guess who was
oppress.
against it?
Oh, for fucking
Mostly
Christ's sake!
black people, and I'll say it's mostly black
That's because
women.
they sold us government jobs. They traded that black business for a government job after the 70s.
They
Well,
traded black
most
business
Most
for government
boomers eat
jobs.
and
Who
die
is
off
they?
of state, local, federal. The DMV niggas was definitely the ones that was crying the most. The
DMV
government contract
niggas.
procurement niggas.
but it was yeah. I mean, you don't really hear much from boomers that much. It's really Gen X and Gen Y that's talking
Well,
all
that's
this shit.
because a lot of the boomers retired before the '07 crash.
Well,
What is
At
this
least my pops
weird?
did.
Like, it's
well,
Gen
that's
X's fault.
the
I
the
think Gen
thing. What
X,
what I'm
we
saying
were
is
bad parents, but motherfucker,
it's
these
really just the
we
Gen
did
X and
not do
Gen
a good
Y
job raising these
that
two
are really
morons.
just running interference for the Democrat. Well, I'm not gonna say Democrat, but
Yeah,
just
it's all
the
Democrats and
Marxist
Gen X.
takeover
And
of
them niggas
America.
is the most greediest niggas, boy. I knew this one pastor in
The
Townsend,
most
Maryland,
greediest
Indiana, boy.
niggas.
He
That's
big
high
Democrat. He
level
hates
thought.
Donald Trump left and right. We had a business call sub, and this motherfucker got the
Oh,
nerve
did
to
you
literally
really,
say,
SK?
"Well, do you got any?" Because he
Or
was talking to a hedge
CK?
fund trader, and I'm thinking something ahead, bro.
Ooh,
He
Naples.
said, "Well, if Trump fucks up again," that was around April when the stock market
Nice.
dip. I bought Nvidia at
And your
$96.
daughter hated
But
it?
I was on the phone call with him. I said, "Dude, you benefit the most from Trump." Then I
Dirty
realized that, oh,
dude,
wait a minute,
if
he
I
makes most of
said
his bones off
Project
the DNC
2025, and I
uh
could go up on this panel,
budget
but I've given
the
up going on
budget set
panels.
aside earmarked
I
here
just
where
always
he got a
fucking,
$5
people
million
just
dollar
get pissed
contract
off
in
at me, and
California when it
I've just
comes to the
given it up.
fires. And I'm thinking something,
I'm,
y'all
I'm, I'm
some
gonna say this.
sinister
I'm gonna say this.
Project
motherfuckers.
A lot
2025,
of the
if I
black,
went up there and
I wouldn't
talked
call it
about
boule,
Project
but I guess that would be
2025,
the best
they would get, oh
phraseology.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
cool.
Black,
And then when I start asking
well-to-do
them, did you actually
crowd
read it? And I
is
didn't read all of
overwhelmingly
it.
government dependent. They're not
What
in the
is
private
Project
sector. And I
2025
listen.
but
I got
a
mad respect. I love
bureaucracy?
TJ Millionaire Mentor. I used to watch his content all
Ugh.
the time and stuff. A lot of his friends, when you watch those Lamborghini boys
Oh, I
videos,
see.
those
Yeah.
are black
Yeah.
dudes living
I
out there
got you,
making
CK.
millions, leeching off the government, which I don't blame them. I do the same shit. If
5
I
to
can
10
get in that
million.
position, I
Yeah,
will milk
you
the
know
shit out the
what?
government, just like
One
I'm
of the
sorry,
best
call
things,
me a leech,
if
whatever. They're gonna
look,
give the money away. That's
I
just what
was
the game
really
is. So
lucky that I couldn't imagine being married and having kids in the Navy. You're a better sailor than me. I don't know that I would be miserable, but there are people who can do it. I have a buddy of mine who's been probably married for at least 30 years, uh, and has two daughters, got them through college and all that. But it couldn't be me. I mean, I can definitely like command a ship and all that shit, but commanding a ship, but you gotta go home, and I don't know that I could do it. And the Navy, I think the Marines have the highest divorce rate, at least if I recall back when I was in. The Navy was probably second highest. Yeah, those fucking 9-month deployments. Whew. And when I was in the Navy, we didn't have the internet, so you couldn't like I remember calling my mother from the middle of the Atlantic on we had to like do the ship to ham radio ashore, and then the ham radio operator called my mother. It was her birthday, and she was thrilled. that I figured out how to call her on her birthday from the middle of the Atlantic. It's not like it is today where there's just internet. So I actually liked it back where, hey, we have to figure out, if the clouds are aligned and the sun is on the other side of the planet so we can get ham radio to work. Being able to talk to my family every night, there's no way I could do that. You got to have the separation, at least for me.
About a multi-million-dollar business, he thinking all he needed was enough money to acquire the building. I'm like, bro, you dumb as hell. You need more
You
money.
need the company structure, the 501c3s, the
You need
508s.
not just. I'm talking about just operating costs alone was gonna eat him alive. Even if you got the building for free, you was still gonna run out of business.
He must be thrilled now,
this is gonna sound real racial and maybe
CKJ3.
coontastic, but I'll say it. The one good thing about brothers getting into real estate in the late 90s and 2000s, when I really
my
first
father,
seen a lot of brothers get into real estate, is that
my father
brothers have to
got
figure
out
some
of the Air Force
creative
after
financing. And I'm not
it
saying
was
that
5 or
others
6
didn't.
years.
But then
His brother, my uncle,
when
stayed
those,
in
I
for
can't think of the
30.
name of those, mainly Humda,
And
I think it was. Those Humda loans and all
yeah,
of those
it was
things
kind of what
where
you did.
basically you have a
He
500
just,
score, and
just
if you had a
got like
pulse, you
he
could
would
get
rather
credit.
be with,
That brought it.
his
I saw
family.
every
I
ex-drug
remember,
dealer become
and
a
I'm gonna
realtor
sound
or whatever,
so
right?
old, but
And all that creative
honestly,
finance.
I kid you not, I remember my father coming home, and I can't remember whether it was the last time, like he was home for good after Vietnam, but he came home, and I remember seeing him. I think I was 4, maybe, and my sister was 3, or no, I'm pretty sure it was 4. And my sister was 3. Might have even been 3 and 2, because I think she was still in a crib. But anyway, I remember seeing him, and I was like, well, I kind of know him, but I'm not sure. It was so weird. He was a good looking guy, back in the day, like he was in his 20s, 23, or no, he would have been about 25. But no, I remember seeing him, and I'm like, yeah, I think I know you, but I wasn't so sure. And it's the weirdest. And I'm 60 now, and I can remember that's like 57 years ago or 56 years ago. It was like, who is this? So yeah, it must be tough, like having your kids like, ooh, I'll warm up to you, but I'm not sure. I don't see you every day. Who are you? So your daughter has expensive tastes. Well, that's that Italy stuff. I've been to Naples a couple times. It's not cheap. And oh my God. Have you ever driven in Naples? I didn't have the guts to do it. This is like the one time in my life I took a cab from the pier, because at least when I was there, the PX or BX or whatever it was a drive from where the ship was berthed. And I literally asked the cab driver to slow down. This motherfucker was crazy. I was like, the advice I got is if you cross the street, just look straight ahead and go. If you look the driver in the eye or you act like you're scared, they'll just run over you. And I'm sure it was a joke, but I don't know. Those people were... Israel was even worse. And I drove there, and I never did that shit again. No, They don't. You see the lines. You see the lines on the road. You're supposed to stay in your lane. Oh no, it was like it, dude. It's like Deathway 3000. It's like there are no rules except survive. Well, let's see. Will this press conference ever start? And let's hear what Sub-Zero is saying.
Are you dumb? Are you stupid? You started talking crazy. The girl getting smart. The manager saw how disrespectful you were. He asked you to leave, and then it turned into racism. Like, man, fuck out of here. I can't stand that nigga. I can't stand it. And actually, I have a confession to make. I didn't think it was a bad idea had they did the Tulsa real estate fund right and actually managed that shit properly. Wouldn't have been nothing wrong with it. If he'd have did it right, but he couldn't guarantee profit of 8 or 10%. You couldn't do that. That's the problem that had me worried. Like, bro, you can't guarantee that shit for all these folks. And then he came out with this fake ass story talking about he raised $10 million already.
Well,
no, then he could have really cleaned up using $10 million and getting some actual fucking deed properties and try to build that bitch up that way. And get a project manager, for Christ's sakes.
It was
a bunch of black folks in suits. That's how you get niggas.
There you go.
Remember the imagery? Remember the videos they showing them playing the hip hop music? They walking down with their little suits on and shit. Oh man, this some fly shit. I'm like, well, what the numbers at, fam? I don't care about that. What the numbers at? You know, I think it was a good idea. I did say that. I said it was a good idea, but when he did it, I was like, you can't guarantee no 10%. You just can't. I ain't saying you can, but certain people can, but I just don't think he could. I didn't think he could. And people that invest that do this, a lot of black people, mind you, was telling that he full of shit. That's impossible. He can't do that. He can't guarantee that like that.
I like to bring him up. I like to bring him up because he magnifies what O-Dog was saying about just this. You know, isn't it funny how we are the #1 champions of diversity? I don't have to support rainbowness, but I don't want to see them get discriminated because I know what it's like. We champion everybody else's cause.
Yeah, but you can't go after people's children and then defend that. Black folks.
No, I'm not talking. You're going off. Let me get it out. What I'm saying is that we are the #1s who not only champion it, but are willing to be the foot soldiers and the faces of it. And most people should have saw this pattern back in the 90s. Yet we still jump in front of it, and we get the little end of the stick real quick. What was her name? Tawana Burke, the chick who looked like KRS-One that said she got Me Too. Say what you want, I'm gonna accept that she said she got Me Too, right? And then she brought on this dumb phrase. It was her phrase, and they moved that into
what does this have to do with business? What does this have to do with real estate?
Believe all women.
Believe all women. And then when that piece of garbage, Harvey Weinstein, I don't give a fuck what Candace says about him. He's trash. Now, that's it. Oh, by the way, take note of that. I'm criticizing a conservative.
Cool.
Okay.
It could be, but I've
he was the president of the CBS.
been on his channel.
It's not Weinstein. It was Les Moonves.
He kind of knows who I am. It was Deacon Dave who introduced me.
And they gave
via the chat or vouched for me
because
I used a video of his he did a couple weeks ago
like between $20 and $40 million that they received
in one of my shows, and I actually asked permission to do it, because I don't know him that well.
Thank you, Black Mammy.
It could be an interesting conversation.
Go back to Dorothy Pittman Hughes, the one
and
who's
who knows?
standing
Bring up a topic,
side by
I'll
side
pursue
with
it.
that Marxist fist in the air.
But I am not.
Gloria Steinem, right?
I am not of that.
It's the white and black people united
all
against
black
men,
women
right?
bad.
Nobody ain't heard from Dorothy
The title
Pittman
of his
Hughes
show
since. But Gloria
is
Steinem
the
went to
evil
things.
in the black community.
She was the front for the actual book.
Exactly.
there's evil
Yeah, she
in
was
a
every
nervous breakdown or
community.
something. She had a nervous
That's
breakdown.
kind of
she
the
was,
nature.
and the
That's kind
thing
of human
is
nature.
you would think that black people who
I have problems
claim
with people
to be
just
so
assuming
street,
that black
so you
people are
can't run no
worse
game
than
on
other
me. Shit, I'm from the
demographics.
hood. You know,
Hey
all that
Dave,
dumb shit.
how'd you
And they are
enjoy
running.
B Brave's
Shout out to the scammer
bullshit?
world. They are running
I
the
heard
same plays, and we're falling for it.
I heard
It shouldn't
Republic
be
Tea
no
Room and
diversity.
Questions
Meantime,
to
as soon as they
Ponder,
get something,
and
they
then
kick your ass out. Look at what
Wicked got
BLM
up
did.
there.
They didn't
It was
buy a
like
former
literally
black house.
4
They bought
idiots
the
talking
communist
about shit they
headquarters
don't
in
know or
Toronto.
they're hurt.
People focus on those
They all
things they
have
bought in
some form of
California. The
PTSD,
former
and
communist
in my opinion,
headquarters.
it did make
When
that
I
great
tell
a
you that the truth
conversation.
is in front of you, you know, but you don't want to see it, it's right there. And we still fall for
Sub-Zero
these
couldn't
goddamn
handle me,
games.
son.
You know, and it's,
I've
Hey,
heard
look, I
him.
got to go, man. I got to head
He
it
will
off.
Yo,
fold
sub, I
just
emailed
like
you.
Yeah, I see.
all the
I'm
other
gonna hit the
one more quick on
soul
your video.
brothers. I
I
will
hope
fold
all
him
those dudes who
like
beat
a
those
like
dudes
a
up
cheap
are
sheep.
sent to the bottom of the
I
jail.
fear.
And just because they did it against white
I
people,
fear
so
no,
be it. Holla.
dude. You
All
better
right. God bless.
be
Have a
able
good
to
one. I see
defend
y'all.
yourself, and I'll let him come for me first. But why would he? I think he's a decent guy. I don't particularly have a problem. I just don't agree with his politics. And by the way, I like SKC. Actually respect SKC, and Sub-Zero actually strikes me of that quality. He seems like a quality guy. If we don't agree on our politics, oh well. I'm not going to change mine. I can grow. I think SKC. I'm sorry. I get y'all confused. Hoodservative. I can understand why Hoodservative might feel the way he does, but I don't agree with him. I think Hoodservative has some problems that YouTube can't fix, and I don't want to deal with. At least on a panel. So what we're doing is waiting for Muriel Bowser's press conference, I think. She's as late as Trump. In the meantime, nothing much is going on in Minneapolis. Might even shut that down. Yeah, I think I'm going to just shut the Minneapolis down. They're just kind of walking around. Man, that's some tall grass for the city. Well, we'll just go back to this and wait for the Muriel Bowser press conference to start. Ooh, that goes to current. Ooh, that's goat cheese and chives, I bet. There's some sort of soft cheese. Ooh, she's doing... Is it roulettes or remoulades? I can't remember now. That's a remoulade. Ooh. Some sort of remoulade. Republic is weak. She's extremely weak. She's not good at arguing points. She gets all emotional. And it's not because she's a woman. It's because she's out of her depth half the time. She's not good at arguing stuff. And that's fine. Not everybody can. And Questions to Ponder is just a fucking disaster. The longer I see her, the less I respect her abilities. she's scary, but not in a good way. And I bet she's here lurking. She also lurks on my channel. What does that mean? You had a good thing, then you couldn't control yourself with AAE? Yeah, she's motherfucking annoying. I don't like dumb people. And, I'm not 100% that she's dumb. Maybe she was just dumb on that day. Maybe she's feeling me out. But, dude, I have zero top. Dude, I'm 60. I don't have to put up with dumb people. And I'm guessing she's older than 30. Don't be dumb. I don't have to tolerate it, and I won't. If you're going to talk the talk, walk the walk, and she stumbles all the time. That fucking Republic Room and her trashing black women on a white supremacist panel is disgusting. And quite frankly, it'll take me a day or two or a week. I don't want those motherfucking black faces of white supremacy. I don't even want to talk to them. Trashing black women when you can barely fucking stand black men, it's disgusting. Don't motherfucking get up on a white supremacist channel if you're agreeing with a white supremacist. I don't care whether the sky is blue or not. Don't go up on white supremacist panels. So we're gonna pause this right quick. Looks like this conference is starting. Well, I thought this was going to start up. Everybody is seated. Well, I guess I'll wait for him to be seated. You know what? This is a rewind. I've seen that. I've seen that outfit before. She's gonna be jowly when she gets old. God damn. Fucking Nightish is still going on. Wow. Hmm. Hmm. Well, maybe this isn't a rewind or rerun. fuck would she put? What? She's your type, Dave.
Jack, come on.
That dog is hungry. Oh, I got something I just found. Look at this. Well, the lines are drawn.
We ready to fight, nigga, different nigga. That is so retarded to me how we on YouTube trying to be loyal to channels and things of that nature. I think you your best advertisement and your appearance should be the most.
How's it going, Blue Jay?
Oh, good. How you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah.
Hey, Saucy.
Blue Jay, you heard me going hard at art, and I saw you, Blue Jay. I saw you up on the panel. I said, damn, that Blue Jay, like,
That's white.
So John went over to
Don't take it the wrong
Bob's?
way, Blue Jay, because I don't call that.
About art?
Hold on. I'll explain.
Okay.
I saw you up on the panel, and them niggas were fucking going full nigger. JP and T, they're going full nigger.
Oh, this motherfucker.
And I heard you up on the panel. You said John Galt
to
is
himself.
watching.
Yeah, I said John Galt's right. JP.
Yeah, John Galt is a fucking embarrassment to himself, to all 50-year-old men. I got a brother who's maybe a couple years younger than John, and this motherfucker doesn't act like that. Thank God, he was raised better.
Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Wayne Turnage, and the Director of the DC Department of Human Services, Rachel Pierre. So I am here today. For those of you who are new to covering us, we are providing a situational update.
You know what?
On the
I have no idea.
Resources
John,
in Washington,
I'm
DC.
sorry. CKJ3.
This will be a longish update.
I don't know.
We're gonna
I
go
don't
through
remember him ever
many,
talking.
Slides,
Either
giving you
John's
a
been over to
state
Bob's
of
or
affairs,
John
and
met
then
Art.
we will have
I met.
time for questions.
Well, I know of
I
Art
always want to
from
remind
T-Show,
people,
but
give you a
John
quick
just
little
has
primer
problems in general.
who we are in Washington, D.C.
You know that.
We are,
other than that,
unlike
I don't
any
know.
other place in America, not quite a state, not exactly a city. We function as a city, county, and state. More than 700,000 Americans live here. We have a greater population than 2 states, and we fulfill all of the responsibility of citizenship. We pay federal taxes. In fact, we pay more per capita than most places, and we get back less. We have no voting representation in Congress. Our Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton does not have a vote.
Who apparently is over 80. They need someone younger.
No representation in the Senate. The district was granted home rule by the Congress in 1973, giving us the ability to govern ourselves.
Yeah, John
leaving,
honestly
the Congress and the
is a
president,
problem, mostly to
approval
himself.
authority in many aspects of our budgets and laws. And as I have discussed,
Oh, don't
over
get me
the
wrong.
last,
I think
couple
Art
of
is a
weeks,
fucking
the home rule
couch
charter
potato
that I
head,
just
but,
referenced also gives the President of the United States a special provision allowing the President to compel the Mayor of Washington, D.C. to provide MPD services for federal purposes if the President declares an emergency. So the district is coordinating with the federal government, our federal partners, while we are maintaining on all aspects of the presidential emergency, while we are maintaining the provision of excellent government services. Last week, I instituted an emergency operations center. At the time, we called it an incident management team that helps us to organize within the government how we respond to emergent situations. And responding, making sure we are getting back to the federal government and making sure that our lead agencies in DMPSJ and MPD have everything that they need from the Fed. We organize in this manner. This Emergency Operations Center will also allow us to support federal surge or any federal task force activities beyond the emergency. So today we will be mainly focused on 3 of the 4 work streams, and let's start with public safety. And you have heard us talk many times, and many friends don't know how unique our system is in Washington, D.C. So when we talk about the criminal justice system in D.C., It's not a local system. So unlike any state or city, our city ecosystem for public safety combines local responsibility and federal responsibility. As you see, the Metropolitan Police Department, the brave men and women who protect us, of course, our city government. The DC jail is where people who have been arrested are held pre-trial. The federal system includes supervision of people before they go to trial. The federal government and the United States Attorney is responsible for all adult prosecution. Youth prosecution is a local responsibility belonging to the Attorney General for the district. The courts are federally appointed judges. And then when we talk about detention and incarceration, DC jail will hold some people and other people will go on to serve the remainder of their sentences at federal prisons in the Bureau of Prisons. We detain our youth with the DYRS. All of probation, both for adults and for youth, are a federal responsibility. I like now to talk about something you've also heard me talk about, and there's been some debate in our local press about what's happening with policing in DC and the number of police that we have in particular. So we wanted to give you a long view about where we are with the number of police, and we can talk a little bit about where I think we need to go. And Kevin and Lindsay, if you want to jump in to talk about the trajectory of policing, police hiring.
Sure, I'll talk about the long view, and Deputy Mayor Pia will sort of talk about the past few years. So this chart shows an arc that dates back about 30 years. The first portion, you see a steady rise to try to drive towards 4,000 officers. That was achieved in 2008. Then you see a period of about 10 or 15 years where it undulates up and down, often for different reasons. There was a recession in 2008 to 2010. Budgets were cut as a result, and you see the numbers slide down. Then it pushed to build it back up to 4,000. Then there was a retirement bubble, largely from folks hired 25 years prior in the late 80s, early 90s. So it slides down to 3,700. Then we put in place very specific hiring and retention strategies, and you see it go back up. It undulates back up towards 4,000. The difference now is that you see a departure from that trend up and down between 4,000 and 3,700 that you saw over the past 10 years. Starting in 2020, that began a steady decline. Part of this was a national trend where it was just more difficult to hire law enforcement. Part of it was the result of choices that we made in DC around the budgets in 2020, and subsequently around the laws that govern policing that would make DC and NPD a less desirable place to come if you're a young person considering that career and you have choices between where to become an officer, whether it's local or federal. And I'll have DM Apia talk in more detail about what we've seen the past few years.
Sure. So as the city administrator said, there's been a number of things that have affected our sworn staff, and we've, on the executive side, have worked to try and address those issues, because what the mayor has maintained is that we always say the path to 4,000, and so we believe we need 3,800 to 4,000 officers. And so some of the work that we've done in the past several years, you can see when we started to see more significant decreases, more attrition than those coming in, is working with council to rebalance our ecosystem towards accountability, because we know that certainly affects police as well. When people commit violent offenses, we say they need to be held. There's a lot of work that goes into actually effectuating arrests in the district, and so we want that an environment where police know people will be held appropriately accountable. We also worked on rebalancing some laws that affected policing, the ability to pursue, the ability to what serious use of force looked like, to ensure that we were engaging in constitutional policing, but adjusting an environment that had become what we would say out of balance and supporting good constitutional policing. And so we made a number of those changes. We also instituted a host of incentives and across the board listening to officers what they wanted, from hiring incentives to new CBAs to retention bonuses to things like take-home cars and a variety of incentives both to retain our officers as well as to invest in bringing new officers in the door, and also in growing our cadet program and building a local pipeline of people, young people, predominantly from our city, to bolster our numbers. And so we continue to do that work to stabilize and to increase our force strength to what we believe is where we need to be, 3,800 to 4,000 officers.
All right, so we wanted to show this slide, and you've heard me say, and I will continue to say, we need at least 500 new officers, to hire 500 new officers over the course of the next several years, to have the number of officers that we need and to decrease the amount of overtime that we use. And so I want to move on to share with you, and I know that there have been data shared throughout this period, and this is a chart. It shows, and this is the type of categories that the chief reports to me on a weekly basis about what's happening in crime in the district. We've highlighted the area in yellow that shows the impact of the surge of FBI, DEA, ATF, and Park and Capitol Police and other federal agencies in the district. And the federal surge has had a significant increase on crime in Washington, D.C. And we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The most significant thing that we are highlighting today is the area of crime that was most troubling for us in 2023. Now, we have driven it down over the last years, but I'm going to get my glasses so I can make sure I can see it correctly. But for carjackings, the difference between this period, this 20-day period of this federal surge and last year represents a 87% reduction in carjackings in Washington, D.C. We know that when carjackings go down, when the use of gun goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer and are safer. So this surge has been important to us for that reason. I want to say that I have been personally engaged with Attorney General Bondi and the President's Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and I spoke with the President this afternoon. And I was reminded of our first meeting after his re-election, where we discussed shared priorities for the district. There, I was reminded that the President's interest in cities predates his time in office, and his knowledge of DC had significantly increased from the first time he was in the White House. And so we knew that the priorities around safety and investment in infrastructure would be on the President's mind. Now, since this surge has begun, it has been my charge to my team, especially the chief, to make sure that while we have federal resources, that we are strategically using them to enhance MPD's efforts and to make sure that we are getting the best outcomes for DC residents. While at the same time making sure that we're living up to our commitments to DC residents and protecting local control and our autonomy. So we'll say a little bit more about what has worked and what we think needs to change. But before we do that, we're going to say a little bit more about the beautification efforts in DC. So let me first say how proud we are of our city and how beautiful and green our city is. When people visit our city, they comment on how green it is, how wide the avenues are, how many trees we have, how great our parks are. And it is an effort that we take great pride in as city officials. Our teams, of course, include DPW, DDOT, DGS, Parks and Rec. And our teams work with federal partners. The map you see, I think all of the red is federal parks. And like many things in Washington, there is a mix of local and federal responsibility. And the red spaces that you see are major federal parks as well as pocket parks throughout the district. The district over the last 10 years, I have had a significant effort on improving infrastructure, especially alleys, local streets, trees, lights throughout the district. And you can see the change over these last 10 years of roads that were in poor condition to roads that are now in good or excellent condition. We will, though I don't know much of the details, we will be supportive of the president's $2 billion request to improve infrastructure, especially federal infrastructure in the district. So I want to move on now to talk about homelessness and our efforts to help people who are experiencing homelessness, who are in encampments, or who are on the street. I wanted to share a little data about our experience over the last couple of years. We do a point-in-time count every year. This point in time showed that just over 5,000 people were experiencing homelessness, and most of those people are utilizing shelter. We achieved a decrease from 2024, which was our first major decrease in 3 years since the pandemic. We've seen an 18% decrease in family homelessness and 4.5% decrease among single adults. Now, sometimes people are surprised when I make this statement, but it is a fact. We have a relatively small encampment problem in DC. It, however, is highly visible. We spent a lot of time with our outreach staff at encampment sites trying to connect residents to services. It is among the most difficult human services issues of our time. Connecting people who are frequently have very significant mental health issues to services and getting them to voluntarily accept services. So you'll note that in January 23, this was the height, we think, of our encampment proliferation with 94 locations. By 2025, that was down to 74 locations. The number of people we believe were in those encampments at the height were 294 people, down to 128 people by July of 2025. So what we're doing now, there has been, and it is also our belief that our system can accommodate everybody inside. So this week, I think Thursday or Friday, we are going to do another census count of unsheltered people in DC. That will give us an accounting of if any tents remain, where those tents are, the number of residents living there, and the number of people who may not be in tents but are still on the street. We want to know where they are so that we can connect them to services and get them to come inside. So I just want to wrap up by talking a little bit about next steps. Firstly, in the next couple of days, I will issue a mayor's order that spells out how our Emergency Operations Center will continue to engage with the federal clean and safe and beautiful task force and ensure that task force resources continue to be strategically deployed in the district. This is what we think in just a couple of weeks of experience has worked. Having more federal law enforcement officers on the street. We think having more stops that got to illegal guns has helped. We think that there's more accountability in the system, or at least perceived accountability in the system, that is driving down illegal behavior. We know that we have had fewer gun crimes, fewer homicides, and we have experienced an extreme reduction in carjackings. What we know is not working is a break in trust between police and community, especially with new federal partners in our community. We know having masked ICE agents in the community has not worked, and National Guards from other states has not been an efficient use of those resources. What's still needed is in the city, we're going to continue to need more police. We continue to need more prosecutors, more judges, more effective prevention programs, and we need to ensure local control. We also know what has helped us in the last 2 years drive down crime numbers. We looked at the ecosystem similar to the changes we saw in the police numbers. And we advanced legislation, the council advanced legislation, but we know there's more to do. We will continue to work with the DC Council and the Attorney General on legislative changes that will promote more accountability. We will approve the police contract to retain our force strength and look for other ways that will help us recruit and retain high-quality officers. We will offer a hiring and retention bonus to help us shore up our path to 500 new officers. And we, of course, are focused on ensuring accountability throughout our system. There are other non-law enforcement things that we will continue to focus on to promote safety, including unifying our violence intervention programs, increasing the capacity of our homeless services programs, making sure we're providing more mental health services to youth and adults, and delivering a new residential youth treatment center. Now, while this isn't a work stream of the federal task force, we include it in all of our discussions, and that's how we recharge the district's economy. You have covered a lot the problem with the CR that caused us, the most recent CR that caused us to have to cut $1 billion from our budget, which in fact impacts our ability to quickly pay raises for firefighters and police officers. We are also very focused on working with the feds on stabilizing the federal workforce, accelerating land transfers where it makes sense, modernizing federal leasing, and other specific DC incentives that will promote our economic growth and recovery from many of the changes in our federal landscape. So that is a quick update, quick-ish update on where we've been in the last 2 weeks and where things stand. So with that, we'll be able to take a few questions. Let me get you, please. Thank you.
Can it be Rocco, Channel 9?
Yep.
Mayor, it says that there have been 2 questions. That there have been more than 1,500 pattern arrests, can we make the distinction between, or how are we quantifying between a federal arrest or an MPD arrest? And then another question for Chief Smith. Chief Smith, I think we made it clear that there's a trust that's been broken because some of the lines are being blurred when people on the street see MPD and federal agents responding maybe to the same scene. Perhaps to you it's clear who's doing what, but to the community it's not. How do you build that trust after the surge?
So let me just answer the question on these data represent NPD and federal arrests, but maybe not all federal arrests. Okay, and Chief, you want to talk about cross?
Sure. Just a second question with regard to building community. We've come a long ways, I believe, here in the District of Columbia with police and community. We know that there is some work for us to do once the surge ends. We need to make sure that we are in our communities again. We're still there. We're still working with our community, and we're still creating, if you will, a space where we can have Q&A and answers with regards to our federal partners. We have worked with our federal partners. This is nothing new. We just have an enhanced presence, right? One of the things that I shared maybe a couple of weeks ago is that we have been specific in the locations where we would like for our federal partners to support us in with respect to those areas where we've seen a little bit of high crime, and we place them there in those locations with us to support those efforts.
Yep. Right here.
Good afternoon, Felicia Ashley, ABC7. In talking with Community and Interactions, the Joint Task Force just sent an update yesterday that MP made a request to have Joint Task Force staffing at certain metro stations as relates to where school areas are at the start of school. Can you elaborate on what that partnership will look like and also your intention and hope behind that request as well?
So with respect to the metro stations, I think that's really Metro Transit because I don't have oversight over the metro stations. With regard to having a federal task force available to us, when we do see surges and spikes in crime, it will certainly be helpful for us. We know that our federal partners work with us when we have various operations, or some folks like to call them takedowns around the city, very complementary in that space. And the expectation is that we will continue those efforts and hopefully have the opportunity when we want to conduct different operations or different surges, we can call upon them to be able to support us.
Yep. I'll get you in a second. Yep.
Madam Mayor, yes, thanks. In your conversations with the president, what assurance did you get that he would not attempt to go beyond the 30 days?
That was not something that I discussed with the president, but with the Attorney General Bondi, and we will continue to work on how our Emergency Operations Center and the Federal Task Force can work together. Yep.
Earlier this week, activists were out front of the D.C. courthouse during arraignments that lasted well into the night, about 100. My understanding is a good portion of them were no papered. I just wanted to get your thoughts around that, just seeing as though police are arresting people.
Yep, that's a great question. We don't have any information around what the courts have done or what the U.S. Attorney has done. We just don't have that information available for this briefing, but I do think it's important to understand.
Mayor?
Yes.
Would you respond to the plan by the federal government, the Department of Transportation, to take over the management of Union Station?
Well, the federal government owns Union Station, and I think that I don't know the details of what will happen. If it's just about management, that I would consider that step one. If it's about what Union Station needs for its total transformation, that would be an amazing initiative for the federal government to take on. I have had a very early conversation when I visited the president during his most recent transition about Union Station and how that could represent a very significant and good investment for this region.
Mayor?
Yep.
Hi, Tom Fitzgerald from Fox 5. We've seen some remarkable scenes from the people of Washington, D.C. over the last couple of weeks. Reacting to the situation, dealing with the situation. The protest in front of the courthouse was mentioned. When you've looked around the district, What do you have to say about how the people of Washington have reacted over the last couple of weeks?
I think DC residents are being, what I would expect from DC residents to be very focused on autonomy, local control, and their neighbors. So I think DC residents are very concerned about each other, and they're very concerned about their rights as Americans. So yeah, I think DC residents are defending their city, they're promoting their city, and they are giving me ideas, talking to me, and trusting my judgment. Yep.
Yes, Chief Smith, Randy Bass with DC News Now. Can you speak to any kind of hesitation that we might be seeing in the community when it comes to working with not only MPD, but working with federal law enforcement, creating that community connection, and any kind of hesitation when it comes to seeking out emergency services right now?
Well, what I can say, with our communities, our team is still working. We're still doing community outreach. We're still having the programs and initiatives that we typically had prior to the surge. I mean, clearly there is some hesitation, obviously, with some of our community members, which is very important to me that my team, myself, that we are educating our communities on the relationships that we have with our federal partners. Again, I'll emphasize that the relationships are not new, right? It's just an enhanced presence. And what we want to do is to make sure that we're educating our communities, community members on how to engage with law enforcement when they come in contact with law enforcement for any reason. And we still want our community to reach out to us, right? Because like I said, MPD, the Metropolitan Police Department members are here. They're doing a fantastic job every single day in the community. And we want our communities to continue to have that trust with us when it comes to different type of activities that's going on that we need to know about. Now, if I could just add on to that, like, we don't know who's not calling, but we do know a lot of people are calling. And on that data sheet, which now I can't see, so.
Yeah, so you'll notice on the data sheet, it has calls for service, which in fact have increased during the surge. One of the things that we know about DC residents and visitors is that we're the fourth busiest 911 center in the country, right? While our population is not necessarily the fourth. So we encourage people to continue to call, continue to call or use 311. And that MPD continues to be our primary, this is our local police department that responds to calls for service. And so for those who feel hesitancy, although you can see a lot of people don't, those calls are quite high, that we'll continue to work with with MPD outreach, but all of our ANCs, our MOPers, and everybody, for those who feel hesitancy, to continue to encourage engagement, because we do want people to continue to call when they need help.
Let me go this way, and I'll come right over to you guys, okay? Yep.
The President Trump had said in prior days that he may look at a national emergency to keep the surge going, and then recently said that he doesn't think that is necessary. Do you think this is going to end after 30 days? And if it has been successful, do you want it to end after 30 days?
What we want is local control of our public safety ecosystem, and that includes the deployment of officers. And we want federal officers that work in coordination with us, DEA, ATF, FBI, who, as the chief just mentioned, work with us on major crime issues all the time. And our officers are familiar with working with them, and they have been helpful in the field.
Do you think this is going to end after 30 days?
I think we're going to have officers, and we want officers. We want to enhance our officer presence.
And for the chief, the chairman of the Government Oversight Committee, Comer, sent a letter to you recently asking for all kinds of things, all kinds of records, and for transcribed interviews with 7 MPD commanders. Are you cooperating with that? How is that going?
We will cooperate. We have been cooperating, and we will continue to cooperate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yep.
For the mayor, could you say why you believe the Trump administration exerting greater control over Union Station would be a good thing?
They own Union Station. It's owned by the Department of Transportation. And it will be a good thing because that station has suffered from needing
some say $12 billion, but let's call it at least $8 billion worth of investment in the renovation. And that is not something that the district will be able to support. It is an important regional asset. It's an important asset for the Eastern Seaboard. It's an important asset for the nation. So it is appropriate, in my view, for the federal government to make the necessary investments in the transformation of Union Station.
Do you know whether or not they plan to make those investments?
I don't. It's not in any current budgets, and it hasn't been for as long as I've been familiar with the plans. It has suffered from not being able to get the money that it needs for the renovation. Yep.
Just Scott Kemmel with WTOP. Two questions for the mayor. First, what can you share, if anything, about the president's conversation regarding city roads, medians, infrastructure? He's been critical of those. And secondarily, possibly for the chief as well, how could you all be sure that MPD officers wouldn't be making the arrests that you showed on that data screen without the federal surge?
Say that. Can you give me that last question again?
Sure. Just how could you be sure that MPD officers wouldn't have made all of the arrests that were illustrated on those charts without the federal law enforcement surge?
Well, we know, and I'll turn to let me just turn to the chief about some additional deployments that could have been made. Let me put it this way. If there were 500 additional MPD officers, that same activity, arrests, and gun recovery would have likely been made. That's it? That's it.
The infrastructure, roadway
criticism. Oh, the infrastructure and roads. I think that it was a very high-level conversation, and I wouldn't say it's any different than what he's already said about roads, medians, and grass. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Joe Khalil with News Nation. You said you agree with the $2 billion investment that President Trump is asking Congress for D.C. He has said he expects those projects could take anywhere from 6 months to a year. So do you expect that timeline is accurate? And if it is, do you expect there will be some kind of federal presence here in some form for a full year doing that?
I have no idea what the projects are, other than what I've heard or the timeline. Our experience with those type of projects is they take long, but I couldn't comment on that because I don't think there's been a listing of projects.
And you've acknowledged here that some of the crime has come down significantly in the federal takeover here. There are
surge in the federal surge.
Excuse me. There are several other cities President Trump has floated also for potential National Guard presence. A lot of those cities' leaders have pushed back on that. Would you recommend that they accept the Guard or federal resources as has happened here?
Let me just say this. We're unique. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. My comments relate to Washington, D.C. And we are unique in that we're always going to have a different relationship with the federal government because we are the seat of the nation's capital. And so that's different. So I wouldn't comment or extrapolate to any other place. This is what we are dealing with. And what was that your whole question? Okay. Yeah.
This is Campbell Robertson with the New York Times. Chief Smith, and y'all kind of answered this a few minute ago, that the operations that are unfolding are very much what y'all would be doing if there were 500 MPD officers. But given, you hear a lot of folks in some of these neighborhoods who feel a lot of stops and searches, what's in your pocket, all this kind of stuff, and these are strangers, they don't recognize them, they're not local police. Your initial concerns about trust, do you feel that the way these operations are being done are exactly what MPD has been advising the federal partners to do, or do you concern that it's a little bit too aggressive, and do you have worries of what effect it might have on communal trust going forward?
I think anytime you have an influx of anything, there is some concern, and especially in this case where we've built relationships with our community and now we have additional law enforcement officers present, which is why it's really key and important for me to make sure we have the Metropolitan Police Department officers aligned with our federal partners. Some of the things that you're seeing is some of the ask and requests from community. Community wanted to see more traffic stops. They would like to see more police officers present in various communities. And so what we've done has been very strategic and thoughtful about taking into account some of the requests and also making sure that in areas, I'll just use for an example, like the traffic safety compliance checkpoints, right? I've heard since I've been here over and over again that officers are not conducting traffic stops. And so we initiated the traffic safety compliance checkpoint in order to ensure that we can educate folks about traffic and traffic safety. Number one, opportunities for us to ensure that we are getting guns off of our street if guns are present. And then number two, making sure that our operators are operating the way they should based on vehicle traffic laws. And so I don't think we're doing anything any different in that space, with the exception of the fact that we have an additional surge, if you will, of police officers, and we'll continue to do that. If they're here, we will utilize our federal partners in spaces and places where we have heard from our community, and when we've looked at our own data and analysis in areas across the city where we know that we've had a certain spike in crime, and we'd like to see that reduced. And what you've seen over the last 2 weeks is the efforts with having an additional 500 or so officers supporting us in that area.
If I could just, I want to maybe go in a bit more detail, and I'm wondering from the slide if we can pull up the data chart again, because I do want to highlight, it's a complicated slide, so I want to make sure, since you all have a copy, it's read well. So when we look at, in any circumstance, has there been a change in crime reported? We can slice it and compare it different ways. So the one you see in yellow is the most traditional way that we and other people compare crime now to when we ask ourselves, how are we doing? Which is we compare how crime is now to the same period of time in the prior year. The reason for that is that crime can be seasonal, so we want to have a consistent basis for comparison. In the yellow, you see the most traditional comparison that we have, which is over the period of time in which we've had a federal surge this year, what did it look like last year? And so you see fairly precipitous declines, particularly in robbery, carjacking, and overall violent crime. If you were to go to MPD's website and look at crime cards and look at violent crimes with a gun, it'll more or less mirror the robbery, about a 60% reduction in crimes involving a gun when we look at the period of time now to the past time. But then, because of the scrutiny, say, well, what else? How else do we look at it? So if you look at to the right of the slide, you see, well, let's compare within this year. Look at the 20 days since the federal surge compared to the 20 days prior. And the way to read those numbers is not based on last year, but recognizing we already had good momentum coming into the federal surge, and it made it better. And so on the far right, and I'll just sort of look at the violent crime, the very far right was sort of the year-to-date prior to the date of the surge. It was down about 26%. And as a result of the drops we've seen during the surge, you see it tick upwards. And the most significant manifestation of this really seen carjackings, which, as the mayor said, is a crime that strikes fear in many people because you can be targeted quite randomly. And that's where we've seen the largest impact of nearly a 90% change when we look at what's happened during the past 20 days and what looked at this in the past year. So that's for the totality of that slide.
Okay, who has that? Mark?
Thanks. Mayor Bowser, I'm wondering if you could put some meat on the bones of your conversation with the president, particularly what you told him about, I mean, did you thank him as you did here? I mean, basically, this has been pretty pro-surge press conference briefing.
This is pretty pro, we have seen reductions in crime.
And this comes just after President Trump said, Mayor Bowser better get her act straight or she won't be mayor for long. So I'm wondering if this is in response to that, what you said to the president, what he said to you, did you push back at all? Because while, yes, the numbers are down, when we look at what's happening in the streets, there are a lot of neighbors who are really upset and not happy about seeing masked federal agents. You didn't say anything about the detentions of ICE, what's happening with those people, if you're doing any tracking, if you're doing any. So I'm just wondering about that conversation, and if you gave any pushback to the president about the intrusion on home rule and what he told you as to what to expect in the future.
Mark, let me say, we had a, what I would call a courtesy meeting with the president. I had following a substantive meeting with the Attorney General, who is his designee on this issue, along with the Chief of Staff. And I'm not going to talk about the details of that conversation. You have seen what I have laid out in terms of our concerns, and you have seen what I have laid out in terms of the benefits, and that is the huge number of federal law enforcement, not National Guard, federal law enforcement, that have enhanced NPD's deployment capacity.
Did you push back about the masks at all with either the Attorney General or the President about these law enforcement agents not wearing name tags?
Mark, I'm concerned about masks. And so while I'm not going to give you like a rundown of every word that was said in the meeting, you can be assured that the things that we are very concerned about, we are working on a resolution for.
And what about the ICE detentions? You haven't said much about those. Do you have any numbers on that, on how many people have been detained? And are you tracking who those people are, what's happening to those people?
We do not have any information on anybody who was detained by ICE, as far as I know. And I am concerned for sure because we think anything that we do and anything that we're going to ask federal partners to do is focused on violent crime.
Mayor, about the economic impact of those ICE detentions.
I'm sorry, I don't know who's speaking. Okay. Okay.
About the economic impact of those ICE detentions within covering families who are losing their homes, they're losing their jobs due to the fear due to the immigration enforcement. What can you tell us? And what can you tell the Hispanic community and the immigrant community?
Well, I'm devastated by people living in fear. I think you know very clearly how I feel about our nation needing comprehensive immigration reform, about the Congress establishing a pathway to citizenship for hardworking people who came to this country for a better life and who are not criminals, who are law-abiding. And I think when that question is finally answered, that's the only way to deal with this fear, or to deal with these agencies going after law-abiding people. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Olivia George with the Washington Post. Two questions. First, for the mayor. Under the Home Rule Act, what specific requests have been made for MPD services by the federal government, and how have those requests been communicated?
Oh, we wouldn't be able to enumerate them here, but we do have a way of kind of centralizing requests.
And one for Chief Smith, related to what was just asked. In what capacity is MPD assisting ICE with immigration enforcement?
Based on the president's executive order, we are supporting the ask of the Metropolitan Police Department to support our federal partners in this effort.
Yep.
Mayor, thank you. Josh Chapin at Channel 7. Unfortunately, we saw a murder this week. I know there were some people in the federal government that were counting days without homicide. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, someone was taken. I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a better question for Chief Smith, but more officers going in, whether it's MPD officers or federal troops going into a place like Southeast or places where we've seen violence in recent weeks. Is that on the docket? Is that on the agenda to put more officers there?
Well, talk about deployment, Chief.
Yes, we do have officers deployed in all of our areas and within all 7 districts. The plan initially was to ensure that we looked at various locations around our city where we were seeing a spike in crime. And so you mentioned Southeast, we have officers assigned in Southeast within all of our districts as well.
Is the National Guard, is it worth the National Guard going in there or directing them there? I don't know how that's even communicated.
I don't know anything about how the National Guard is being deployed with respect to that.
Okay, we'll be able to take it. Did you get one? Oh, okay, Martin.
Hey, Mayor, how are you? Chief, I just wanted to go back to something you said about things that residents were asking for that their MPD is now doing, like traffic stops. But what we're hearing is that no resident said we want a traffic stop followed by a guy asking you for your papers. So how do you balance what you say is the proper use of a strategic use of MPD resources and what people are perceiving as things that are infringing upon their rights in a pretty dramatic way, specifically targeting a community that is now telling us that they don't want to call MPD because they're afraid that if they call MPD, ICE is coming with them.
And I do understand the concerns. I've had many conversations with many residents here in the city and community members. However, I also have heard from members who want us to enhance our presence in communities. And clearly, what I will say about the members of the Metropolitan Police Department, it is a responsibility of every member to ensure that we're showing up in our communities as we have been prior to our federal partners of the surge. And the expectation is that they will continue to do that. My oversight is over the members of the Metropolitan Police Department, and we do have great relationships with our federal partners, and it is my hope that if there are any concerns that members in community have with respect to, I won't say over-aggressive or any violations, that there's a space and a place for them to report that.
And just to follow up on that one, I mean, there's already plenty of things that happened this week regarding more things that the president wants to do with the district. One thing he said in this executive order is that the Attorney General is now empowered to ask MPD to change its general orders the way that police officers are told to operate. Now, MPD doesn't have to say yes, but requests can be made. When would you push back? Mayor Bowser, when would you push back, and what type of request would you push back on? What if the Attorney General said, listen, I want you to loosen standards on uses of force. I want you to allow more pursuits using vehicles. I want to get rid of body cameras. Like, how far is too far?
I think all of those things you mentioned seem kind of too far, but that hasn't happened. Nothing has happened in that regard. The requests have to be made to me, and I would work with NPD on reviewing of requests. Yes.
Mayor Bowser, this morning there was kind of a volatile situation in Mount Pleasant with federal officers accompanied by MPD conducting an operation and being surrounded by, according to witnesses and people we had on the scene, enraged, screaming residents right in their faces with, according to what we saw, MPD officers trying to explain things and keep the situation calm. But it was a very volatile situation. How concerned are you about an escalation in this, as you've spoken about the breach of trust and the tensions rising?
Well, I feel strongly that DC residents know their rights and know how to engage in a way that is lawful. Yes.
So this morning's incident that you referenced was our criminal apprehension unit, which oftentimes throughout the course of a week will execute arrest warrants or search warrants. And in this particular case, they were doing what they would typically do any other day. And while they were there, we had about a significant number of protesters to come out in the neighborhood. We were able to maintain calm. The numbers decreased. I think when I say numbers, the numbers of protesters decreased, and we were able to affect the efforts that we were intended to affect during that time period.
Okay, yes, I'm going to take a couple more. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5. All right.
Hi, thank you. Fabiana Rincon with El Tiempo Latino. This might be also for Chief Smith as well. Given the confirmed priorities of collaboration between the MPD and federal officers, can you provide an update on DC's status as a sanctuary city?
The council, the law is in place. There's been no change to the law. But if you're referring to the sanctuary values, there's been no change.
And on Chief Smith's order with collaborations between federal officers, especially with suspects outside of custody, does that impact the execution of the council order mentioned?
So when you say suspects outside of?
Or collaboration with providing information and even transportation of those outside of custody?
We're still doing that.
Yep.
Mayor, the DC Police Union supports this federal surge. They have been relentless in saying that the police force will be in a free fall, their word, until the Police Reform Act is repealed by the DC City Council. They believe that police officers don't want to come work here because of what the council did. What's your opinion on that?
We're looking at a number of pieces of legislation to see what should be tweaked or replaced. And I am committed to working with the council if they are interested to make any changes. Yeah.
Madam Mayor and Chief Smith, if you could possibly both answer this. What is your response to the House Oversight Committee now investigating the alleged manipulation of DC crime statistics? Do you have an opinion on them doing that and why they're doing it? And can you tell us the status of your own investigation into that?
I would only add what the chief has added about the earlier question. We'll answer any questions that are posed to us, and we don't have any update at this time on the internal investigation. Yeah.
Anne-Marie Kucha with Street Sense Media. Can you give a little bit of your reasoning behind doing the emergency count? Is there a concern that people have been arrested or have moved out of the district in large numbers, people experiencing homelessness?
I think our concern is that people have moved around the district. We think, I think the number I reported was that we think that, well, we know that about 81 more people have come into shelter. We don't necessarily know where they came from. They could have come from encampments. So we think that people have moved around.
And will the results of that be shared with the federal government? And is there any concern that they could use that to then target homeless encampments?
We don't expect that we're going to have homeless encampments, and we are going to work to make sure that people can come into shelter.
If I could just add, some of the purpose of doing the point in time count again is there's been anecdotal conversation, anecdotal stories about people believing that there are changes, and there may be changes. And those anecdotal stories are anything from encampments, have they moved from downtown core to neighborhoods? Are there fewer of them? Have more people taken shelter? So it's an attempt to cut through the anecdote and really get a sense of, given we're 20 days into a focus on homelessness in addition to crime, and quite frankly, the city has made available additional shelter capacity. What does the numbers really sort of see at that? We're not collecting names for those who haven't done a point-in-time count. There's no names collected. It is really just individuals identifying those who are unsheltered or are homeless on a particular given night.
Are you still going to be doing the full demographic survey or just counting?
Just counting. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have the final question, okay? Yep.
Hey, Mayor Bowser.
Hi.
Liz O'Gora, Kilrag. We're hearing from a lot of residents fears that are described ranging from tension to a sinister feeling like a horror movie, whereas you can hear the music, something bad's about to happen. What do you say to those residents who are having these feelings even as they try to go about their normal lives during this federal surge?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question because I know there's a lot of anxiety. There's tremendous anxiety in the district. When I look and I see residents putting things on social media or neighborhood chats, I know that there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of anxiety with kids going back to school, with writing math. So I know that there's a lot of anxiety, but I also know there's a lot of anxiety in our nation. It's anxiety over people being able to pay the bills or pay their electricity bill, or, I looked at what I spent last year on school supplies versus what I spent this year. So there's a lot of anxiety, and what I've told everybody is that we all have a role to play. Your role or that of my constituents is different than the role I have to play, but we all have to play our role in advancing and protecting our democracy. Yep.
Beatrice Peterson, ABC News. Mayor Bowser, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about an estimate about how much this federal surge is costing. Is MPD doing overtime? Is there support from local agencies? How much money is being spent?
MPD always does overtime, and so I don't know that we're going to have a distinction with this surge or not as it relates to MPD overtime. One benefit of the IMTM setting up the Operations Center, and I didn't get a chance to introduce Clint Osborne earlier, who leads DCHCMA, but HCMA acts as our incident command for this new structure. And we are able to track expenses. Yes.
Mayor Bowser, I'm Arthur Delaney with HuffPost. You mentioned a conversation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi about the 30-day time period. Are you expecting them to let this run its course at that time? Could you expand on that conversation at all?
This is what I know, and I can't speak for them, but we will be prepared to take advantage of additional federal officers, to focus on the beautification, to support the federal task force when that time period expires. We will be prepared as a city.
Mayor, nice to meet you. My name is Carlos Univision.
Hi, Carlos.
What is your message to nervous Hispanic workers?
Earlier, I said, Carlos, that the answer is to have an immigration system that works and that is responsive to people who want to live in the best nation on earth, raise their families, and have a better way of life. And we know in Washington, D.C., so many people have immigrated here and legally immigrated here who have TPS protection. And whether you have documents or you're undocumented, you are like almost, you feel like you're being caught up in a dragnet. And that is horrible. And to the extent that there is enforcement in this town that does not have, let me just say, we should be focused, all these additional federal resources, on violence. And that is what my hope will continue to be. And I would just express to them as a neighbor how very sorry I am that they're living in this terror. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, well, that concludes that. No real thoughts. Good press conference. No toes were stepped on. So with that, I will conclude today's festivities. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you catch this show after the live is over, feel free to leave comments. I'm always open to suggestion. And if you're new, please subscribe to the channel. Tomorrow, if I do a show at all, it's only going to be for a couple hours. And probably if I do a show, it's actually going to be afternoon. I have something to do in the morning. Friday should be, I'm going to try and get back. I said it yesterday. I'm going to try and get back to the 6:45 to 7 a.m. time frame. But I've gotten used to starting late now, so I'm spoiled. So thank you all for being here. And I will, like I said, I may not do a show. If I do, more than likely it's going to be in the afternoon, just because I have some stuff to do in the morning. So see y'all later.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop